Hello again, Struckpup. Welcome back to another day of streaming, another day of playing on the Bane train build with my Railmaster, with one of my Railmasters. So yeah, let's move on. Let's move on to. Just a moment. I need to reduce my volume of the microphone a little, I think. But yeah, let's move on to farming. I will do some ridiculous Fazier's dungeon runs now. So let's start by going to my fort. Oh, and someone followed me while I was offline. So Gazin and Huxinoris, Xikinoris with an X. Interesting name. Thank you to those people if they end up watching this for following me on Twitch while I was offline. So yeah, let's see. Maybe this needs to be reduced a little bit like that. Okay, I hope my mic is fine now. I'm gonna stay a little bit further from it and do something like this. Just a moment. Okay, that should be fine. That should be fine now. So yeah, let's do Fazier. If someone wants to join me for some ridiculous Fazier hunting, let me know. Hopefully I can get that cosmic helmet and ideally the cosmic gauntlets. Because I've been trying to get cosmic helmet, gauntlets and shoulders as my 3 pieces, so that I can wear blue boots, blue legs and blue chest. Right now I'm wearing I think I'm wearing the shoulders, the boots and the leg armor, yeah. So instead of having those 2 pieces in this, I want to have this, and that piece. Oh, and there's a bus breaker here, not bad. Okay, you can't use that skill. In the last run. So I'm gonna just keep pushing further. But I'm not pushing for the sake of pushing, I'm just pushing just to farm a little. Maybe I should go back to some easier dungeon runs, but the more I can push, the more choices I will have later to try and find those good maps that I need. Also, the bot was updated a few days ago on Discord that there will not be public testing for this patch. Mostly because they found a bug that would end up corrupting save files, so they'd rather not let us go on the test realm. Sorry, I had to sneeze and muted myself. So I was talking about the test realm. They found a bug that would corrupt the single player save files if someone switches to the test server and then back to single player. So that's why we're not getting the test server this weekend. That's why on Friday we didn't get the test server when we were supposed to get it. But in any case, it's still good, it's decent playing on this server until the patch, and the patch should be probably Tuesday, sometime next week, but most likely Tuesday. And this is perfect, this is what I was hunting for. Blue leg armor with defense, maybe another defense, and the flat damage. The flat damage is nice. It's the highest flat damage I've gotten on this guy on leg armor. And Zulu is back. You're saying you can't hear me? Are you sure? You can't hear me. What about now? Because I can hear. I can see that it's picking up my mic and it's broadcasting it, so I'm not sure why. Let me actually put my microphone in my headphones so I can hear it as well. Yeah, I'm actually hearing my own voice, so that's a little bit strange why you're not hearing. Maybe I can just increase it a little like this, maybe just like that. Okay, I hope this works. I hope you can hear now. Not as good as few days before. Okay, maybe I need to increase a little bit the gain. because I'm using my new better microphone. I'm not using my headset microphone. I'm using a proper dynamic microphone now. Maybe I need to just rotate it this way towards my mouth. I just wanted to make sure it's not picking up sounds that it shouldn't. Maybe I can just increase the volume of the game. Or decrease the volume of the game. Alright, I've increased the volume. I mean, it's already going into the reds. I think that's not good for it if it's going into the reds. So I'm not sure what to say about it. Maybe I can just increase it like this, and that should be hopefully good enough. It sounds very bad. That's very weird how it sounds bad. Maybe it's due to this. I mean, before I used to have it like this. My old mic was like this. And that's how it was before with my old mic. So I'm not sure why. Yesterday it was fine. I mean, yesterday people were not saying it's sounding bad. So it's weird. White noise and all sorts of things that it picks up. Well, I'm still new to all of this. Maybe I need to switch the phantom power on. I'm not sure. Still new to all of this mic stuff when it comes to using audio interface and all of that. Maybe like this it could be better. So yeah, I haven't used the EQ or the compression. So I'm not sure which one is the better one. Hopefully it's not that bad now. Because yeah, normally with my old mic I kept it like this. The default is this. And I prefer to keep this one like that. Okay, so yeah, I'm gonna leave it like that then. If you're saying it's good, I'm gonna leave it like this. So default is much better. Okay. Well, thanks for this feedback. Thanks for this feedback. Really appreciate that feedback. But yeah, if anyone wants to join me for some Fuzzier runs on Ridiculous, let me know. I wouldn't mind switching difficulty as well. It doesn't matter for me what difficulty I'm playing on. In fact, yesterday I got much more wood on normal than on ridiculous, but I want to push some ridiculous maps. Oh, you don't own the game. And welcome to both of you, by the way. And there might be noise because next to me is the balcony, and on the balcony right now there is a heat, not heater, but quote dryer working, and the quote dryer is making like this voo 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 noise. So maybe my microphone is picking that up. But yeah, in general it's a cardioid microphone and I have to talk very close to it. And I'm not used to kissing my microphone. I'm not used to hugging the microphone and talking this close. Because if I talk like this, it's probably gonna be much better. But then I'm gonna have to keep leaning in or pull the microphone a little bit closer to me when I'm leaning back. It's gonna take a while to get used to this equipment, honestly. It's much easier when you have a headset microphone and you just put it down and it's always there when you want it to, regardless of how you move your head, whether you tilt your head backwards, sideways, etc. And when it's with a microphone like this one, it's a little bit different because it stays in one place unless I move it. You're not hearing the dryer noise. Okay, that's good. That's good at least. I mean, I did some testing yesterday with my brother being in the hallway, and I normally keep my headset at 10. I think that means 10%, and I keep my headset at number 10 whenever I play and whatever I do. I keep it at 10, and in order to hear my brother clearly, who was talking in the hallway, I had to put my headset to 6 or to 60, I mean, to 60 or to 50. So that was 5 or 6 times the regular volume. And I think that was fine. I think that was fine because it wasn't picking up his voice this easily. And that was the main reason why I wanted a cardioid microphone, because sometimes there's other people in my house, in my apartment, in our apartment, that are just talking, communicating, moving, doing things. So I wanted to make sure I pick up a cardioid microphone to try and at least make sure those sounds are not picked up. And that just my voice and maybe my keyboard and mouse are picked up. Ideally the keyboard and mouse wouldn't be picked up, but even those I can hear. Even those I can hear. Again, I'm not used to using an audio interface, so I'm just playing it by ear. I'm letting my voice get routed to my headset sometime when I'm checking and testing, and I'm just playing it by ear the way I think it sounds better. I do like when it sounds a little bit more bassy, and that's why I didn't keep it at the default sound. But if you guys like the default, I'm gonna keep the default for now. In just a moment, I'm not seeing my monitor, damn my eyes. Just a moment. I can barely read the text. What's happening with my eyes today? I can't read the text I could read yesterday from the same distance. I think I needed to put some eye drops. I'm gonna do it later. But yeah, welcome back Novice. Welcome back Novice, and thanks for telling me this. Well, if the current setup has better quality, that's nice. I mean, I don't want my voice to be deafening the game. I want the game to be heard. I want the voice to be heard as well, but not louder than the game. At least that's how I like my content when there's game in the background. I like to be able to clearly hear the person speaking, but also to be able to hear the sound effects and things in the game. So whenever I record my videos, when there's gameplay in the background, if I want the gameplay to be heard, I do try to get that balance. I'm probably going to start isolating my voice and game sound in different tracks, and then when editing I can just increase each track separately. That might be the best option for now, I guess. Oh wait, I'm missing my train. I was wondering what's happening, where's my DPS? The train was missing. I'm still warming up. I woke up like probably 2.5 hours ago is when I woke up. So still warming up. It's 2 p.m. 26 past 2 p.m. here. Oh, we need to get some rare bones. Maybe I'm not gonna be able to complete this map. I'm gonna try and cheese it by... Oh. I'm gonna try and cheese it by not picking up the drops. See, those traps are just overpowered, those traps. The flame traps. I'm not gonna pick up the bones until it's dropped enough. For now there's 3 on the ground and I need 7 more total. I'm not sure this is effective for farming. Pushing this hard, it's just taking much longer than it needs to kill enemies. And when it comes to farming, it doesn't seem like a good way to do it. Probably I'm gonna stop pushing at level 50 or 50 something and just focus on other things. Focus on doing the lower level fuzzier maps like 16, 17, 20, that type of stage maps, where I'm killing the enemies quicker and easier. Cause it's all about getting more items per hour when farming, I guess. Did I clear everything here? Okay, there's a few more. So there's 1 bone here, and there were like 4 bones up there. I still need 2 more bones to drop. I'm not picking them up because I think the way it works is if you don't pick up the drops, the chances become higher of that quest item to drop. But yeah, it's I think it's gonna be a broken map. Let's pick up everything, see how many bones we've got. 4, 5, and there were 2 behind us. I think I might get them. I think I managed to barely pick up all the 8 bones. I guess that's how it is. There was this 1 bone here. Please don't tell me I'm gonna be 7 out of 8. Seriously, am I gonna be 7 out of 8? This sucks. Okay, come on, Skelly man, drop me a bone. Give a dog a bone, will you? Give a dog a bone. I wanna complete this map without having to... There we go, we got the bone. Nice. You're currently following my Bane train. Well, if you want this build, I've got the skill points. I've got the skill points set up for this. I'm gonna post them on the chat to everyone who was wondering. So for this build, the ideal final setup with the skill points is this. I play multiplayer. I'm playing multiplayer. Damn, why can't I read the text on my screen? Am I playing this far from the monitor today? I'm fucking blind. I don't like wearing glasses. I have problems with my eyesight, but I just can't stand wearing glasses. They're not comfortable, and contact lenses would probably be even less comfortable. And I'd rather not see well than wear glasses. I'm that kind of a stubborn idiot. I wish they would come up with another solution, like cheap laser surgeries that actually are not risky. Because laser surgeries are expensive, and yeah, there's a high risk there. Let's do this. But yeah, this skill point evocation is including the 2 extra skill points from the helmet and chest. So if you have +2 conductor and +2 slammer, and those are kind of the skill point evocations, the ones I gave you on the link. I mean, ideally I would probably have some points here, but I can't. But consider this, consider getting a cosmic helmet with +3 or +2 or +1 to a certain skill that you're using. Then you can remove the points from that skill and just chuck those points into Energizer. I want this for the cooldown because this one and this one would have a faster cooldown, and so will this one and this one. I want this one for the attack speed for that one and that one and that one, so definitely another thing that needs to be there. Right, let's see. I might have missed some messages. Kendrick has started playing. Welcome back, Kendrick. Welcome back. And I'm pretty sure I'm not getting more items on higher levels, but on the higher levels, the more levels you have unlocked, the more levels you can check. You see, when I'm looking for a specific map, someone yesterday mentioned using divided goblin gearwalkie maps is how he gets up to 4 items, like dividing with goblins but not gearwalkie is this one. So he said that's why I need to push harder, and I'm gonna check it. I'm gonna try and push a little bit further. But honestly, if you want to farm items, probably normal is good enough, as long as you can get gearwork in your items to account for the missing 20%. And yeah, the difference between ridiculous and normal is also more champion spawns. More champion spawns means more elites. More elites means more drops. I mean, it could be elites, it could be legendary, it could be unique, it could be any type of those enemies. But in general, yeah, that's kind of how it is. Let's push this map now. I'm gonna push until 50 and then I'm gonna stop. And once I stop, I'm gonna start looking for certain specific things. But this Bane Train build is the more meta version, so this skill point allocation I would consider a meta skill point allocation, at least for me. It would work. In the right hands, with the right items, this can be very strong. In fact, you might even want to consider removing Puppet Master and losing that 25% minion damage and maybe getting Energizer, and maybe removing Poison Nova and getting Spectral Spider or Venomous Maw as 1 point. Just so you can generate Arachnid Assault quicker. Although Arachnid Assault is not the biggest damage thing. Miasma is the bigger source of damage for your Flamethrower car. And if you stack damage with Flamethrower car, damage with Conductor skills, things like that, you can see so much damage. I mean, Flamethrower car is the main source of damage for this specific build. And with the Doom Pipe, it's pretty solid. Ideally, I would get that helmet now, and I would get those gauntlets from the Cosmic set, and then the build would be ready. I just need those 2 items, Cosmic Helmet, Cosmic Gauntlets. I will use the Gambler when I'm close to 20k. I'm at 14 now, so let's wait until like 19,000 and then go gamble away. In fact, I'm gonna start doing something. I'm gonna start picking up a ton of wood and giving it to the pet to sell. I've equipped my pet with a rapid bartering token just for this specific occasion now. And ideally I would be wearing a melee weapon, because right now Miasma is broken and it gives me fighter spirit when I use Miasma. But I really want to use a melee weapon so I can keep getting that fighter spirit and not rely on a bug that's gonna get fixed probably with the next patch. Right, let's see here. Wait, is there something wrong with my hammer spin? Shouldn't it have 3 charges? Isn't hammer spin 2 charges by default and 3 charges with the tier 1? Or did I miss something? Maybe I don't remember it well, but maybe it's 1 charge by default and a 2nd charge with the... Oh, there is no extra charges bonus. Oh, that's fine then. If there's no extra charge, that makes sense. There is no extra charge. Just the movement speed bonus. Okay, let's just keep moving with this one. Let's keep moving until an elite spawns, of course. See, look at how this elite monster got obliterated within like 2 hits or 3 hits of the flamethrower car. I mean, with the right hands, with the right items, this can be super strong. By right items, I mean stacking the same amount of damage type. So let's check this weapon. This weapon is physical, fire, physical. If at the bottom I had another physical, and then this one instead of poison was physical, and then I was wearing this one, but instead of electric it was physical, and then I had boots with percent physical, that would have been such great DPS that here we probably would have been seeing 17, 19,000, if that's how it was. See, just by equipping those legs, I'm losing crit chance, which this damage, but I'm not looking at this damage. I want to look at this damage here. This is the damage I care about right now. So this damage is 13,000. And yeah, if I get my crit chance and crit damage higher, it's gonna be nice. By the way, what's happening with my pet? So I would need a helmet with crit chance. And maybe a skill point into something so I can get some energizer in the mix. But it really needs to be a cosmic helmet and have some crit chance. This would be the best option. That's what I'm trying to get today. And once I get this today, I can make this build tomorrow. And then on Tuesday I can make a slammer build with the Bane. It would be nice to have some sort of poison, toxic, acid slammer. Oh, acid slammer, that sounds like a nice name for a track, for a techno track, acid slammer. Someone please make such a track. An acid slammer track. Better have a good drop with acid build-ups. That heavy dark base. But for all I know, there might be such a track. I need to YouTube it later to see if something would show up if I write acid slammer. Okay, this one's done. I'm gonna get rid of that. Let's see those gauntlets. I could use an upgrade. Well, this could be an upgrade. I mean, I'm probably gonna lose some poison defense, but I can get regular defense instead of it. And I'm gonna test it. I'm gonna go and try enchanting those gauntlets. Isn't Busting Charge giving you Fighter Spirit as well? Yeah, Busting Charge gives Fighter Spirit bonus. It's not supposed to give you Fighter Spirit when you use it, and Lantern Flash is also not supposed to give you Fighter Spirit, and Flying Pix is also not supposed to give you Fighter Spirit. But yeah, there was a bug where certain ranged slammer skills give you Fighter Spirit. Let's just see. Fighter Spirit, and this is a bug. This is a bug. It's not supposed to give you Fighter Spirit because you're not using melee. It's been a bug for a while, and that's why Railmasters right now can be very very strong defensively, because of this bug that lets you get the Fighter Spirit. Enjoy it while it lasts, but don't expect it to remain. This skill, and this skill shouldn't give you Fighter Spirit, and so does Miasma. Miasma shouldn't give you Fighter Spirit. It's just not how it's designed to work, even though it's buggy right now. Don't get too attached to bugs that are making you overpowered. 5,000 poison defense. Damn, I'm actually winning 1,000 defense and 1,000 poison defense if I change those gauntlets. That's a good bargain. Let's see, from 45 and 32 to 33 and 47. I ideally want to have all my defenses over 60% damage reduction. Over 60% resistance. That's my ideal kind of setup for later. Here I'm gonna put this here. I'm just gonna put my Railmaster corner here. Wardrobes is the most important thing in the game for me, because I'm hoarding all sorts of items all the time. So yeah, that's the most valuable thing for me. I'm gonna put it like that to preserve some space. This one's not preserving much space, but I can try and put it in a weird way, like that. And I need one more wardrobe. What else can I put? Jungle Railmaster. Okay, let's go. So I said I want to unlock Fuzir stage 50. So after I'm done with this stage 50, I am moving down. Let's do goblins. The Mighty says I'm not sure what OB builds for Electrode Railmasters. Maybe it was supposed to be any builds for the Electrode Railmaster. And sorry if I'm touching my microphone and it's making that weird noise. I'm just not used to it. Sometimes I move my hands when I talk like an Italian person, even though I'm not Italian. And I'm just used to moving my hands and gesticulating when talking. And sometimes I'm just touching the microphone that's in front of me. With my thumbs. But yeah, Electrode Railmaster builds, I've got a couple of Electrode Railmaster builds on my website. I've got a Slammer Chaotic Strikes build. Shit, okay, I was typing. So I've got a Slammer Chaotic Strikes build and I've got a Zealot Train build. And there's one thing I would suggest on those builds that maybe is not on the screenshots. Maybe on the screenshots I didn't put points into I can't show you right now, but into Tingling Sensation. Make sure you put 1 point into Tingling Sensation as early as possible. Even if you don't need the chance to shock, that 3 seconds extra shock duration is amazing. And while leveling up, shocking display can help. Eventually in the end game later on, it's good only in maps where it's taking forever to kill certain things. and on bosses that that have a lot of adds spawning next to them. You just wanna get all those shock bolts to hit the bosses and to keep proccing other things. So consider that. I can't show you right now as a screenshot, but I can try and show you after this map. But Railmaster basic attack electrode slammer 1000 volt burst spammer. I can make you that build. If you give me a moment, I can make you a build on the calculator. I'm happy that Papi has reworked his calculator, which should be. I need to make a new command. I had a command for it, but maybe I deleted the command, or maybe I just forgot it. But yeah, just give me a moment, and I'm gonna share my screen now on Firefox. And shit, I'm getting attacked. Just a moment. Okay, fuck, there's more coming. Come on, stop coming at me. Can they just stop coming? Okay, now let's go to Firefox and pick electrode here. So basically, first let's remove this. Oh, actually I'm gonna keep 4 points into this. Let's remove this. Let's remove this. Let's remove this. I'm gonna keep this. I'm gonna remove this. I'm gonna max out this. Oh, this is maxed out. I'm gonna max out this. I'm gonna max out this. Max out this. How many points? 64 out of 70 right now. Maybe 1 point into Walkaway Storm. For good measure. So you're gonna be using Chaotic Strike. So over here we have the core. Let's put points into this. Okay, I need to remove some points. Let's remove this. Okay, I'm gonna have to remove points from something. This 10% relic energy charge rate. For those 4 points I can get 20%. And wait, why is this 10? This is a bug. This is a bug. This shouldn't be 10 points. Okay. See, it was taking 5 more points into this queue than it needs to. Maybe like this. And how am I doing with the points? I've got 1 point left. 1 point left. Did I put point here? I think I did. Maybe lightning barrier. And I would do it like this. So the idea would be to use chaotic strikes and burst with chaotic strikes, and while chaotic strikes is while you don't have energy, you're using basic attacks, and you're using spike drive to slow the enemies, and you're using pound every now and then as well if you want to. Pound is not necessary; it's just for the slammer skill damage. Basic attacks and shocking force would be a great source of DPS for you. What is this bug? Come on. I click on it and then it unclicks itself. So, what were we missing? I mean, we can put pound here. We can actually put lantern flash as well as an active skill, because there's room. Keep in mind, I'd much rather suggest removing lantern flash, and when they add the new relic, the new relic shoulders from the new set, you will be able to instantly reset 1000 volt burst. And the main way this build is played, to dump energy as quickly as possible, regenerate 1000 volt burst as quickly as possible. and having one skill slot saved for this skill slot saved for getting that new item. So this build, I'm gonna give you the link if you want that Electrode Railmaster build. That's for a slammer. Decent, fun slammer Electrode Railmaster build. And if you get lucky and get +3 skill levels to flamethrower car on your helmet, remove that point from lightning barrier maybe and put one more point to have 4 points. Those 4 points together with the extra conductor points from your set would give you level 6. That would give you 10% energy recharge. Then you're gonna have 25% here and 10% here, 35, and with this one you get another 25, so that's gonna be what, 60% relic energy recharge rate. Pretty decent if you ask me. But yeah, that's your suggestion for a slammer with the electrode. I hope you're seeing everything. Yeah, you're seeing everything. Okay, enough of this. I hope this kind of helps you. But keep in mind, this is with the +2 conductor and +2 slammer skill levels you can get from the cosmic set. And yeah, Papi has reworked his calculator. Big ups to Papi for doing that. It's pretty helpful when theory crafting things to just hop on his calculator and do it there. Okay, there we go. Right, let's clear out this map. So hope this was useful information, not just to the person who asked about this, but to anyone else who was watching. And Ritkitu, about Godfall, my opinion about Godfall is it doesn't exist because I've never played it. I've never played Godfall, so I can't tell you much about it. I'm concerned because they're obviously going for that Epic Games bucks. They're going for the money from Epic Games, the studio who is making Godfall. So I'm really hoping that they actually make a good game. It looks like a fun game to me, and if I had the money to get it, I would get it and I would play it. But I would be too busy playing Cyberpunk 2077 to care about something like Godfall. Cyberpunk 2077 would be a superior game if I compare the two, and my time would be much better spent playing and paying for, as well, my money would be much better spent paying for Cyberpunk 2077 than Godfall. They're different games. One of them is an epic choices matter ARPG. The other one is a Wooter slasher, as they're calling it, as if we didn't have already Warframe and other similar games. And they're trying to make it sound as if they just invented a new thing. No, they didn't. I don't like how they're handling their marketing. They're trying to make too big of a deal and overhype people about something that's just yet another Wooter slasher like Warframe, just probably without guns this time. And they're trying to make it sound as if it's the next best thing and want you to give them their money. I mean, I will test it eventually. If there is a cracked version, I'm probably gonna test the cracked version, and then if I like it, I'm gonna buy it. But it's a risky purchase. It's as risky a purchase as it can get. Because from what I've seen, it doesn't seem like something special. It doesn't seem like it doesn't seem like it's gonna be able to hold me playing for a long time. We'll see. I mean, hopefully I can try it, but most likely I wouldn't, because it's probably gonna be online only. If there's some sort of creator programs where they give free games, I wouldn't mind signing up to get some sort of access to a beta or alpha or something like that. even if it's just for a few days. It would be nice if games like that did demo tests. Like, you know how MMOs let you test the game for 7 days or for 14 days before your account gets locked out, or to test the first 10 levels of the game, or to test the first act of the game, something like that. Demo version would be amazing for games like that, because it's super risky purchase. I mean, yeah. We'll see how it is. I know that it's Gearbox involved as publishers, and I've been kind of disappointed with what they did with Borderlands 3. So I'm really hoping that that Godfall, or wait, was it Gearbox? Maybe it wasn't Gearbox. Maybe I'm mistaking my companies there. I might have to check again. If I'm not mistaken, Gearbox was involved with Godfall. I'm gonna check it in a moment. Let's go Google this. Gearbox Godfall. Yeah, publishers Gearbox. Software Gearbox Publishing, so I wasn't mistaken. We'll see. We will see. Once there's people reviewing the games or people posting gameplay footage, I will pay more attention to Godfall, see how it feels to play the game from a viewer's point, not from a player's perspective. And if I think it's worth giving it a go, I will definitely do it, because it's a Wooter game, and I'm all about Wooters. And I don't mind testing them. This is tempting, but let's just say no. Kerry says, for what class? Sorry, I'm a noob. By the way, what did you mean for what class, Kedrick? I read that comment earlier, I forgot to say it out loud, and then I forgot about it after replying about Godfall. But yeah, for what class, what? Oh, the build I was doing was for Railmaster. You could see I was doing Railmaster skill trees. You can just click on the link, and the link would tell you it's Railmaster Electrode. Railmaster Electrode is a good one. I was giving this to the Mighty. The Mighty on YouTube was asking about builds for a Railmaster Electrode. Yeah, I've got a train version as well. I mean, if someone wants the train version, I can quickly make it on that calculator. With that calculator, I can just easily make people builds without, even if my old builds might be a little bit outdated. The skill points in those builds as screenshots at the bottom of my website are valid, even if the videos are showing the old skills. And if someone wants someone wants a specific build with specific class and whatever it is, I can make you that now using that calculator that Papi updated. I can make you all sorts of builds. You tell me the build, like you say, for example, give me this class with this relic as a basic attack, or this class and this relic as an Egg of Mayhem build. And the build I made just now earlier, strongly suggest Egg of Mayhem for that build. This is an Egg of Mayhem type of build. It's like my Chaotic Mayhem build, but reworked, like an improved version of my Chaotic Mayhem. Oh, 1 second shock duration. See, this 1 second shock duration can stack with the 3 seconds shock duration from Tingling Sensation, and with the shock duration on a weapon with chance to shock. So this 1 second and the other 3 seconds would give you extra 4 seconds on something that has 1 or 1.5 or whatever X seconds duration. And Firefox Grinds, welcome back to you. How are you today? How's the grind going? Let's see over here. Oh, more purples. Come on, purples. Drop me that damn helmet. I think it's about time I get that helmet. Or the gauntlets. Either of those drops would be a good one. Come on. And boom. And yeah, that build I made, actually, I strongly suggest either playing it with a rail hammer or with a mace. If you're not playing that build I made earlier on screen, if you're not playing it with a rail hammer or a mace, you're not gonna be able to proc shocking force, and you're not gonna get the most out of it. But it's an interesting build to play. Maybe don't invest into shocking force until you've got a good mace or rail hammer. How's my gold coins? 15,000. I'm still waiting to get like 19,000 before I go and gamble. Kendrick says, do you like Diablo 2 3? Would you play stream it? Well, I like Diablo 2. I don't like Diablo 3. I've played Diablo 3 and it took less than 2 weeks before I got bored and quit. And I was playing with a real life friend because he got me into the game, and I was playing on my brother's account, my brother's Blizzard account, because I don't own Diablo 3 myself, but my brother got it a few years back. And I was playing a few years back a WoT, but then I stopped, and then I returned with the Reaper of Souls, not Reaper of Souls, but with the Season of Royal Grandeur. And with the Season of Royal Grandeur is the last season I played. And yeah, I played with my buddy, but then I just got bored. I tested all different things and I saw how shallow some things in Diablo 3 are. I don't like how sets are handled in the game. Much better is how they're handling sets in this game. You need 3 pieces to get the set bonus. Regardless whether you have 3, 4, 5 or 6 pieces equipped, you're getting the set bonus. It's not overpowered sets like in Diablo 3. I don't like the endless Paragon levels. I've said it multiple times on my stream. Diablo 3 is a no-life competition. Competing who is using bots to farm Paragon levels while you're sleeping or while you're at work, or who is giving their account to other people to play it for Paragons. It's basically a no-life competition. You're competing on who is spending more time playing the game rather than who is better and using their build and making their build and combining certain items. And it's so boring when you see the leaderboards in Diablo 3, everyone is using the exact same builds. There's probably 4 or 5 builds for every class, and everyone is using those 4 or 5 builds at the top of the leaderboards. Diablo 2 is fun, and I've played the Diablo 2 conversion Grimdown mod on my stream, the Reign of Terror, and the Reign of Terror Grimdown mod is pretty fun. I really enjoy playing that mod. And there's so many things happening in the Diablo 2 scene right now. There's people making huge mods. There's people reworking and updating the old Diablo 2 stuff to like 4K textures with upscaling and things like this. So there's a lot of things happening in the Diablo community. People are clearly itching for a new Diablo game and are getting bored from 3. And they're just going back to Diablo 2 and playing mods and things like that. And yeah, Diablo 2 is what, and Diablo 1 is what started it for many of us. With those action RPGs, the action hack and slash RPGs. Where it's not turn-based, but it's in real time when you're fighting and things like that. Firefox Grind says, thanks for the build yesterday. Sadly, I have a bad news in my opinion. I didn't like the combat, few movement in Torchlight 3. It frustrated me so much. I wanted to like the game for a couple of hours, but it didn't. Well, yeah, not everyone likes the combat and movement, especially it depends on the class. It depends on the class you're playing. Some classes feel much more mobile than other classes. Sharpshooter and Disc Mage have great mobility. Railmaster is okay, but it's not great. And so is the Forged. Okay, but not great in terms of mobility. It's like that. You either like Torchlight 3 or you don't. Then there's hardly people that are middle ground, like that would say they don't think it's either bad or good. I'm like that. I'm kind of the person that thinks Torchlight is middle ground. It's not great, but it's not shitty. For me, for my taste. And there's many good things in the game that can be improved, and then the game can become great if they do. For example, the combat and mobility I really like because it's not as fast-paced as Chronicon or as some Path of Exile meta builds, where you barely have time to breathe. You have to be always on edge. You have to be like a junkie on speed on those games. If you play the build, you have to be always on edge, going for that squeezing every little second of farming, because time's important and precious, and I don't like playing in this way. I like valuing my time and doing content quickly, but whether I'm gonna do a map run in 5 minutes or in 3 minutes, it doesn't matter to me. So I actually like how this combat is a little bit slower, and it's still fast-paced, visceral, nice combat, but it's not like Path of Exile, Walls and Chronicon and things like that, where you can just speedrun the whole map within a minute, and then just move on to the next one. And it's obvious that this game is not designed for people who like this type of playstyle. And it's very, very bad at the start. I really don't like the experience while leveling up newbie heroes on Ridiculous. Leveling new heroes on Ridiculous, if it's not like a sharpshooter, I'm gonna feel bad. Let's do this. I'm gonna go gamble for some things. Now, before I gamble, I'm gonna do something else, which would be collect some contract rewards. Let's do that. Let's get more contracts. 23 more left.
Year for coin. Year for coin.
Let's open. Zoo says, are the warding pet covers bugged? My pet keeps dying from fire even though it's immune to fire damage. I think that's only immune to fire damage over time. I think they need to word it properly. So it should be immune to burning damage, not to fire. So if it's standing in a blazing field, it should still take damage, because it's not a damage over time debuff applied to it. I think that's how they meant for those things to work, but they didn't word it well, and they might confuse people. Okay, let's start the gamble now. Close to 20k. So yeah, I think that's what it should do. Make the pet either that's how it should be, or it's just bugged. It's one of the things. If it's supposed to be immune completely to a certain elemental type of damage, then it definitely is a bug. But if it's meant to just be immune to the damage over time and not to the regular direct damage type of that element, then they just need to change the wording to make it clear. Like immune to burning, immune to shock, immune to poison damage over time instead of immune to poison damage. I still think the Dryad Neckband is the perfect one to use. Stack the Dryad Neckband with some attack speed on the pet and with some cooldown reduction with the healing pet skill. And that's the way I like it to be. It's not giving me that cosmic helmet. Come on, cosmic helmet, come on. It's always like that when you need those last few pieces of the set of the build. I'm down to just needing the cosmic helmet and optionally the cosmic gauntlets, but I'm fine even if I don't get the gauntlets. But I do really want that helmet. I mean, if I don't get it today, that's it. I'm just gonna make the build the way it is. And just mention what my ideal gear and legendarium setup is in the build video. Alright, let's just move. As I said, I'm gonna go down with the levels now. I've reached 50. Maybe let's just do this boss fight. Let's do this boss fight and then go down and do some easier levels for farming quickly. The lower the level, the quicker it is to complete. I'm gonna be looking for what Vitoxin said yesterday. He said to look for what was its name? Dividing items. But he's just lucky. He's lucky. Whenever he plays, regardless of what map, he just gets lucky and gets a ton of drops. And then when I go with him in that map, I get 0 drops. But he said to look for dividing goblin maps with gear lucky. But I never like games where you have to stack items for Magic Find. I don't like where you need to equip items for Magic Find to sacrifice your damage and defenses just so you can get more chances to get good wood. This is, in my opinion, a terrible way of handling things. One of the things I didn't like about Diablo 2 was this, having to stack Magic Find from items. I think a game needs to have a fixed Magic Find without you being able to alter this. Other than maybe a skill or a passive, but not with items. And just playing a harder difficulty should make you get better stuff easier, but without needing to alter this through items. So I'm not a fan of how gear work is handled in this game in regards to having to get items with it, but I'm a big fan of how you can get gear work from your teammate. You can get gear work from being in a different gear worky map. You can get gear work from being in Ridiculous, and you can get gear work by donating items in someone's Wacky tree. That way you don't even need to put items, because the Wacky tree is 50. The Wacky tree is, I think it goes up to 20%, but let's say it's 16%. When it's max level, when you give a blue item, not a legendary. So you get 16% from there, 50 from the map, 15 by playing with another player, and what else was there? And there was one more thing I'm forgetting. Some more thing I'm forgetting, I can't remember it, but there was something else that you can get without needing items and without needing legendarium or other legendary powers to give you gear work, and you can still max it. I mean, if it's 20 and 50 from the difficulty and the map, that's 70. From being in team, another 15%, that's 85. And if you get 16% from the Wacky tree, that's 100%, even 101%. So you can max it out with just those things. Okay, let's check this one for dividing gear Wacky goblins. Dividing goat Wacky. I'm not sure why dividing. Yeah, it gives you double the goblins almost, but not all the time. It's not like every goblin gets doubled. Dividing unbound blade. See, we need a better search option for the Fazier. Something that lets us highlight the cards that have a certain affix. There are so many ways I can think of quality of life improvements for this mode. It would be nice to have some sort of filter here, like a button you click and it opens a checkbox for every single map affix, and you can just select the affixes you want highlighted or not, and then once you scroll through, it will highlight around the map just the ones that contain options with those affixes. I don't think I'm gonna be able to find dividing Gearwalkie goblins. Juan Esteban says cards must be bigger. Sometimes I can't read. Wow, that's interesting. Maybe your monitor is a bit too big and too far from your eyes. I'm not sure. I can really read it well. I mean, yeah, okay. I can agree that sometimes it's hard to read those little text. But see, when I do this, it's easy to read. If I do it like that, it's not. But if I do it like that, it's easy. And I'm within arm's reach of my monitor. I can stretch my long arm and barely touch my monitor. So that's how far I'm standing from the monitor, which is a decent range between my eyes and the monitor. But I'm playing on 1080p resolution. So maybe if someone's playing on a higher resolution, there should be some sort of way to scale those. There's many other things. In general, why do I need to click on every single map? Why don't the maps automatically flip? Whenever you click here, those maps should just show up and then flip themselves, instead of making you click 3 more extra times. Well, there isn't a single map worth doing, so I'm just gonna find something else. Like, I'm just gonna do this one. Plague Bearer Stormbringer map. And Kedrick, well, I'm not sure if I'm done with Kingdoms of Amalur. I mean, I might return at some point, but I finished the game. I just didn't finish one of the DLCs. I didn't finish that was DLC, the DLC with the Sky thing, Teeth of Narus. I couldn't finish Teeth of Narus because there were just a lot of crashes and bugs, and it pissed me off. But I did finish the game, and I did finish the DLC with the captain, with that something, I forgot the name. With the skeletons, with the skeleton pirate captain. Dead Kill, I think it was called. I did finish that DLC. Getting so stuck here. Really need a basic attack with a melee weapon. So I need to find a good melee weapon. Because this ranged weapon keeps getting me stuck in shooting. And I'm not a fan of how they're doing the force move. Having to either hold one button or press a different one to do force move. But this one where you're pressing T and your hero is moving in this direction, I like it. But I don't have a spare key left to do it. Let's try something. I'm gonna switch off the chat because I'm noticing some messages there. Come on. Fun Horror says sup. Welcome back, Fun Horror. Welcome back. Yeah, it's still a Bane train kind of a setup. Still going on that train setup. I mean, I'm gonna do some sort of slammer build afterwards. But yeah, first I wanna make this build video probably tomorrow. Actually, surely, whether I get the items today or not, I'm making the build video tomorrow, and then another build video the day after that for the slammer. I hope I get enough respectacles by then, So today will be about farming those respectacles, because I'm gonna need a lot of them for the slammer. How am I doing with the respectacles? Actually, right now I'm at one respectacle only. Okay, make that 3 respectacles. You're about to make the Power Express build. Interesting. Sounds like a nice name for a cold hard train build. If only there was an item that lets your flamethrower car become a freeze thrower, like a cryo gun car. Wouldn't it be nice to have a cryo car? The flamethrower car transforming into, instead of shooting flames, shooting cryo streams that can freeze enemies. And to have the shotgun car shooting icicles instead of regular things. It would be so fucking fun, man. It would be fun. To have items like those that modify, and then it would be a nice synergy. I think that's what they need to work on right now, making weapons that modify your skills to use different elements for synergies with different relics. The same way we have flying pigs getting modified to poison from bleeding to have a nice synergy with the Bane. Yeah, something like that would work amazingly well. Alright, let's go here. It's nice to hear that you've had a lot of fun on the Cold Hard Sharpshooter. My 3 favorite skills, you already know them for the Cold Hard. Ice Shield, Snowstorm and Cold Front. On any class, builds with those 3 skills is fun for me to play. Ice Shield is amazing. Ice Shield when you're right next to the boss and your pet is right next to the boss and you have tier 3 Ice Shield, it's just so good. Yeah, the thing about Cold Heart is actually pretty good to level up in the early levels with Ice Shield. If you level it on Ridiculous, it can do decent damage if you have good items. But in general, Cold Heart is underpowered. I mean, you gotta admit that the level 1 passive is shitty with the cheating. That Breaking Point and Frost skin are also shitty, and that Frost Blast does very bad damage, and the Golem also is very underwhelming and does very bad damage. So if you have this many shitty skills in a relic, obviously people are gonna be shitting on the relic, because there are just 3 skills I like. Okay, 4. Let's add Energizer into the mix, so there's 4 skills that I like out of 6 skills. But yeah, Ice Shield with a high damage weapon, and then snowstorm to get extra damage from it and to get that extra freezing is decent. It is a decent combo. And then Cold Heart for good measure, not Cold Heart, Cold Front for good measure is pretty good. Okay, let's see. Pet go sell. I'm gonna try and find a decent map to farm. Not getting Wokie. This is taking so long to check every single card. See, this is one of the most boring things about the Fazier's dungeon. You need so much time just to check for decent maps. So much time just to check which map modifiers are where. With that many levels, and if you wanna just check for a certain affix, the way the whole system is designed is very player non-friendly, non-user friendly. See, Wolsen had such a better system when it came to the endgame dungeon, where you can just build your map by selecting affixes you want from the choices and stacking those. This one is not bad. It just takes forever. I'm spending more time clicking on different HUD UI things instead of playing. Trying to find a specific map. And they've designed it in such a way where you would want to be trying to find that specific map. This is not bad. Was this the one with the good one? Or was it here? Let's do this one. Hope it's not broken. I just hope it's not a broken map. Just moving my microphone a little further away from me. But I can agree that freeze is strong. Freeze in general is amazing. Chill isn't. Chill is not strong. Damn, those are so beefy. What level is this? Challenge level 44. They're not even double HP enemies, yet they have so much of it. What train skills I suggest? Flamethrower car and shotgun car are the ones that you would probably want for damages. They are pretty decent. If you want survivability, you can do flamethrower and shield car if you think you're like getting squishy. But yeah, mostly flamethrower and shotgun car would be in the two train skills, the train cars that I would suggest. If you have room for shocking rounds on your skill bar, I wouldn't mind suggesting that too. I just don't know what type of build you're gonna go for. Are you gonna go for basic attack ranged weapons build? Or are you gonna go for a build where you're only relying on your terrain for damage? So yeah, just go for a flamethrower and shotgun. I'm gonna try and show you something. After this fight I'm gonna go and make the build online for you. It will be the final build, not the build to level up with. But let's give it a go. Let's do it that way. And let's share my Firefox. And let's change the relic to Gold Heart and refresh. So basically this is probably gonna be maxed out. This is probably gonna be maxed out. This is probably gonna be maxed out. Something like this. Huh, okay. This is not necessary. Those 4 points are not necessary. But this is kind of how I would consider doing it. That means you can have snowstorm, you can have cold front, you can have ice shield somewhere, wherever. Let's just put the important things first. You can maybe have this and this. This one you don't have to use it as an active. You can just use it as a passive. You're gonna need chance to swow. You're obviously gonna need chance to swow somewhere. And I would suggest in one of those slots, or you would have to put the build train somewhere. So the build train needs to be somewhere, and in one of those slots you would put something that's coming in a patch. So let's say you're using basic attack for now, or maybe not, it doesn't matter. There will be a new item that allows you to use a skill with the new set, and when you use that skill it's gonna refill your cold front energy, the charge, the 200 charge. So maybe you can put that in one of the slots, and maybe in another slot you can put something like other shoulders, like skittering shoulders for damage reduction, or arc powered shoulders. So I'm gonna give you the link for this, and then you can just take it from there and theory craft other things. Let me just throw the link in chat. I'm throwing it in both YouTube and Twitch chat. And this is the website. This is the website for Papi's calculator. Papi is one of the moderators of the official streams and the official Discord. And he had this build calculator from a long time, but he didn't update it until recently, and now it's updated with the new relics and everything. I mean, you can still see there's some bugs, but that's fine. Even though it's not changing here from Bane to Cold Heart in the background, it doesn't matter to me, honestly. As long as I've got those skills here and I can just give people the link. So those 4 points are for the cooldown for Railmaster skills. You don't need those 4 points. You can put them here if you want faster attack speed of your train. Or if you go for basic attacks, you can put this, but it's broken. This 30% basic attack damage, you get it sometimes and sometimes you don't. For example, I would go into a map and return, and then I'm not gonna have the 30% basic attack damage. Then I'm gonna remove 1 point, then put that point back, and then I'm gonna get the 30% basic attack damage. I've kind of reported this, so hopefully it gets fixed. This one you're gonna use for the passive damage. This one you can keep it at level 1. Instead of level 4 if you don't want the extra damage reduction. But the damage reduction is only in melee, and you can trigger it with things like hammer spin or with basic melee attacks. For now this triggers the damage reduction, but it shouldn't. And there was a bug where the golem was triggering this proc, the Warch Boars. The chilling aura Tier 1 bonus of the golem was triggering Warch Boars. I'm not sure if it's fixed now, but you can test it. You can mess around with it. So there's points you can remove from here, and there's points you can remove from here to just modify it. I'm just giving you a basic version, basic setup to kind of use and build upon. So hope this is helpful to you. In regards to how to make that Snowstorm Express setup. And you're welcome. The basic attack damage from Warch Boars I have not tested. I can test it with my current setup, but I'm saving skill points. If anyone has that, I maybe test it, but I can go on a different hero. Give me a moment, I'm gonna switch heroes after this and test it on another hero. Because if it works for one passive skill for the relics, it's gonna work on all. So if it works on my sharpshooter, for example, with basic attacks, it's gonna work on others. You can test it on your sharpshooter. Yeah, test it with whatever relic it is. Test it to see if removing 1 point or putting 1 point changes the damage. And thanks Vladimir Nikov. Oh, this guy's probably from my country, from Bulgaria. Thanks Vlado for following me. Welcome to the Struck Club. I really appreciate the YouTube sub. If you're watching, of course, he might not be watching. But yeah, thanks very much. Let's see over here. Come on, there we go. And Fun Horror, after you test it, let me know. I wouldn't mind knowing that, whether those extra bonus % damage do work or not. But yeah, I'm already thinking of, when suggesting builds to people, I'm already thinking of some of the new items that are gonna come with the new sets. Oh, and another thing I would suggest, Lightning Bower. Lightning Bower is something I would suggest for every build. If you have room on your skill bar, I'm gonna try and show you the Lightning Bower. It's gonna work like Entropy, but with shock bolts. It's this thing. This thing. It's a mace. You can put it in the Legendarium. It's basically gonna give you an active skill. That you would slot in your skill bar, and it's gonna be like entropy, or like the rat bow on the sharpshooter with infectious shooter, where you're shooting one projectile that's big, and that big projectile is shooting in random directions smaller projectiles as it's traveling, and it's gonna be a shock bolt kind of synergy. And yeah, I know I can put those respectacles. I know I can put them, but I need the respectacles on this hero because after I'm done with this Bane Train build, I'm making an Acid Slammer build. The Poison Acid Toxic Slammer. I need the respectacles because I'm gonna need to remove the points from this skill tree. Maybe keep only Flamethrower card tier 2. We'll see. Maybe keep the cooldowns and Flamethrower. And then I will do a Slammer base build with Spread of Death. Maybe I'm gonna test Staffing Up, but I don't think I need Staffing Up. It's probably not gonna be worth it, but maybe get Energizer and try to maximize Arachnid Assault. I will see. It's gonna be out of the box build, but yeah, normally that's what I wanna do now. Every time I make a new hero, I wanna make at least 2 builds before I move to the other one. 2 builds, one for each skill tree, maybe one of them with basic attacks as a synergy. I really want to explore basic attack builds on every relic. So on every relic, every hero I make, I want to test a basic attack build. So I will test Staffing Up just for the basic attack damage, and I will test Pound for the extra bonus damage to basic attacks. Just I want to figure out what is broken and what isn't, and I want to report as much as I can when it comes to basic attack builds. I'm in that state right now where I really want to test basic attack stuff, because it's the new kid on the block, those passives with the basic attacks, and they need testing. Not everyone does basic attack builds. My pet is looking at me with some weird eyes. Maybe he wants some food. Can't wait to get a good one-handed weapon that's actually melee, like a sword or a mace. I just don't like playing with this pistol. When I try to move away, it keeps attacking, and I don't like having to hold my force move button, because it's pretty far from me to press it, to click it. Okay, pet, go sell. Okay, nice. Very, very nice. So it works, and that's with just one skill point difference, or with more than one skill point difference? Sheet damage shouldn't change. Keep in mind, there's some misconception what basic attack does. Basic attack damage is not gonna change the damage you see on your weapon, and it's not gonna change the damage you see here. Basic attack damage will show up over here down somewhere, and tell you basic attack is a skill. That's if I tell you that basic attack is a skill in this game, that's what's changing. So just look at this one. Hover your mouse cursor over basic attack, and then look at the damage numbers they're changing. That's what needs to change, those damage numbers here. So let's say your weapon does 100% weapon damage, and you equip 50% basic attack damage. Your weapon would do 150% weapon damage. That's how it works. So if my weapon is doing 90% because it's a pistol and I have 50% basic attack damage, it's gonna go to 135, because I'm gonna get half of 90. So this damage is not basic attack damage, this is your weapon damage. this also is your weapon damage. And the basic attack is a skill that has for a different weapon different percent of weapon damage. So you can see the pistol is 90%, I think the mace was 150%. So yeah, pay attention to this. Once you understand that the basic attack is a skill that scales off your weapon damage the same way other skills do, it's pretty easy to understand how to test if something really does work or not. And I know it sounds weird to say basic attack is a skill, but that's what it is. It's a skill that you put in your skill bar slot. And that's a pretty nice way of handling it. Still unlucky today though. I don't think I've gotten a legendary today, did I? Have I gotten a legendary since I started streaming? It's been 1 hour 44 minutes and I don't remember getting a single drop. I mean, yesterday I was playing on normal and I was getting drops. Every few maps at least I would get a drop. So there's something in Ridiculous that's just broken. Let's try and find another map to do. I'm just gonna give up on trying to find a Gearwalkie divided goblins map. It's just not gonna happen, so I'm just gonna do whatever Gearwalkie maps I can find. So I need to figure out how many respectacles I need for this hero. I think I need like 16 or 20 respectacles total. I think my pet needs food. I'm gonna give him in a moment after this map. He's standing right next to me in front of my PC case on the floor. I'm one of those savages that keeps their PC case on the floor. And it's because my desk is super small. I think my desk is 70 centimeters or something like that wide. Haven't measured it, but I think it's roughly that wide, if I'm not mistaken. So there's barely any room on my desk to fit my monitor, my audio interface, my keyboard, and other things. There's not much other things though. I've got two lamps attached behind my monitor that will illuminate me when I get the right light bulbs. Aha! Is that a blazing map? Oh, blazing shifting shackles. Well, I have to have a big desk, but my room is... there's not much room in my room for a big desk. I mean, if I have a bigger desk, there's barely gonna be room to walk around. Because the wardrobe and the bed and my cats, right behind me there's a tree for my cat. Although that has nothing to do with the room on the side. I mean, probably I can get myself a bigger desk, but for now my priority would be getting myself a new PC case with USB-C. in the front panel, so I can use my web camera with full resolution. And yeah, getting my green screen and getting my light bulbs. I'm gonna try with cheap LED light bulbs, and then if I need to, I'm gonna buy photo white bulbs. Because I know for streaming it's good to have that 5000 to 5500 Kelvin light. And I've already got from IKEA some very good cheap lamps that I can just move, because they're like the same like my microphone arm. They have this type of extension arm. And they seem like the perfect thing for a cheap budget setup for my room's dimensions. And I'm gonna try with some cheap LED bulbs with like 5200, 5500 Kelvin temperature to see if it's gonna work. 2 for those lamps, one stronger on top at the room, and that should be more than enough. But yeah, I'm not gonna start using my camera until I get myself a green screen. IKEA has some countertops that I can turn into a desk. Yeah, but I want my desk to be stable. I don't want it to be wobbly. I want the desk to have some sort of connection between the left and the right side or something like that. I mean, yeah, I'm pretty sure they would have some things, but we have other companies. There's so many furniture companies in my country that can sell cheap, decent things. I think my desk I got for like what, 35 euro or something like that, maybe much cheaper. I can't remember. It was cheap. And for the price I got it, it still is good. I need to figure out where in my country I can buy cable management ties that I can with adhesive attach those to my desk and just tie the cables in a bunch with those and attach them to the desk. And I want to attach a big extension, because my extension right now, the power extension, it only has 3 sockets. I'm gonna need at least 5, ideally 6 sockets. So I need to find a way to attach that to my desk as well, to not stand on the ground. I'm wondering if double adhesive stickers would work, where I stick it on the power extension and on the desk, and they would just glue together. Maybe one of those could work. I saw some images on Google, on Reddit I think, or somewhere, I don't remember where, but I saw an image of a guy using something like a net where he can put all the cables and stuff, and he attached that net to some things that he screwed onto the desk. I'm wondering where I can buy those in my country without having to order online and pay expensive online deliveries. And yeah, I guess when it comes to weird inventions like those, it's hard to find them here. But yeah, I saw a video of different people like Bitwit doing cable management and things like that, so I got some great ideas from there. I just gotta figure out where they sell all those things I've seen online. IKEA has cable management stuff as well. That's good to know. I'm gonna look into that. A cage that screws under a desk. That's not bad. I wouldn't mind screwing it on the back of my desk, because I would like to have it there, but we'll see. Even if it's under the desk, it's not bad. But yeah, there's a bunch of cables that I wouldn't mind getting managed. Let's see. It came from under. Yeah, on my job, before I quit my job, my old job had this this type of thing under the desk. Under the desk you had that kind of like a net, and over there it's like a pocket where you can keep some stuff. So I'm assuming that's the exact same thing you're talking about. That gets screwed at the bottom and it hangs. I mean, if it can be screwed at the bottom, it can be screwed to the side or to the back as well. So I'm gonna figure out the best place for it. My desk right now has left side, right side, top, and then until like one third of the back side has another panel connecting the left and right and the top. And I'm gonna put those things on top of that panel, either in the inside or on the outside, but I want it to be on that panel. But in any case, for now my priority first is getting my new case. I found a very nice case from Be Quiet with a mesh in the front and a USB-C at the top, and at the top another mesh and possibility to later attach water cooling if I want to. Because my buddies from my neighborhood, they said to try and get a case that has a water cooling upgrade options in case I decide to upgrade later. How much is the case? I think the case is 230 leva, which is 115 euro, I think. Roughly 115 euro, 120 euro, something like that. I have a tight budget when it comes to that. You know, I'm trying to save up to buy more RAM sticks and to buy a 3070 Nvidia card. By Christmas, if I can get a 3070, it's gonna be great. If I don't, whenever, I'm patient. Whenever I get it, I will. Thanks to everyone who's watching my content, by the way. This reminds me. If it wasn't for you guys watching my content on YouTube and my streams, I wouldn't be making the money needed to upgrade my setup. So thank you a lot for watching my content. Okay, I'm gonna feed my pet because he's bugging me. I mean, he's not meowing, but he's just doing things to get my attention. So just a moment. I'm still here. You probably won't be able to hear me in a moment. Sky, say hello. He doesn't want to say hello. Alright, I'm gonna go feed this little piggy. So just give me a moment. Alright, I'm back. Gave him some food. He should be happy for several hours. Kedrick, does your case have USB Type-C front panel and a mesh in the front and a mesh in the top? Because that's my three major requirements. The case having a mesh in the top, a mesh in the bottom, mesh in the front, a big mesh in the front, and it needs to have a USB Type-C slot. Because I've been using this case for 5 years and it's okay. It's a Zalman case, but it doesn't have USB Type-C, and my motherboard doesn't have USB Type-C at the back panel because I cheaped out on expandability because I never imagined I would need a USB Type-C slot. I never knew that webcams like the Logitech Streamcam that I got would require USB Type-C. I thought this was only for mobile stuff, like mobile phones and things like that. And I said, alright, I'm gonna get a motherboard that has only the essential things I need, without all the extras, but still a good DRM or whatever it was called, still a good motherboard for the price. And mine is a cheap Zalman case as well, although I've kind of messed it up so much. But yeah, the Be Quiet case I've got is good. It's a decent Be Quiet case, and for the price they're selling it, it's probably gonna last a long time, because it's gonna have expandability options and things like that. But yeah, this case I've been using for 5 years, and many other things on my PC have been there for 5 years. Like my video card is 5 years old. It's about time for an upgrade. Now with the new things in video released, I mean, definitely worth the upgrade. I can't wait to see what Radeon would release, but we'll see. We'll see at his new cards when the reviews start fooding and people have put them to the test. You hate your case, it's cheap and ugly. Well, my case, I used to have a CD-ROM back then when I got it, and now the CD-ROM has been taken away, but I don't have the panel to cover the hole, so I use duct tape. I use duct tape to cover the fucking hole where the CD-ROM used to be. And at the top there's room for 2 fans, and you have to remove a certain thing that's covering the case. And when I remove that thing that's covering the case, on the place where there should be a second fan, there is no fan and there's dust coming in. So I just used some paper cardboard and duct tape to cover the hole. So duct tape, man, duct tape fixes everything. I really don't care about my visuals of my case. I don't care about aesthetics. I'm not showing off my case on my stream or anything. I'm not the type of person that wants to show off. Look at my case. My case is amazing. No, I don't care about that. As long as it does its job. But yeah, it's about time to get that case upgraded. I was thinking of not upgrading the case until it really is necessary, but I guess it really is necessary now. Because if I'm gonna get a new video card, I'm not sure if everything would fit in this case. Although if the 1060 fits, the 3070 probably would fit as well. But yeah. In any case, it will be better with the new case. Oh fuck! I don't have enough potions. I'm gonna quickly go restock on potions. It's a tape over a hole, yeah, but it's a hole at the front where it's where it used to be. What's it called? Where it used to be the CD-ROM. But I mean, I can cover it if I close the door in the front. I can cover the whole mesh and the hole at the top of the mesh. But again, I mean, it's not just this, there's many other things. My main reason to make me want to buy a new case is the USB-C panel. I can't use my web camera at full resolution and full frames per second unless I connect my motherboard front panel USB-C to a new case front panel. And I'm also planning on buying some new RAM sticks. I want to buy the lowest latency possible 3060, 3600 RAM. Because with my I watched a lot of videos and people are saying CL16 3600 is a very good choice of RAM for Zen 2 Ryzen, for the 3700 Ryzen and on my motherboard. They're saying this is a very good choice. So if I get CL16 3600 RAM, I want to get two times 16 gigabytes and later get more, another couple of 16 gigabytes of the same type. Because for editing, 64 gigabytes is really a good number for Premiere. Right now Premiere with 16 gigabytes on my system crashes sometimes. If I don't close every single other application, even though I'm limiting Photoshop and I'm limiting Adobe Premiere to only use 12 gigabytes of RAM, sometimes it still crashes when exporting, and when I'm exporting a big video of like 40-50 minutes exporting time, and then it crashes around the 70-80%, it's wasting a lot of time. So I'm gonna first go with 32 gigabyte RAM. Save those old sticks maybe for spares in case something happens. And then eventually upgrade, expand with another 2 sticks of 16. I do a lot of research before considering hardware purchases and things like that. I do a lot of research. Okay, my character doesn't want to move. It moves now. Right, let's go to the fort. I've got enough health potions now. Well, Windows uses around 4 gigabytes, but that's why I've told it to never use more than 12. Maybe it was 11. I'm not sure how, but I was making sure it doesn't use too much. That's why, no, right now it doesn't crash if I leave it be. If I don't close every other software, it would crash. But now I just run my what's it called, media encoder. I put Adobe Premiere exporting into media encoder with the Q, and then I just go have dinner while my videos are exporting. Normally I'm done with my exporting around dinner time, and then for the 30, 40, 50, 60 minutes or whatever, I just try to optimize my time, and while the PC is doing the exporting, I try to just cook myself some food and eat. I'm gonna do that same thing I'm talking about tomorrow. Tomorrow I'm gonna have to make 2 videos. One 10-second, 15-second promo video for the build for social media, and then another one for the actual video for the build that I'm playing right now. So tomorrow expect my stream to be a little bit later, and tomorrow on my stream I will be leveling a Disc Mage. I'm not sure with what relic. I'm open to suggestions from the 3 relics I haven't played since wipe. Since the wipe I've not played Cold Heart, Blood Drinker and Flaming Destroyer. I mean, I did play a little bit of Flaming Destroyer on my one sharpshooter, but that one doesn't count because it was a repeat hero. I was doing this map, right? Let's try and do another one. Let's try and do this one. You're a cold hard sharpshooter right now. It sounds nice, doesn't it? Just those 3 words one after the other. A cold hard sharpshooter. But that's it with technology, you have to upgrade. Every few years you have to upgrade. Things get worn off and they break, or in general it just needs a power boost because it's no longer as strong, or things just require more stuff. But that's why there are certain generational leaps in the technology where you want to upgrade. And I think when it comes to video cards, if you, like me, have a 5-year-old video card like 1060, 1070, 1080, upgrading to a 3070 or 3080 is a decent choice right now, with the huge leap between this and the previous generation. And the prices that Nvidia announced are just they're very tempting. They're very tempting prices. Let's see. And now with Radeon, with ATI, not Radeon, but with ATI announcing the new generation of CPUs, the older generation, the one I've got, is probably even cheaper, and you can get yourself a 3600, 3700, 3800, etc. Of that generation for a better price, most likely. It's not really? Oh, okay. So the prices didn't drop yet. That's nice to know. No, I'm talking about 3900, 3800, 3700 CPUs. The AMD CPUs. The AMD CPUs. And the previous generation, the 3000 series. The 3070 is $400, I think. 399 or 499. I can't. I think it's €400 or $400 for 3070, and the 3080 I think is $700 if I'm not mistaken. Yeah, I think it's $400, $400 or €400 for 3070, and the 3080 I think is 700. I mean, you can check the prices. Just Google it and you can see it. But yeah, for 3070. $400 or €400 is a decent price. You're still using 4th gen Ryzen. Well, I was using an i5 from the 5th generation, 5000 something, 5700 or 5900 before I upgraded. And for streaming I really needed the CPU power. That's why I decided my first upgrade to be a CPU and some SSDs, and I got myself 2 NVMe SSDs, one generation 3 PCI Express, one generation 4. That's a little bit long and bigger, and I'm definitely so happy with those purchases, with the CPU, with the SSDs. They've really helped me optimize, and they improved my rendering times a lot. They improved my rendering times by a lot. Now the video card is the thing that's bottlenecking my rendering and my RAM. So that's the next thing I need to consider. But it's nice when we talk about hardware for a change, not just about the game every now and then. Yeah, it definitely should be fine and still play the games you like. You could wait for the next generation of AMD or Intel, but you can wait for the next generation next year and then consider if the prices are worth it for the performance you can gain. The new generation AMD CPUs, people are saying are too expensive, but the leap you're getting, that's 25% power leap. Single core, I think. They focused on this generation, if I'm not mistaken, on increasing the single core, trying to get closer to Intel for single core stuff. Yeah, 3000 series is good. The 4000 series might not be for everyone unless you're like a huge enthusiast and you really want that extra single core boost. I mean, for gaming, isn't single core better? I'm not an expert, so I don't know. But I've always noticed that for gaming, Intel has been leading for many years. But I think now AMD is getting super strong for that. And games were just better optimized for Intel before, but many developers now are starting to optimize their game better for AMD from what I've seen on loading screens and things. There's like partnerships with AMD. I mean, I was an Intel fanboy, and we used to have a saying here, AMD Kutuon, and Kutuon means a stove. It means like the kitchen stove where you heat up a plate and you put the pot on it. So from Atuon we used to make that joke as Kutuon because it used to heat up a lot. so that used to be the meme in my country for AMD back in the day. But I gotta admit, AMD have been at their A game recently. I'm not sure about the video cards, how they're gonna be. I'm gonna wait and see. Many people are not liking the design of the video card. Many people are saying why do that yellow, not yellow, that red trimming on that Radeon card. But yeah, really Intel being expensive compared to others, that's always been the case. But when you have a premium product that's good, you can afford to charge the premium price, and that's exactly what's happening with the new AMD processors. They're charging a lot more than normally they would be charging for their products, but their processors now, with that new generation, well, they're getting a very good power boost. Some people would still say Intel is a better choice, or the older generation is a better choice than the new generation. But again, for enthusiasts, maybe the new generation is still a better choice for people who are doing some hardcore overclocking. I don't overclock. I play things on stock. The only thing I'm gonna overclock is using XMP profiles on my memory. I'm not gonna run my memory stock. Because I just can't afford to overclock and then have to replace it with a backup. When it comes to the GPU, the CPU and things like that. Especially when I don't use water cooling and I'm just using some fans. I just don't want to risk it. But yeah, this build is decent for ridiculous. It is definitely decent for ridiculous. It has always been, even with the nerfs that this build underwent. Even with nerfing the Doom pipe to not shoot all the time, but you have to activate it to get that bonus, that endurance bonus. Even with that nerf, it's not a bad one. And I still don't have the shotgunner shield, mind you. I don't have the shotgunner shield, which is gonna be another DPS boost for the build. And once this build is ready, I mean, even right now it's ready. Even right now I can take this build to stage 100, stage 251 with my shitty items that are not min-maxed. It's good enough. I just I don't have the time and patience to just run the same content over and over. It gets boring when there's nothing visually different other than a bunch of different affixes taking turns. Okay, now this is nice, but chance to knockback, seriously. But then I'm getting more defense, and it's electric damage. It doesn't matter what the damage is, but it's more damage, so squeezing a little bit. I'm losing HP, but I'm winning defense a little bit. Nuidak says, I see, thanks for the tips. Oh yeah, if you have any more questions, I'm gonna scroll up the chat. Maybe I've missed some questions, because there was a lot of chatting about tech. Okay, I'm just quickly scrolling up. Okay. I think I caught up. Just a couple more comments. Yeah, I'm just caught up. I'm caught up on all the chat. Sorry for that. If I don't reply to a certain message, I try when I'm done with a certain map, or when I'm in my base, or when I'm not in combat, to scroll up the chat and try and get back to everyone who was chatting and commenting. If I like Doom Eternal, I've never played Doom Eternal. I'm not a FPS guy. I would play FPS like Destiny or Borderlands, where there's water kind of elements involved. And if I play a Doom kind of shooter, I would play it for the multiplayer, for the deathmatch. Old school Quake 2 style, Quake 2 and Quake 3 Arena. That's the type of shooters I like. The time I've spent playing Quake 2 and Quake 3 Arena in PC cafes when I was a kid was very, very high. In fact, before they made Counter-Strike, most of us were playing those types of shooters. And there was there was a mod for Half-Life, Action Half-Life. I really loved Action Half-Life. It was such a fun mod to play. It was before Counter-Strike became popular, maybe it didn't even exist back then, but I enjoyed playing Action Half-Life much more than Counter-Strike as a Half-Life mod. And to those of you who don't know, yeah, Counter-Strike originated as a mod for Half-Life. So, and Half-Life, man, Half-Life 2, Deathmatch on Crossfire and other maps like that. Oh boy, the good times we had with the nukes on Crossfire and with the bugs around those crates. You wanna see my point distribution? Sure thing. This is this site, 88444. This 4 is for the cooldown only. This 4 is for the attack speed for my train cars. Then on this side it's 4 here for the passive bonus, 4 here for the damage reduction bonus and extra vulnerability. Here the damage reduction bonus, movement speed and damage to relic skills, 8 points. And here I've got 10 points, 10 points, 1 point and 5 points. The things you could remove would be, you could remove some points from this one if you don't want the cooldowns. You could remove points this one if you don't want the attack speed, but I do suggest keeping this. And you could remove 3 points here and keep that at level 1. And keep in mind I'm using +2 slammer, +2 conductor skills from the cosmic helmet and chest. In fact, I've got both of them in the legendarium. Ideally I would remove this from the legendarium and put the shotgunner's shield. And when I put the shot, actually I might wear the shotgunner's shield. Ideally I would find a good road shotgunner's shield, and maybe here I can put the new item, the new shoulders, or I can wear the new shoulders that are coming with the next patch. But yeah, my ideal setup would be helmet, shoulders and gauntlets from the cosmic set, or helmet, gauntlets and boots with the cosmic set. But even if it's helmet, shoulders and boots, it's still not bad. Just I don't want to wear the legs, because I want something like this leg armor or this leg armor with flat damage, but blue of course, because the DPS will go up. Ideally I would get something with flat damage and crit chance, or flat damage and percent damage matching my highest. And good luck, I hope you enjoy this this setup. You're lucky, but it's Act 3. Try to not do Act 3 maps, because there's a risk of the map being incomplete in the way where I won't be able to get enough monster sponsored drops. You're lucky, Netherwell, Plague Bearer. This might be a little bit boring, but just a moment. I'm gonna enter the map and then go close my balcony door, because it's becoming a little bit colder now that the sun is hiding. Alright, I'm ready. I'm ready. But yeah, I'm enjoying all the chat we're having today about tech, about different games. Makes the grinding go on autopilot. I'm right now grinding on autopilot, hoping I can get the gauntlets and the helmet from this set. Maybe a shotgunner shield as well, it would be pretty decent to get one. Almost got wrecked. And yeah, I'm still open for suggestions what to play my next hero, which will be Dusk Mage. Should I go Cold Heart, should I go Blood Drinker, or should I go Flaming Destroyer? What are you people interested in seeing as a Dusk Mage from my next setup? Either of those would be fine, and I can try and make a basic attack build and another. I'm gonna make two builds. One of the builds would be something with damage from skills, the other one would be with damage from skills but with basic attacks for those who are interested in basic attacks. The same way I'm gonna make with this hero. One build with the train, the other one would be slammer and maybe with basic attacks included. Although the Bane is probably the worst one to synergize for basic attack builds. But still, I wanna test it. See how it will go. Oh, look at how many are respawning. But yeah, I can call this build meta because I know it can do all the content. The way I've spent the points is fine. You can do some minor alterations depending on what you need. But the core points are spent in a very good meta way. And with the right items, with the right equipment, with the right stats, this can clear out all the way to the end without a problem. So for people who ask me what's strong, what's meta, I can definitely say when I'm ready with this build, you can try this build, it will work. Even though right now it's a little bit overpowered, because you can get fighter spirit from things that shouldn't proc fighter spirit. Miasma gives you fighter spirit, but that's defensive overpoweredness and it will go away. I'm trying not to rely on it. Miasma can give me fighter spirit and blasting charge can give me fighter spirit, and they're not supposed to. But I will use a melee weapon basic attack here to trigger fighter spirit, and I will use things like hammer spin to trigger fighter spirit. So I'm still gonna be able to max out my defenses even if those skills weren't broken. I already have that considered. Not bad. I'm gonna start looting all the green stuff and giving it to my pet to try and gamble for some things. Test with the Flaming Relic. Mage with the Flaming Relic, yeah, I would do it. Flaming Relic mage with Entropy. Something like my Pyromancer, but a little bit of a different take on the Pyromancer. I can try and do this time instead of Radiant Blast of Zover. And maybe I can do... should I go Entropy again? Or should I go something different like Energy Spike? I can probably try and do Energy Spike this time. Last time I did Radiant Blast, Entropy, Pyromancer. This time I can do the other two skills and that are nice for synergy. And I can try and make a basic attack build with the Digitus as the second build I make on that mage. Because someone said that the Digitus triggers Fighter Spirit. And the Digitus triggering Fighter Spirit, if it's not a bug, I really love that if it's not a bug. That means I can have my close range Giant Swings build with the Pyromancer melee setup. And Marvin just tipped 15 bucks. Thank you very much, Marvin. I really appreciate it. And he's saying thanks for the tips and guides. Keep on making great content. I will, and it's definitely great when I see the appreciation from the people, and when I hear that people are enjoying the content. It makes it all worth it, making that content. Thank you very much, right in the feels again. I wish you could see the smile on my face you just put. But soon you will. Again, it takes some time for me to sort out my situation with Google. And the thing is with Google and other things, not just Google. But yeah, thanks very much, and keep on the ideas. If you have ideas of certain builds, I can open the web browser and show you some skill point allocations. If you need help with a certain build, ask me. Now that Papi, thank you Papi if he ends up watching my stream. Now that Papi has reworked his build calculator, it takes me a few minutes to just make a build for someone and just give him the skill point allocation and tell him what items to consider in the legendarium. Much quicker doing it that way rather than having to log out, make a hero, or go in the character selection screen and explain it there. It does help people like me who like theory crafting a lot. Let's see this. What's here? Still trying to get a good sword or a mace. I really want a sword or a mace for this build. For my basic attacks. Sword would be the ideal thing, so I can do AoE swashing. Am I stuck there? What's happening? I can't see. Oh, that's my train. Okay. I can't see what's happening here. Okay, let's go up. And boom. But yeah, the Bane train builds are super quick clearing if you play it right. I'm not the person that would play the build to the best way it can be played. Pretty sure there's other people who are playing the build much better, like making sure they're using flamethrower car in the right moment. For example, right after activating miasma and putting busting charge on the enemies. Sometimes I find myself using busting charge after I've activated my flamethrower car. And after I've done miasma, not before. So I'm not doing the rotation in the perfect way. Let's see here. All right, let's check this. Not great. My pet is currently in farming mode. It has the token of rapid bartering instead of this one, which is for faster cooldown. Normally I would have a rapid bartering with faster cooldown, which would be even better, but for now I'm just... I mean, you can always switch between one and the other. Like, right before sending the pet to the town, I can equip the rapid bartering and then unequip it when it's back. But I'm just not gonna bother. For now, it's fine. I'm not relying too much on the pet at the moment. So I'm just keeping it on farming mode. Come on. Drop me that helmet. That reminds me, I need to put this chest piece somewhere in the storage. All right, let's do this.
Another day, another dungeon.
Oh, not 52. I'm trying to get maps that I can clear as quickly as I can. That's why I'm not doing the highest level maps I've got. But have you noticed I haven't gotten any legendaries in hours? It's been hours since I got a drop. Yesterday I've been getting so many drops playing on normal. Today on ridiculous. It's just a joke. How long have I played for? I think for 2 hours 35 minutes already. And I don't remember getting a single drop for that time. Unless I did and I've forgotten. Oh, maybe I got something. I think I got a rail hammer or something earlier. Oh, this is Dividing Yearwaki. Yes, this is the map that Vitoxin was saying he gets between 1 and 4 items in one such map. Watch me get 0. If I get even 1 I will be happy, let alone 4 in such a map. But I'm not sure how dividing works, whether every single enemy, even the clones, can drop its own loot. It's definitely dropping a lot of white items though, look at that. 6 white items next to each other. At least I'm getting the quest items quickly. I'm gonna try and clear this map completely. Come on. Maybe here first. Oh yeah, that's the nice place. And Funhor says, does pet rarity make a difference? Not really, but yes. The only difference that it makes is when you find rare pets, the rare pets have a higher chance of coming with the rare skills, such as Running Partner, Necropupper, and the rarest skills to find: Necropupper, Vampirism, and Running Partner. Those 3 skills are harder to find, and it's easier to find those from a legendary pet, for example. But yeah, apart from that, there is no other difference whether the pet is orange or blue or whatever type of rarity. But yeah, finding rare pets increases the chance of finding the hard skills to get. So pets are just skins right now, and I like that the pets are just skins. So you can use any skill on any pet. Yeah, change your pet visually, unlock skills, but put every single skill equipable on every single pet skin. If the game was free to play, I could have seen them selling transmogs for items and pet skins and fort decorations and things like that. Back when the game was in alpha, I was actually saying in my stream how that might be the things they are going to sell and how that would be acceptable. But thankfully they didn't go free to play, and thankfully they made the game as a buy to play premium model with buying expansions eventually when there are some. Alright, let's keep moving. Oh, I've missed some enemies over there. I want to clear this map completely. I have a feeling about this map being the one that might drop something nice. My wood senses are tingling. So let's finish this map by clearing every single enemy I can encounter. There we go. Okay, this side's clear. Wow, when did my pet get full again? This map is definitely good for farming. My gold coins are gonna skyrocket from this map. There's actually ways to abuse the system, and I can complete this map without beating the boss, and then go back and it will be available, and I would be able to do it again if I don't want to lose it. Fun Horror just subscribed, tier 1 sub. Thank you very much, Fun Horror, for the tier 1 sub. Welcome to the Struck Club, to you again. And again, right in the fields, right in the fields. But yeah, that's exactly how it is. As I said, once you have all the skills, you can equip any skill you like on any pet, and they can just expand the skill system for the pets, add new skills, maybe add skills that I wouldn't mind being able to activate certain pet things. But even if I can't activate certain pet things myself, I really want a pet attack button. I probably say it once every day or multiple times every day. Pet/minion attack button, where I tell my pets or minions or whatever else is fighting for me to go in this direction or to attack whatever is under my cursor, if there is something under my cursor. Grim Dawn has such an option, and other games have such options. So having a hotkey that we can keybind to whatever we want as a pet move / attack would be great. Damage with flamethrower car, but damn. But no fat damage. I think fat damage is still gonna be the better option. But 26.9 damage, that's a lot. Maybe 26.9 damage with flamethrower car is better than 800 poison. Because 800 poison is not equal to 1/4 of my total attack damage. Those pants seem like a very strong item. I will be testing my damages. I'm gonna test it after this in the city. I mean in the fort with the dummy. And I like that you're enjoying my struck laugh emote. The emotes on my channel have been made by me. I can't afford to pay someone to make me emotes, and it's fun for me to teach myself to make the emotes myself, even if they don't look as fancy. And when I do have more slots for more emotes, I will spend some time on Photoshop and Illustrator and try and create some more. Someone was asking me some time ago as a private message, which I missed on Twitch, why my channel only has so little emotes. And that's it. Small channels don't have as many emotes. You just have a limit of how many. It's not that I can have more and I haven't made them. It's just that I filled all the slots and that's my slots. So if anyone was wondering the same thing, that's the answer to this question. It just reminded me about this. And let's maybe send the pet because it's full. Look at how many items it's dropping in this map. It really is a drop fest. Dividing gear waki. Remember those cards. Thanks to Vitoxing for saying that that he's tested and there's a lot of drops in those maps. Not a single legendary still, but so many green and blue drops. If only I had a button to make the items go directly in my pet inventory. Or an auto wood option for the pet with a filter. To tell the pet pick up everything green, pick up everything blue. I can pick up the legendaries myself. Did I get those spawns? I think there's probably another spawn hiding here somewhere. Maybe not. And then maybe it's here. Okay, not every spawner is active in this map. Okay, boss time. The pet's full again. And look at that, my train wasted his attacks on the trash mobs instead of focusing on the boss, even though I targeted the boss. I could have just one bursted him. If every single flamethrower attack at the start went into him. Wow, I had miasma, and wow, he had blasting charge invulnerability on it. Okay, I'm gonna send the pet again. Three seconds.
Your pet has returned.
So now let's test if the flamethrower car damage is better than the flat damage from the legs. I might remove the flamethrower tier 3 bonus when testing, and there's an easy way to remove it, just break the set. So first I'm gonna test it without doing anything right now. It didn't do damage, really? Oh, come on. Flame, get real. Do damage. No, it doesn't do... Fuck. See, now I can't test this. Because the flame apparently can't hit the dummy. Oh, now it hit it. 17,000. Alright. Now let's try with this and then with this. Now my flamethrower car is not tier 3. It didn't do damage. How do I get it to do damage? Come on. Look at this. I just want to see what gives me better. How did I get it to attack earlier and to hit? Do I need to not target the dummy, but target behind the dummy? I guess that's how it's done. 18,000 something. With this one. Okay, I'm targeting behind the dummy. Over here. 21,000. Oh, the damage increase is huge. Huge. Huge damage increase between flat damage and 26% flamethrower car damage. Now it critted 59,000. I'm gonna just test it one more. As I suspected, the percent damage is better than the flat when it comes to the stats, because 25% is a lot more than 800-900 flat. Even if you get that flat damage to like 1,000, it's still probably not gonna be enough. 18,609. Because you can get the flat, you can get the percent wife bound and increase it as well. 21,000. So that's like, I'm not sure how much of an increase is between 18,600 and 21,000 something, but it's a big increase. So keep that in mind. If you're doing flamethrower car builds, you're probably better off taking damage with flamethrower car instead of flat damage. Yeah, the flat damage works on everything, not just flamethrower car, but for this build, the main source of DPS is flamethrower car. So eventually you would want damage with flamethrower car maybe on the chest and the legs, if it can drop on both things as a percent. On as many places as it can row, you would want that. Even on a weapon, you might be better off having this if it can row, instead of another 1,100 damage. Because you can stack it, and when it's wife bound, it probably reaches close to 30%. and you're not sure whether you're liking the train guy, gonna stick it out. In the first few levels it might feel boring until you unlock flamethrower car, and once you reach level 20, if you've saved up some points for flamethrower car, you might see the difference. And I think Doom Pipe maybe doesn't work until you're level 60, but once you're level 60 it does seem to not consume, it doesn't consume your endurance anymore, and still gives you that bonus. I'm probably not gonna find another dividing map, but there it was. I did a dividing gear Wookiee Goblin map, 0 drops. Just not Wookiee today at all. 3 hours without a single legendary dropping. Are we gonna set a record today? Personal record, of course, there's probably people who spent much more without a drop. Yesterday I was getting on average for an hour probably 2-3 drops on normal difficulty. On normal difficulty doing Fuzzier was much better. So I guess right now if you wanna farm, stick to normal. But today I'm testing ridiculous just so I can say, hey, I tested it, it's shit. But we gotta be patient. The patch is next week, most likely on Tuesday or Wednesday. When they patch, they're probably changing the drop rates. They might have figured out what's messing with those. But many people quit because of those drop rates already. So hopefully they fix the drop rates and some people might return. And hopefully they have some changes planned for how the Fuzzier operates. Or another endgame activity added soon. But if there was an endgame activity added soon, they would definitely want our feedback before it gets added by testing it on the public test realm. So for now we're just gonna get the new items, the new pets, the new fort decors, and maybe some quality of life tweaks and rebalances, along with bug fixes. Oh, nice. But yeah, I'm happy with the DPS. As I expected, the DPS is great. Come on, come on. Okay, here we go. Shitty weapon, shitty boots, shitty weapon, shitty weapon. Kind of a shitty weapon, not so bad though. And the pet is ready to go back. How am I doing with the gold? 11,000? Close. I'm gonna quickly drink some, just give me a moment. I'm gonna drink some water. Nice. Gotta hydrate.
Your pet has arrived.
Come on, come on. And here we go. Oh, wow, wow. Those drones, the heavy drones, the warriors, soldiers, whatever they're called, they can be pretty quick. Did I just glitch the game? I found a bug with the camera. Let's see how far I need to be to avoid the bug. This far is fine. This far, is it fine? Not much. Oh, we can see the insides of the map. That seems weird, but okay, we're seeing inside the meshes. Okay, enough messing around. Yes, it's inevitable when you've designed it in such a way and you have an option to zoom in. It's inevitable to have some cases where the camera would be covered by a mesh of some sort, like a prop or wall or whatever. And what has been shocked? My poison novel was shackled. Boom. Still no drops. Man, this is the longest streak. The longest streak ever of how many maps I've done without drops. Even in alpha, I never went more than 20 maps without a drop. In the alpha, that was my record, 20 maps. Today, I think I've done more than 20 maps. Come on, Torchlight 3, don't do this to me. give me a fucking legendary. Even when it drops Neku sticks, at least it's dropping legendaries. But yeah. Time for the next one. Let's do...
Your pet has returned. Oh, are you sure? That makes me strangely hungry. If you think you can take it, so
Not this. Most of the time I guess we're doing plague bearer maps, because that's where the affixes I want to do end up hiding.
What could go wrong?
Not this time though.
Can you do it with one arm tied behind your back? What will it be? So decisive.
Right, Stormbringer Gearwalkie Hivit map. Bring it on. I still wish we could get that Gearwalkie buff for ourselves and not need to go to other people's forts to get that Gearwalkie buff after dropping a blue or other item. For people that are playing solo, it would be nice to have an option to not need to go to someone else's fort and go through extra 2 loading screens, just so you can get that that buff. And you're losing a lot of the duration of that buff before you teleport to your own fort. But I know they made it just to encourage people to play together. But when there aren't that many people playing and it's not that easy to group up in the game, it doesn't have an LFG channel or anything like that. It doesn't have a matchmaking system that's automated. It's nice to at least give solo players some way of getting some bonuses. The same way multiplayer gives you bonuses. Even if we can't get the adventurous work, we should be able to get the work from the tree of work after donating an item, even if it's our own tree and even if it's maxed out. Come on, come on. Oh, did they silence my busting charge? Okay. Well, I'm pretty happy with the clearing at least. At least the maps are going fast. Even when I'm trying to queue everything on my way. Not trying to rush the maps or anything. I'm wondering if rushing the maps would be the better choice, so I can have more bosses and chests per hour. Because right now I can just get those 5 left lost remains and then I can just rush to the boss. Come on, come on. Right, what's here? This is junk. This is junk. At least I'm getting some contract levels. Later I'm gonna get some gold from those contract levels. Maybe a drop. Right, there we go. What's that? Dead goblin? Oh, wait, my train. Come on, map. Come on. It's so discouraging when you're playing for hours and hours and you get 0 legendaries. I mean, it's not like the build is not good enough the way it is, but I really want to optimize my items a little bit more. Come on. I'm off to the boss room. My miasma would end before the boss. Should I just do a few boss runs for quick drops? Would it even work doing bosses for drops? I'm gonna test it. I'm gonna do a few boss only maps. Okay, I'm not gonna take this. So let's say I'm going into level 19 maps and just doing the bosses a few times in a row to see if it's gonna be better for my chances. You never know, you never know. Maybe that's what I need. More bosses and boss chests per hour. But so far most of my drops have been from trash mobs. Come on, pet.
Your pet has returned.
Yeah, let's do stage 19 boss fights. Switching up the strategy, hopefully it works and rewards me this time. I'm gonna do, let's do 10. 10 seems like a decent high number of consecutive boss kills. Come on, no. Okay, 1 down, 9 to go. I mean, I don't need XP, so boss runs won't be a bad thing to try and farm. Oh no, let's sell. Too much stuff here. I wish I could quickly select and deselect the things I want to disenchant and bulk disenchant. Okay, second boss. Come on. So here we are. Yeah, this one takes a little bit longer than Kronk. Kronk is probably one of the quickest ones to kill. Although White Bolt should be just as quick, because it also doesn't have invulnerability phases. And Psora, I think she doesn't have invulnerability either, so... Those are kind of the three bosses that... Maybe there's a few more. I've noticed Shriekbeak having some sort of phase where you hit it but it doesn't take damage. Not sure he always had it, but he does right now. Okay, 2 bosses, let's do another 8. Just trying to maximize the chests. Wait, which one? Oh yeah, let's just do Strong Tusk. So this vulnerability phase might be a little bit more annoying to deal with than the pie ones on this stage. But I'm really loving my damage. It's not fully optimized and it can be much better with enough flamethrower card damage affixes. And the train is not focusing, it's a little bit less DPS-y. They've dropped high-vid potions in this map, interesting. Getting high-vid potions in an Act 1 kind of a map. One of the weirdest things today. HP, HP.
Back already?
Your pet has arrived.
You said
What have we here? White votes, Quo Quo, Sudista. Yeah, white vote, obvious choice. So 3 down, that's number 4. There. That was a pretty nice burst. I waited to have enough energy for Miasma, then activated Miasma and Flamethrower Car. You can see how his HP went down pretty quickly. Taper Shield, no. So far it's been such a disappointing farming day. At least give me a good blue item. I mean, come on, at least give me a good melee weapon with only flat damages. That's one-handed that I can replace this pistol for. By the way, this is broken. This one doesn't trigger unless it's a melee attack. I'm gonna show you. See now? It didn't seem to trigger. I'm hearing the sound and it's triggering the stuff, but I'm not seeing the animation. But if I do it now, from here, I think we saw that. It's a little bit hard to see it. But yeah, I think it worked. It's hard to tell, but yeah. In any case, let's get rid of this. Okay, that was 4 bosses. Let's do boss number 5. Skill Force, welcome, hi to you. So boss number 5. Let's see how many bosses I need to do to get something. If I'm only running bosses after boss after boss. Because I did maps. I've been doing maps for the past close to 3 hours. Yeah, let's say I've done maps for 3 hours and I've been streaming for 3 hours 24 minutes. So let's say the past 20 minutes I've been running bosses. Though it was much less. I think didn't spend more than 10 minutes already on bosses. Maybe 15 max. He was a bit tougher now. White Vote died quicker than him. And for White Vote I didn't come prepared with miasma full and ready. The dummy is really great to pre-regenerate your relic energy. Fill up the energy before you go into the boss map and then you can just burst it. Come on, game. It's just stuck. It will get unstuck in a moment, but I guess it just having trouble spinning up the fort. Maybe I'm gonna get disconnected from server as a message. Alright, I'm gonna do something I forgot to do. I forgot to post on Discord that I'm streaming. Might as well use this time to do so. So yeah, I did get disconnected as I expected. I mean, if it's taking too long to load, there's definitely a disconnect to be involved. Maybe I wasn't the only one that got disconnected. By the way, Skillforce, I read your message as hi, but it seems to be VI. Did you mean that as 6 as Roman 6, or was that just a mistyped hi? In any case, I might have just misunderstood it. At first I read it as a hi, but now I just, upon examining it again, I saw it's not. Shriek Beak, well, let's go siege. But today is the most unlucky of all the days in the game. I don't think I've gotten for such a long streak before. 3.5 hours without a legendary. Excluding legendary recipes, because they're just they just don't count. They're not real legendaries. Come on. So what is here? More green. Oh, finally a legendary after the drop. Did we get a disconnect just so our work can be reset as well? Arc power chest, that's actually not a bad one. Definitely not a bad chest, but I think I already had it. If I didn't, well, now I do. I'm gonna put it in my shared stash. Normally I don't do legendaries for my chest, even though I can get gear work. I just don't think it's worth it. Okay.
Another day, another dungeon.
Wait.
Okay.
This doesn't seem right. What's this one doing here?
Your pet has arrived.
Step right up, contestant.
So that was boss number 5.
Well chosen.
Now we're doing boss number 6. Let's do Psora. But yeah, at least we got something. We got a drop finally. There is hope. There is hope on the horizon there somewhere about the cosmic helmet and the cosmic gauntlets dropping, or a better one-handed melee weapon. Time for the train. Some of the effects I'm not hearing. I think it's glitched. I think the sound got glitched in the game. I'm not hearing the sound effects of the attacks of the skills. Alright, let's see. Oh, sorry. I keep touching my stupid microphone with my hands when I move them. And I touch mostly the cable that's sticking at the bottom, and it's coming very close to my keyboard. I need to rework a better place to keep it. Maybe I can move it on my other side. Okay, let's do boss number 7. Or is it boss number 6 now? I think we just did boss number 6, so let's do boss number 7. See if 10 bosses can give us something. Let's do Wide Vote. Just gonna get a little bit of energy before Wide Vote. That should do the trick. So I'm ready to burst. Busting Charge, Miasma, and the train cars. I kind of messed it up because I started the combo before the train was out. so messed up the whole burst. Alright, time for boss number 8. So yeah, once I'm done with 10 bosses, I'm going back to doing maps, cause doing bosses is not my kind of way of playing games. If I liked speed farming bosses, I would have kept playing Borderlands 3. Although in there you had a lot of different content. I gotta give it to Gearbox when they gave us variety of endgame in Borderlands 3. You have farming bosses, you have those, my favorite part actually was the trials of the content we got. You've got other named enemies you can farm. Is it disconnecting me again? I think it is. I think I'm getting disconnected again. It's not my internet, because my stream is running. So yeah, I'm just gonna wait for the this message. Just a second, let's go here. Okay, that's great now. Are we gonna get Wookie after the disconnect immediate drop? And it's weird that it's glitching on my road back. Wait, was that the one-handed mace? Stuff, never mind. It's glitching me on my way back to... And now I can't move. Okay, now I can move. Come on.
Back already?
So which one do we get now? Is this number 8 that I'm doing? I think I'm doing number 8. Shriek Beak was the Wookiee one earlier. That gave me the drop. Oh, I forgot to charge up my energy before the boss. Well, next time. And Marvin R 1986. I spoke to one of the moderators about the percent chance to slow on bosses and he says it's intentional, which is weird because poison, burn and shock work on percent chance. But yeah, that's weird because it works from skills, so why would it be intentional on other things and not on skills? Which moderator was it? Fox or Papi or who? Maybe there was a misunderstanding. Did you tell him that it works with skills but not with it works with some skills but not with the one from the weapon? If it works to be able to slow bosses with spike drive, we should be able to slow bosses with chance to slow on shields and offhands. Shuriku-san says, hey, what do you think is the best relic for Railmaster? Well, I can't say best relic, but you wouldn't go wrong with Flaming Destroyer, Bane or Electrode. Cheiku. Well, I'm not sure if Cheku knows about. Did you tell him about Spike Drive being able to slow, and Holy Fury being able to slow, and Dark Spears being able to slow bosses, and Rizi being able to slow bosses, and Tide Grouping being able to slow bosses, just not affixes from items? Well, no shit. Of course, it doesn't work with shield and focus, because we've tested it and we know. But the thing is, uh, I'm not convinced it's intentional. I need to check some of the patch notes. I will check some of the patch notes later regarding things like this. Because if it's intentional, why can't we slow them with skills? It makes no sense to be able to slow bosses with skills, but not with affixes. Then what's the fucking point of this affix if it doesn't work on bosses? Because the things where you need all your damage and all your bonuses, it's on bosses. The things where you would need this lantern flash and things like that would be bosses. You don't need that much DPS on other enemies. And it kind of sucks forcing people into using skills to slow. And if you have that affix, then just remove the stupid affix then. If they don't want the slowing bosses. I never would agree with this being a necessary nerf. Necessary nerf to not be able to slow bosses with affixes, while being able to do it with so many skills on every class, I think, except maybe the Forged has something that can slow a boss as a skill. So right now, if I want to slow bosses, I need to remove Poison Nova and just put 1 point into Spike Drive. Okay, let's do it. Let's do this. I can still do it now.
Welcome back, contender.
But yeah, it's not a nice way to handle this like that. And again, until I hear it from a developer, I won't believe that this is intended. Until a developer tells me, hey, yes, we thought this is overpowered and we nerfed it. I mean, moderators are not developers, and they're not always informed about the reason behind certain things. But I will read through some patch notes. After this boss, I will go on Firefox on my browser. I will share my screen. We can look through the patch notes for slow. I will scroll down all the way to like early access start and see if there is a patch note where they mention something about slow or chance to slow. About this change. I'm pretty sure I was able to slow bosses before. Long ago I was able to slow bosses with those affixes, so there should be something in the patch notes if it was an intentional change. Otherwise, then I would consider it a bug or a silent nerf, but silent nerfs have rarely happened in this game. They do try to put in the patch notes every single change. So yeah, let's go and oh, that's actually pretty good block and evasion on the same item, and a socket and a built-in defense. So yeah, I'm gonna go in Firefox. Let's go into Steam. Into Steam, is that Steam? Steam announcements. Alright, I'm here. Let me share my screen. So what I'm gonna do now is I'm gonna put super speed scroll mode and scroll down as fast as I can, far back all the way to like July or June. We're in August now. And now we're reaching the GUI posts. Is that GUI? That's GUI. Alright, let's go back to June. Further down. Going back down to June, and we're in June now. Okay, now Control F and search for SWO. And let's look through all the SWO stuff. Returned SWO and chill chain suffix on gear. Okay. Yeah, I'm not seeing anything about this. And we're back to see, there's no mention about this changing. No mention about this changing intentionally. So I'm gonna assume it's a bug until I get a confirmation from a developer that it's not. Unless it's changed before early access started, because I went all the way to the start of early access with the posts, and searching SWO didn't yield any results regarding a patch note for this thing. So yeah, let's say it's a bug, and let's say maybe he's not informed well. It's acceptable. I mean, people are people are human. They can't know everything. So until I get a confirmation from a developer, I'm gonna take this with a grain of salt. Not coming from a developer.
Step right up, contestant. You say that went with the
But thanks for talking to him, though. Thanks for talking. Which old flaming destroyer build? If you want very old videos, look at my Torchlight Frontiers videos. Don't look at my Torchlight 3 videos. Because my early access videos are one thing. But yeah, look at Torchlight Frontiers. Look at Flame and Train build, maybe. I can try and look it up myself. Let me check. Flame and Train. Torchlight 3. Train and Flame, actually that's the name of the build. Alright, I'm gonna share my browser again. And we can look at it together. So let me just put better quality. And this is from the 30th of July 2019. I'm gonna try and find the boss fight. It's probably somewhere at the end. Well, there should have been a boss fight somewhere here. Okay, I think that was the boss, the end of map boss. Well, I'm not swowing him though. I'm probably not using chance to swow in my gear. But yeah, I'm gonna quickly check if I had chance to swow in my gear now. These are the old skill trees. So my gear should be after my skills. And that's the pet skills, so it should be somewhere here. This didn't have chance to swow. I'm gonna figure out if I had chance to swow in my thing. And the thing is, I don't have this video on my what's it called? I don't have this on my hard drive. I have it on an external hard drive right now, and I can't pick up that video from there. Doom pipe. Yeah, I didn't have dead boom. I didn't have the chance to swow on this thing. So that's how it was. So I can't confirm with this video. I'm gonna need to look into some of my other videos, like Railmaster Torchlight Frontiers build. Oops. This one. This one should be the one I need. Because this one was my slammer. But the problem is with this one, I'm probably doing it with spike drive. So it's gonna be hard to tell. But in any case, fuck this. I'm gonna check later. Let's just go and farm some wood. But yeah, I need to confirm whether it was able to swow, and I'll do it some other time. But I couldn't confirm it through that video because I didn't have the chance to swow on it, on my items. Yeah, I wanted to check for myself because there's been so many changes ever since then, so many changes. And unless it's in patch notes, it's hard to follow everything that changes. But it really makes no sense for this to not allow us to swow bosses when you can do it with other things. See, if you can swow bosses with one thing, you should be able to swow them with another. That's normally how they operate in this game. If they changed a certain effect to not apply on a boss, then that effect would not apply from any source. Not just do it applicable from one source and not applicable from another source. Because this goes against the logic they have used so far when doing nerfs and buffs and things like that. It's the first time I'm hearing about something like this. I was actually very surprised when you said this, when you said that this was intentional. Because it just doesn't seem like something that would be intentional. Did you notice something in the video I showed you? Did you notice my hero was level 100? Level 100 was the max back then. You could get level 50 in Act 1 and level 50 in Act 2, and those would be separate. But you could still use Act 2 items in Act 1. And they would just be slightly nerfed. And your level came from the two levels combined. The levels of one act combined with the level from another act gave you your total level. And the skill tree was more like Diablo 2 style, where you had to invest points into certain things to unlock the other things. Which I really didn't like the skill tree from back then. Oh, my pet is away. This game has gone a long way since April 2019 when I started playing. There's been a lot of changes, a lot of progress has been done. They've been constantly at a steady pace making big changes, reworking things based on player feedback and pumping out those updates. Okay, I think I need to do one more boss fight and then I can go back to mapping. I wanted to do 10 bosses.
Your pet is back.
The maps were different back then though. There were so many nice map layouts that took longer, and you had to do one map. Most maps would have 2 or 3 stages, so it would be like some maps wouldn't even have a boss arena, and the boss would be just at the end of the map somewhere. And I like the triple stage maps where you would go through one stage, then go down to the next floor, clear the second floor, then go to the third floor where the boss would be. Let's see now with the boss being swallowed. For now, I'm gonna equip Spike Drive in the build. When I do make the build, I will tell people, yeah, use Spike Drive, but if this was a bug and it was not intended, and when it gets fixed, remove the points from Spike Drive and put it into Poison Nova for some survivability. But yeah, for now I'm probably gonna keep the build like this with Spike Drive inside of the setup on the skill bar. Because I think it's worth it going that way with the skill point allocations. And just 1 point is more than enough to get Spike Drive to do its job by slowing bosses. Okay, enough bosses, let's do some maps now. Let's try Gearwalkie maps again.
What will it be? You say that now. Oh, are you sure?
Gearwalkie Berserking, Gearwalkie all traps, any dividing one. Yeah, okay, whatever, let's do... Let's try this one. Vitoxin is back here, just a tip struck. The only one-handed weapon that's good is the hand... What? That's the only one-handed with crit chance. Yeah, I know it's with crit chance, but I don't want to play ranged attack. I just don't want to do ranged attack. I want to do melee. I want to do melee to trigger fighter spirit for the damage reduction. Because when they fixed so that blasting charge doesn't trigger fighter spirit, and when they fixed it so that miasma doesn't trigger fighter spirit, I would be stuck with only hammer spin to trigger fighter spirit. And I would prefer to use a sword for the AoE basic attacks on this setup. I just don't like using pistol, but it's just not dropping me good stuff. And by the way, this cannon is a bug. This cannon shouldn't give 5% crit chance. So don't get too attached to buggy things. It's a miss. I'm actually gonna report this right now, if it's not reported. Because don't get attached to bugs and glitches as sources of damage. Because it's been like that for a while, and I've been liking it that it's like that for a while. But I'm pretty sure it's not intended to have crit chance on a one-handed weapon. After this map I can go and see if it hasn't been reported already. Most likely people already reported it, but this is not intended. So yeah, you get 5% or whatever percent crit chance now, but it's not gonna last forever. Wait, what's happening to my train? My train is... There we go. It wasn't letting me use my train. And yeah, the hand cannon, I know what the hand cannon is. It's a one-handed pistol. And I know my gun is not one. I just wanted to check if it was the same one, but it looked differently. It looked differently because it has that blade underneath it, and the hand cannon doesn't. But in any case, yeah, don't rely on a hand cannon for the crit chance. And by the way, I did that dividing goblins gearwalkie map, and I didn't get a drop, but I got a ton of green and blue items. So it's still good for farming, but for farming gold. But so far it's been close to 4 hours, only one legendary dropped, and that legendary dropped after 3.5 hours of farming. Ridiculous. Ridiculous is the worst place to farm. On normal yesterday I was getting a reasonably nice amount of legendary items. I was getting at least a legendary every hour on normal. Today on ridiculous, trying to go for gearwalkie maps, maybe gearwalkie dividing when I can find it, and it's not dropping. It's just terrible work today. In fact, that drop I got from a boss chest. Then I decided to just do bosses. I decided to do 10 bosses one after the other. It's just you're super lucky. You're incredibly lucky, and you should be happy that you're getting as many drops. You're probably one of the few people that is getting this many drops playing on ridiculous. So enjoy your blessed account. Hopefully soon they would fix with the patch on Tuesday or Wednesday, whenever the patch is. They would fix drop rates on ridiculous and drop rates in the Fuzzier dungeon. But yeah, for now it feels kind of broken. I've tested unique 50+. I've tested every map I do is 50% gear work. I don't do maps that don't have the gear worky. Some of them would be unique, some of them would be dividing, some of them would be something else. It's just not dropping, and that's it. It just doesn't wanna drop. It's just random. It's random. Sometimes you get lucky, sometimes you don't. I'm in a day today that it just doesn't drop today as much as it did yesterday. You can see every map I've done since I started farming has been a gear lucky map. The only maps that weren't gear wookie are the ones I did at the beginning, where I pushed until level 50. I decided, alright, let's push the Fuzzier until level 50 and then start farming, so I can have more maps to check. But it's taking so long to check maps, so I just check the first couple of batches and then pick one out of those if there's a gear wookie. There really needs a lot of quality of life for the Fuzzier. We need a filter. We need a filter that lets us select the affix we want, and then it highlights the map cards that contain this. You know how each time you select a challenge level you have 3 cards? It needs to start highlighting this challenge level to tell you that the affix you're looking for is in one of the 3 maps for that challenge level. So let's say I've selected gear wookie and divided, and then I see this one glowing, and then I click here and one of the maps is glowing because it's the one with gear wookie divided. Or even if they don't do a second stage of glowing, just knowing that one of those 3 is enough for me to know to get there. But when it comes to superstitions and things like that, see, unique gear wookie, I can do this one now. It's just that RNG, ever since the game launched, has been terrible to me. It's been terrible, it's been bad, it's been making me feel like I'm playing a game that's called Torture Yourself 3. We'll see. And the thing is, I really want those items when I'm making builds. When it comes to making builds, it's all about finding the right gear that gives you that synergy. I can consider this build ready even right now without having those drops, but those drops would definitely allow me to push a little bit better in the DPS department. Being able to free up my leg slot, and being able to free up that legendarium slot where the helmet is right now, to consider the shotgunner's shield there. The shotgunner shield needs to go into the legendarium. I mean, how many Railmaster items have I unlocked? 11 out of 15. So there's still 4 Railmaster items I haven't gotten. And I only need 1. I need the shotgunner shield, I need the cosmic helmet, which I already have in my legendarium. But I need to wear it as level 16, not level 13 like my other helmet. Or actually, it might be even level 11, I think. And I need the gauntlets, because they have a very nice synergy for a build like this. It's not amazing, but it is decent. But even if I don't get the shield, I'm fine. I'd much rather just get the helmet. That's the one must-have item for me right now, is getting the helmet. The other ones are very quality of life things to squeeze more out of the build. And I will gamble when I'm getting close to 19,000, which I'm pretty close now, with the coins. I'm gonna do it again. I already dumped full 19-something thousand coins once today on helmets. Let's see how many times I'm gonna unload a full gold coin deposit on the gambler before I get a legendary helmet. And it's gonna be shitty if I get a legendary helmet and it's like a wood beast or skittering or arc powered. But at least it's gonna be legendary, so.
You can't do that.
Come on, train. Okay, let's go here.
Your inventory is full.
And Funcore is saying he wants an unlimited dungeon. I'm actually a big anti-fan of true unlimited. If I wanted true unlimited, I wouldn't have quit Diablo 3. If I wanted unlimited Paragon levels and unlimited Rift levels. I like my endgame having an actual end that I can reach and then farm. And try and focus my build around whether it can do this end, this final stage. That's the hand cannon. See, this crit chance is the crit chance for two-handed. I'm gonna make a screenshot and then report it later. I'm gonna keep this one for screenshot purposes. I'm pretty sure they know about this. Pretty positive they already are aware, and I won't be surprised if this gets fixed on Tuesday. We'll see. It's not a high priority for them, so maybe it won't get fixed immediately. With all the things that are making us underpowered, one thing to make us overpowered is not that big of a deal. Let's go kill every enemy over here. Pretty strange why there isn't a single elite champion enemy here. There should have been at least one greeny green around this part of the map. Maybe I just gotta kill the other ones to make him spawn. Okay, going for the boss now.
You are overloaded.
Okay, let's wait for the pet to return quickly.
Your pack is too heavy.
3 seconds, let's see if I missed some comments. Vitoxin says, I think that the hand cannon should stay like that. I don't think it should stay like that. If it should stay like that, then make every other weapon one-handed. It's just not fair for melee builds and for other one-handed builds where there's only one item that's one-handed that has crit chance. It's just not fair for other builds. It's imbalanced to have a weapon like that. That gives you as much crit chance as a two-hander. They removed not removed, they added crit chance on two-handers for a reason, to make the crit chance the thing that makes you want to pick a two-hander over a one-handed weapon. With that, who would want to pick a two-hander, knowing that you can get that crit chance on a one-handed weapon? It's just making everyone want to pick that one item, and destroys a lot of the variety of the itemization. I wouldn't mind getting crit chance on one-handed weapons, just not as much as a two-hander. So let's say two-hander gets up to 10% without the wife bound, and maybe the one-handed could get up to 5% without the wife bound. And then it could work nicely. But on every one-handed weapon, not on just that one pistol. And maybe they can make certain weapons give you crit chance, certain weapons give you crit damage, certain weapons give you other things. But again, they just already have sorted out what makes the weapons different, and that's the different damages and the different basic attack speeds. And the rest would be stat stick stuff. And they definitely wanted the crit chance to be the thing that makes you want to pick two-handed weapons, not the hand cannon. Oh, my game just crashed. If they change it to have every single weapon being with crit, again, that's gonna just destroy, it's just gonna destroy the variety. The one thing that sets two-handed weapons apart from one-handed weapons is they have a little bit higher number on their damage affixes, and they have the crit chance to make up for losing the offhand SWAT, giving them that extra affix. It's really gonna destroy a lot of things in the variety if they keep the one-handed hand cannon the way it is. And if they add crit chance to every weapon, even if they add 5% or 4% to every one-handed weapon, again it's gonna destroy this whole difference between that separates two-handed with one-handed. Because you can get extra bonus stats on a focus item, you can get extra bonus stats on a shield, and get more defensive ability and things like that. But the two-hander only has a little bit higher flat damages and other things, and it only has a little bit of crit chance at the top, which can go up to like 10, and it is nice when it goes up to like 10. I know people like things to be overpowered and to have that one thing to be stronger and just to get that one item, but that's not balance. And balance is probably one of the hardest things to do in those games, to make sure everything is a viable option.
But can you do it with one arm tied behind your back? I mean, what could go
I'm
wrong?
not gonna do the same map, it was glitchy and got me to disconnect, to crash.
That's interesting. Oh, so tough. That doesn't sound so tough. I could do that.
Let's do the Stormbringer. Netherwell Stormbringer. Oh no, it's time for Gambo. I almost didn't notice. I've got close to 20k. Now it's the perfect time to go and try and get that helmet. Almost 20k.
Just who I wanted to see.
Come on, come on. Not lucky so far. Come on, come on, come on. Let's see. Half of the money is gone now. Few more. Few ups left. Maybe 2 more. Or maybe 3 more. Unlucky so far. Can't even get a good blue one, but my blue one is not a bad one. This one's probably... no, it's not better. Well, unlucky.
You come back with more.
Let's try some gear bundles now. Since I'm at the city, might as well use my time.
Gear for coin. Gear for coin. Oh, you'll be back.
Thankfully I'm getting the spectacles because I do need a lot of those.
I'll see you soon, I'm sure.
Few contracts left, come on.
Gear for coin. Gear for coin. Oh, you'll be
I hate when this happens, when it closes my whole inventory with escape instead of just the little window. And Budriel wants me to give Sky some petting. Sky, is he here? He's at the end of the room. I'm gonna do it in a moment. We'll do it. And Michael is asking, is it possible that the wood is buggy in the endgame? It's completely possible. In fact, it's most likely the case. That's most likely the case, that the wood is buggy in certain difficulties or in certain maps and zones. I mean, I don't know. The developers were saying that we are supposed to get a legendary every 2.5 hours, and that was a couple of months ago, month and a half, 2 months ago in a dev stream. And I've definitely had much worse experience today. Yesterday on normal it was fine. Today on ridiculous, it was just tragic. It was terribly bad with the drops.
just who I wanted to see. I'll see you soon.
Okay, a few more contracts left. Few more contracts left to do. Let's see. With those contracts, I'm gonna use this. I'm gonna use this. Use this. This. That legendary wood is just so elusive.
Here for coin. Here for coin.
Even from those gear bundles on my low level heroes, I'm getting a lot of legendaries. On one of my lobbies I got with 20 contract levels worth of bundles, I got 7 legendaries. On this guy I'm already up to like 250 contract bundles and not a single legendary.
Oh, you'll be back.
Wait, did I sell a blue bundle? No, I
You'll come
didn't.
back with more coin.
How many more bundles? 12. Okay. It take me to 11 and then that took me to 10. Okay.
Here for coin. Here for coin.
Sell this and let's sell this and this.
Oh, you'll do.
Collect the final 3.
Just who I wanted to see.
Okay, let's try and open stuff now. It's just sometimes I don't know what happens with the work, but sometimes it's just like the game decides enough work for you. You've gotten enough work.
If you have money, I got here.
Make a new hero, otherwise you won't get lucky.
I'll see you soon. Here for
Okay,
coin.
let's keep trying.
Here for coin.
If I wasn't making content on this game, if I didn't depend on my content from this game, I would have uninstalled it until they fix it. Believe me, the only thing that's keeping me playing this game is that I have to make content for this game. Because I depend on it, in a way. But yeah, it sucks for someone that has played this game so much to be shafted by the RNG so often. I had this problem with my sharpshooter. I have this problem now with the Railmaster. Whenever I'm playing on the harder difficulties, whenever I'm doing endgame, it's just showing me the middle finger. When I play on WoW with heroes, oh, you want legendary drops? Here, have a bunch of those. Have more than you can handle. When I'm playing on normal yesterday, it was giving me a lot of drops as well.
Back already?
I'm pretty sure now if I switch to normal for a few maps, I'm probably gonna see within 5 or 6 maps a drop.
Oh, are you sure? Wouldn't have been.
Let's do this map again. Sky, come on here. We can pet him now. Sky came here, but now he's running away when I started moving. He's just standing next to me and begging for food. But yeah, he ate. Someone just came back home and that's why he's switching into beg mode. He has this kind of reflex whenever someone comes home, he switches to begging mode to try and get some more food. Gluttonous pet. The gluttonous pet. I mean, I could give him a little to make him stop, but then he's gonna learn that we always give him whenever he wants, and it's not healthy for him. It's not healthy for him. If he's too fat, he starts getting back pain because his belly would be too heavy. And I've noticed that that's the case, so I'm keeping him on a diet. Yeah, the cat. He's ever since we castrated him and sterilized him, whatever the right word is. Ever since then, he has had more appetite, and he has been getting spoiled when there's more people at home. He tries to beg food from everyone. And for example, I can feed him, and then 5 minutes later he's gonna try and beg someone else to give him food. Because he knows he's not stupid. He's actually very clever, and he thinks that we don't know that that other people are giving him food. So he would think that the other person wouldn't know I've given him food, and he would get that extra food. He's fucking smart. He's not stupid. Yeah. I've actually taught him to wink with one eye, so he's definitely not a stupid cat. if he knows when to wink with one eye when we are playing, and yeah, I mean, if even when I was teaching him to start winking with one eye, I could see him struggling trying to imitate me, because I was watching him in the eyes and he was watching me, and I was winking with one eye, with the other, slowly, and then he started trying to do it himself slowly, and now he can do it. When he feels playful, he will just start running around the apartment, then stop in one place, look at you and wink at you. So he even knows the concept of when to fucking wink. Smart cat. But it was funny when he was trying to learn how to wink. You can see him trying to close just one eye, and it's weird. But it's fun that he now understands exactly when this needs to be done. Wait, what's this? Ice damage. Okay, let's maybe keep this. Yeah, let's see if the unlucky streak will continue. We're getting close to 5 hours of play without anything but one item. We did get that arc power chest, so it's not a completely dry spell of a day, but it's as dry as it can get, almost. From one to Sahara, how dry was today in regards to drops? Almost Sahara. Oh, there we go. Berserk Crusher. At least it's dropping. So how many hours was it? 4 hours 31 minutes, 2 drops. Now we're within their suggested 1 hour every 2.5 hours. One item every 2.5 hours. Now for the next 30 minutes I shouldn't get a drop to be within their suggested drop rates. And thanks very much for the follow, Kiyoshi03. Thank you very much, Kiyoshi. Welcome to the Struck Club to you. Oh, look at that, suddenly something happened and it's giving me another one. I mean, it's giving me shitty ones, but it's still giving me those, so I can only be happy when it gives me stuff. It's starting to even out, But why did it suddenly unglitch, like, out of nowhere? See, a third one. Look at that, what's happening? It's like something changed in the backend. Like, okay, he wants drop rates, let's wave the magic stick and give him some drop rates. What's that like? See, that's so bad. When you don't get items and then suddenly in one map you get 3 to catch up on that, instead of steadily getting 1 a map or 1 every 2 maps. This is what I mean. RNG. We need ways to deal with RNG when RNG is being a bitch, and it just like I don't know what the best way to describe it is. It's like the RNG in this game is going through puberty. It doesn't know exactly what it wants, and it's just doing one thing, then in the next moment doing another thing. It's the problem child of the game. But yeah, getting 3, this is just beyond silly, getting those 3 drops in one map after not getting more than one for 4 and something hours. This is just, if not silly, I don't know what to call it.
Is full.
Alright, pet, go sell. Five seconds, 4 seconds, 3, 2, 1.
Your pet is back.
Alright, what's this way?
That spell is lost.
Come on, come on. And you see, by the way, 2 of the items were the same one item. Another great display of of getting the same stuff. And Apomos says, "Hi Struck, what is this build? Are you relying on basic attacks?" I will be relying on basic attacks a little for fighter spirit. When I get a melee fighter weapon, I can get a good one-handed blue sword or mace. I really want a good blue sword or mace, and I can get one from my storage from the wardrobe of my sharpshooter. I have a spare one, but I don't feel like changing to the sharpshooter. I don't like how I can't access my sharpshooter storage from my Railmaster and take non-sharpshooter items. Never liked this limitation of the wardrobe system. As it would require me to go, to walk out, to walk in on my sharpshooter, to take the item from the stash to make room in the shared stash, and then to go to the storage, take to the wardrobe, take the item from the wardrobe, put it in the shared stash, and then walk back into this one. Instead of just going into this one and interacting with the sharpshooter wardrobe and just taking the item from there. Could have been so much easier. Oh, finally, this is actually the item I wanted. This is actually what I was talking about. I mean, it's not the same, because it doesn't have a socket, so never mind. I just realized it doesn't have a socket. See, I want something like this item, but with a socket. That's all I want. It could be a sword, it could be a mace. What's the time? 6:48. I'm getting so hungry. But I'm gonna stream for another, like, at least 2.5 hours. Maybe 3. Yeah, Berserk Crusher, Berserk
Your
Crusher,
pet has returned.
Sugar Demolisher. Actually, I don't need essence. I'm just better off selling it instead of getting essence out of it. 100 gold coins is 100 gold coins after all. It's pretty shitty that we can only sell legendaries for 100 gold coins and not for 1000 or for 500 at least. Very underwhelming when you get shitty legendaries you don't need, and the best you can get is 100 gold coins. It's a bigger ripoff than Pawn Stars and those fake trades that they're making there with hired actors that are bringing them the actual goods to sell. So it's bigger ripoff than the scripted Pawn Stars show, selling legendary items for 100 gold coins. Boom room or double HP. Let's do goblins, even if it's double HP, let's do goblins. Good auto attack builds. I've got an auto attack build. I've got auto attack build on the what's its name? On the sharpshooter, and with this guy I can make an auto attack build for you. Just tell me what relic you want. I would suggest, if you want an auto attack build, get Electrode or Flaming Destroyer. Tell me the quas you want an auto attack build, and I can make you one right now on stream with the calculator from Papi on Torchlight fan site. But yeah, there are good auto attack builds. Those two relics are amazing for auto attack builds. They're just so fun, especially the Electrode. I'm loving the Electrode for auto attack builds. Because I can use one-handed mace with the Electrode, I don't have to use a great sword. So you're just waiting for updates and stuff, playing on PS4, and I can hardly play because so yeah. So Electrode is not gonna be good if it's laggy for you, but I can make you some builds, and I can give you a link, and then you can just save this link and try the auto attack build later. I can make this on screen, like with the build calculator. Now that Papi has the build calculator updated, it's much easier to try and make some things on the go, on the fly while I'm streaming. It takes like 2 minutes to make a build for you. But yeah, if you want, just let me know the quads, and I'm gonna give you a flamethrower, not flamethrower, but flaming destroyer version. I can also give you a electrode version if you want. I'm kind of disappointed of the auto attack builds on the Blood Drinker. They should be good, but I think it's a little bit broken. I forgot the name of the skill, the basic attack relic skill for the Blood Drinker. I think it's a little bit broken there. You can even do a ranged Cold Heart auto attack build with the Cold Heart relic. That's also interesting thing to explore as a synergy with a pistol or a rifle. Especially now with this broken pistol. That gives you crit chance, you can abuse the system and make an auto attack build with that one and keep proccing those icicles. Oh damn, I need to go take a leak, but I'm gonna wait until the end of this map. Let's try and push it quickly. Suddenly a cold wave came from somewhere. And the weirdest part is I don't have where to plug in my heater in my room. Because after I rearrange some of the things, I don't have an adapter, a DC adapter. I'm gonna have to figure out a way where to plug it in. I'm probably gonna use another. I wanna avoid plugging one extension cord into another extension cord, but that's probably what I'm gonna have to do. Even non-electrode is very waggy. Well, they really need to fix that. I mean, if you're wagging regardless of what build you play, then they definitely need to figure out what's happening. It would be in their best interest if they fix as soon as they can the wax on console, because this console could be this game would be very good for console players. Console players are a little bit less demanding in this genre as PC players, because we PC players are used to being spoiled with games that have a lot of content. And if they need to hire a person or two people, someone with experience of optimizing games for consoles, it would be a good investment, because in the end they're gonna win money by getting more people to buy the game when they know it's good. Because right now, if someone goes and researches a little bit, they're immediately gonna find out people reporting bad FPS and wagging issues on Xbox and on PlayStation, and people would just say, okay, no, I'm not gonna buy the game, it's buggy. That's what they're gonna say. So if their team is not that experienced with optimizing games for consoles, it would be fine to hire someone who is, to get the job done before it's too late. I think the first 2-3 months are crucial for a game after it launches. Chaos Bane, when it launched, wasted the first few months. By month 3, the game has been abandoned by probably 95% of the people who are playing it. Maybe even less. We can look at some numbers later on SteamDB. And that was all because of bad decisions in the first 3 months with Chaos Bane's launch. The game now is much more playable than it was before, but yeah, it's a little bit too late for Chaos Bane. Now they're gonna be launching their Slayer edition for Xbox Series S and X on the same date Cyberpunk is launching. Yet another bad decision. Another bad decision to do a patch or something on the exact same date. One of the most anticipated games of the year, if not the most anticipated games of the year, probably a potential game of the year candidate, Cyberpunk 2077. To try and launch your thing on the same date, November 19th I think was the date. Alright, my pet really wants some food. I guess it's hard to ignore him. He's saying meow 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 meow. I'm not sure if you can hear him. You maybe can even hear him. But alright, just give me a moment, I'm gonna feed him. Wait, Sky, wait. Wait. No worries, Sky, there. Here. Here. I'm not sure if you could hear him, but as soon as he saw me getting up off my chair, he started angrily begging for food, like as if he's telling me off. As if he's telling me, "What the fuck are you doing, you human? You should have fed me an hour ago." But yeah, we gotta be careful with his weight. Ah, you heard him! You heard him! You heard him, nice! Man, this microphone is actually picking up more sound than my other one. Maybe because I've got it a little bit louder. today. Yeah, you could hear how bossy he was with the last 3 meows. 5 seconds, come on, pet. Now he's probably gonna go and drink water. I wonder if you can hear him drinking water. If you could hear him drinking water, he's still drinking. If you could hear him, then this microphone is doing exactly the opposite of what I wanted it to do. To isolate side noises and to only pick up my voice. Maybe I just need to lower a little bit this, and maybe I need to lower this. Because the whole point was for this microphone to not pick up, because it's cardioid, to not pick up side noises and to only pick up my own voice. And maybe acceptable to pick up the keyboard and things like that. I'm still not sure whether I should use the phantom power button or not. I'm really new to these XLR mics and stuff. Yeah, I would have been surprised if you could hear him drinking, because you're gonna be hearing something like this sound. But it's super quiet, because he's in the corner like 2 meters away from me. And I would have been surprised if you could hear that, but if you could hear him meowing, then I guess his voice is just pretty loud and travels easily. It sounds good. What sounds good? Oh, the microphone. Yeah. I still haven't heard how it sounds myself, other than when I put when I put voice meter to send my microphone sound to my own headphones when I'm testing. When I start recording my first video after getting the mic, I will be able to tell the difference between my old build videos and this one. I don't expect it to be a huge difference, but we'll see. We'll see how it is. Oh, and that reminds me, I'm gonna have to figure out how to configure Adobe Premiere to not use my old microphone from the headset. Although my headset microphone is still up. I can do this, and now I've got 2 microphones. And you're probably getting some sort of a stereo now. Okay, enough of the headset mic. I wish, the only thing I wish is I had a mute mic button. The only way to mute my mic right now is to move some sliders on the interface. I was wondering where the train went. Come on, game. But yeah, maybe this one map giving me 3 legendaries gave me enough work for a full week. Okay, let's send the pet. I used up all my work for today with that one map. Okay. Yeah, if someone needs the skill points of this build, let me know. I can try and show you everything. I can try and even give you a link with the skill point allocation. And the same is for any other build. If someone is there watching and is just wondering, okay, what do I make of this relic and this class? Any suggestions? I'm always happy to give advice. In fact, I actually love it when I get asked to make builds for people. It's fun. It's fun considering the variety we've got in this game. By the way, did you just hear the cat meowing again? He's meowing in the corridor in the hallway. I'm wondering if you can hear him when he's there. Would be surprised if you did. You probably might have needed to increase your volume to be able to hear that one. Hopefully you didn't, because then the cardioid wouldn't work the way I wanted to. Even though I'm facing the cardioid in the exact opposite direction of my room's door. I'm facing it outwards towards the window. Even then it might be picking up stuff. Okay, my pet's full again with items. You couldn't, nice, this is good. If you couldn't hear him, then that was nice. He was trying to meow for someone to open the door to the living room for him. And he was doing like meow, this kind of weird kind of, as if he's moving his lower jaw while meowing to just make it sound different. Moving it up and down. Okay, I'm loving the token of rapid bartering. One of the most fun things when it comes to farming. They need to fix this Jew later.
Cast that spell here.
Seven 7:08 p.m. here. Let's see. And the pet is full again. Look at all the wood we're getting. Let's see.
Your pet has returned.
Shoot. And actually, let's save my skills. I'm gonna save Miasma and the Arachnid Assault for the boss fight. Just gonna use the active training skills here. And boom, 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 boom. And let's go do a boss fight. Who are we gonna get? Uncle Bernie? Oh, Dog Jockey, not Uncle Bernie.
Cast out here.
Alright. Come on. Is it gonna disconnect me again? They get disconnected twice today after maps while loading. Oh wow, look at this, this is full. He's back. He's back standing right next to my chair. Maybe he wants someone to play with him and give him attention.
It's you! So
See. Any gearwork stuff? Goldwork.
what will it be?
Nope. Nope. Maybe this one. I'm just gonna remember 18 middle. 18 middle, maybe there's gonna be another one. I'm not gonna. Oh, extreme close up goblins as well. Probably gonna do the goblins. But let's check this one too. Unique gearworky. Maybe this is the better one to do. I'm gonna have to go and take a quick leak though, so just give me a moment. I'm gonna. Do you want the BRB screen? Someone yesterday said they don't like the BRB screen, and I haven't made a new one yet. I'm gonna need to find some time, maybe when I'm done with those two builds I'm making. So I'm not gonna put the BRB screen, but I'm gonna mute my mic and then go quickly take a leak. So be right back. If you're on Twitch, I can put some ads for you, but if you're on YouTube, you're just gonna see my hero idling. So BRB. Alright, I'm back. Let's just increase the volume a little bit. Thanks for waiting. So yeah, I'm gonna change this BRB screen because it's too flashy and all that bright flashiness might hurt people's eyes. But yeah, I'm just gonna figure out what exactly I wanna do in my next, the new BRB screen. When I'm probably done with some of the builds I've got planned, maybe I can do this build tomorrow and then another build after that. And after that it's probably gonna be time for patch notes. And maybe after the patch notes video, then there will be time to make a new BRB screen. I can try and just make something simple. I can try and replicate my stream starting soon and just make it BRB as a temporary one. Wasting time says today I want to kill Act 1 boss. Okay, let's go and kill it for you. Let me finish this map quickly and then I can go and kill that boss for you. And welcome back, Wasting Time. When will the new patch come out? Probably on Tuesday, maybe Wednesday, we'll see. If it comes on Tuesday, I'm gonna make a video on Wednesday talking about the patch notes like I always do. Listing, highlighting. Normally I read the patch notes, I read every single thing that changed, and then I copy paste the ones I think are important enough to mention in my video. Because normally if I include every single note from big patches, the video would end up being too long and too hard to digest. So I'm just trying to kind of pick my personal highlights of changes. Normally I'm focused on things related to wood and characters, like skills and things like that, and mechanic changes, things that I think are important and people might want to know if something works a little bit different now. So we'll see what changes there will be. I try to pick a few patch notes from every category and talk a little bit about those. But yeah, some people just prefer watching my videos instead of reading the patch notes and sifting through all the changes to find out what might be important for them. So it's either gonna be Tuesday or on Wednesday, my guess. Normally that's the days they patch. So soon. But yeah, wasting time. You can send me an invite, and you can pick the difficulty actually, because I'm on ridiculous, but I can go down to a different difficulty. You can send me an invite. I can even boost you in this map if you want, until I'm done with it. And when I'm done with this map, I can kill that Act 1 boss for you if you're having troubles and need help. But the best thing to do when having trouble with some fights is to try and level up some more. Normally this helps in this game. But some things are annoying, like the first boss. I can probably understand you might be having trouble with those arrows, all the arrows she's shooting. Even I constantly get hit by those arrows. It's so hard to tell where the arrow will be. You're in the middle between the two yellow lines, and yet you still get hit by almost invisible red line that shows you something like a sight of the arrow that can hit. It's weird. I'm gonna rush to the boss now. Damn, another unique. And I thought I got them all.
You can't cast that here.
The train sometimes really loves staying behind and not following you. Even if you haven't told him to. Then you have to tell him to get him to actually start moving. Is this the boss room? No. Unique, of course. Token of contagion. Okay, at least it's dropping. At least we got something. Maybe the bad luck is gone. After that map that gave me 3 items, I think the bad luck disappeared. We'll see. There we go. You're hoping they fix recipes, like if you've already activated and you cannot get it again, instead it drops a different... Yeah, that would be super nice, and then to maybe stop dropping recipes and... Because they're just filling our consumables inventory with those recipes. But there's much more pressing matters than this though, where I would rather see them fix other things instead of worrying about recipes for now. Where the hell is this boss dungeon? I can't find it. There's only one part of the map I've not checked.
Your pet has returned.
Come on, drop something. Items. And Applemouse is asking, Applemouse says, what do you think are the most important things that need to be addressed? Well, first of all, everyone's been complaining about drops and stuff, and people just quit because they're not getting drops. That's one thing. Another thing, there's things that are broken. Things that are broken, for example, the crit. There are certain things that are supposed to let us get past crit chance caps. So the crit chance cap is 40, Snowstorm is supposed to let us go past this cap, and there's probably other things that that are supposed to let us go through past this cap, such as I think Ghost Visage maybe supposed to. Maybe those passive skills that give us crit chance to a certain skill category. It's not, that shouldn't be that high on the priority list, but it should be more than average priority for those things. Things that are broken, such as maps that prevent you from completing the map because there aren't enough quest items. or enough spawns for the quest. Those should be high on the priority list, because they're pissing people off and people are quitting because of constantly getting those things. Because it's progression blocking kind of situation there. And we need a new endgame mode. I would love to see a new endgame mode within 8-9 weeks or so from now at least. I think up to 3 months after the game launches, if we can see a new endgame activity, it would be amazing. What we do not need for now urgently is new pets and pet skins. We don't need new pet decors. I mean for decors. But that's exactly what we're getting for Halloween, and I love it. I love that we're getting this stuff, but that's not the stuff we need urgently right now. It's extra content, and this content is probably done by completely different people who are in charge on the things I mentioned. So it doesn't hurt to get all things at the same time if they're in a different department. For example, the person who's in charge of items is not the one who's drawing and animating new pets and things like that. In fact, sometimes reskinning a pet is quicker than fixing a bug, because you just need the new textures, and if it's the exact same pet, just a reskin. All you need is the textures, the materials. You need the proper you need to attach the proper material thing to certain parts of the pet. It still takes time though. Drawing takes time. Applying the correct things takes time. So everything takes time, but again, if one person is in charge of one thing, another of the other thing, and so on, we can get multiple of those things I mentioned as their focus. Fazier's dungeon really needs some tweaking though. The monsters are fine. Right now the monsters do decent damage and they have decent HP. Forged rework really probably needs to be in the high priority. The code heart rebalances also need to be kind of on the high priority too. Because apart from the 4 skills I mentioned, Ice Shield, Snowstorm, Cold Front and Energizer, apart from those, sorry I just bumped my mic, apart from those things, the rest is just not that great with the Cold Heart. The rest could need some tweaking, some rebalancing, reworking or whatever. So Token of Contagion and Arc Powered Boots. Where would I put those? Maybe for now I'm probably gonna put it here. Should I grow my tree of work a little? Let's grow the tree a bit. And maybe I can grow this one. But yeah, there are things that need to be fixed, things that are blocking the people's progression, and things that are just in general resulting in a not so fun of an experience. And I think those need to be the more important ones. Quality of life is good and it can come later. Visually pleasing things, eye candies are good, but again, those can come later. More uniques here. Oh yeah, wasting time. Are you still there? Do you need help with the dungeon, with the boss, or did you manage to beat it yourself? Because right now is the perfect time to get me to help you. He's probably not in the game because I don't see him. No, not character selection options. Save zone or just what was this? Oh yeah, I remember what this was.
Step right up, contestant. You say that now. Again. Sweet. I just finished.
Where was that map? I found that Unix gear wiki and I forgot where it went. Was it here? It's here. Let's get some water. Getting thirsty. And oh, I haven't fought in one of those map layouts in a long time, finally. Okay. So here we go, over here. How am I doing with the pins? 4 out of 10. I think I'm gonna be able to get all the pins, but just to be safe I'm gonna stop picking up pins until it drops all the ones I need. I can drop 3 of those for now. 3. Can we get it to drop a couple more at least before I pick up? Oh, it dropped 4. Okay, maybe 1 or 2 more. I'm gonna pick those 4, 5. Nice. Just 1 left. Covered every nook and cranny of this map so far. Come on. I need them to group up a little bit more, but it's an automatons map, so I'm not expecting huge density here. Oh wow, okay. I have to kill this one first before looting. Have to find an upgrade of the stuff I'm wearing. Yet another slammer item, a battery ram. At least it's dropping now. Yeah, I think after those 3 drops, we managed to unglitch it and get the drops to start rolling. To leave before the boss to restart the map, but do I want to restart exactly this map? I mean, it's not like it's a great map. Yeah, it is a map that dropped me an item, but that's just random. But yeah, that's kind of cheesing it. I don't think the developers wanted us to play the game in such a way, to be leaving maps without completing them. I know the game allows me to do it, but I don't know, it seems wrong to do it to me. Gundaddy is down. And Clan Cure, thank you very much for the follow. Welcome to the Struck Club on Twitch. Appreciate that a lot, dude. Or you dead, you never know. And Attila, thank you as well very much for following me, and to you as well. Welcome to the Struck Club. Enjoy your stay, both of you. But yeah, the old way of abusing this was to be doing uniques, infamous. Infamous uniques was the one that you needed to abuse before. But before we were getting the wood from gear bundles, from the legendary gear bundles. Just a moment, I need to open a door of the wardrobe. There we go. I keep there's a wardrobe right in front of my desk. In front of me, and I try to keep the door open so the sound doesn't reflect off of the flat surface. Right, I'm waiting for the pet to return. 4 seconds. Yeah, we used to have legendary gear bundles that gave you a guaranteed legendary. Belliskner9 just subscribed with Twitch Prime. That even rhymes. Thank you very much, Belliskner9, for the Prime sub. Here's something in the chat. Thanks for the K-pop dance. K-pop dance. Who here likes K-pop? I probably like it, but when it's muted. Visually, I mean, I watch Korean movies. And there are some K-pop songs that probably are fine, but it's a little bit too soft and mellow for my taste in music. But you gotta admit, the K-pop singers are pretty attractive. At least for me, the female ones. Don't know about the male ones. Interesting thing for Twitch to do a K-pop week or month or whatever it's doing right now with those special emotes. I wonder if we have any K-pop fans in the chat. Wait, those gauntlets, are they better than mine? Well, not better in regards to defense, but the flat defense is not bad. And then there's crit chance to goblins and boats fart on shock. If only I had the chance to shock on my stuff. I I think it's still better to just put them in a wardrobe for now. I'm gonna have to redesign my fort soon and put all sorts of things in the same place, like have a railmaster corner, a forged corner, and a sharpshooter corner full of wardrobes. 12 wardrobes for each hero, excluding hardcore. Okay, let's see if I can find another, maybe dividing uniques map.
Your pet has returned.
And yeah, right in the fields with this prime sub again. Thank you very much, Beriskner. And guys, don't be shy to ask me if you want some hints and some information. Maybe if you need help with the build, you can tell me the relic and the quest, and I can try and come up with something. Also, if you want to group up with me on any difficulty for farming, I'm free for that too. Nerd Gamer, welcome back to you as well. How have you been, neighbor? I'm assuming GR stands for Greece in your name, so I call you neighbor because I guess you're from there. But if you're not, do let me know so I don't say neighbor. Because you know, neighboring countries, Greece, Bulgaria. Should I keep looking for a better map or just stop with whatever we've got right now? I saw a Gearwookie Goblins map. Gearwookie Nimble Goblins. But it's Angered Ancestors. I don't want to do Angered Ancestors. I don't like those Ancestors maps. Okay, you're from Greece, so you're a neighbor. Just wanted to confirm that that's the case. I've checked a lot of maps, nothing seems to grab my attention. So let's go a little bit further back and just do some Gearwookie map. I think it was around.
That doesn't sound so tough. Again? Honestly, I think you could do better.
So where were the Gearwookie? I saw a Gearwookie somewhere here. Gearwookie.
I mean, what could go wrong?
Oops, all traps, Gearwookie. Okay, let's do oops, all traps, Gearwookie. You're almost in final act 2. On the final boss of act 2, I guess you mean at the end of act 2. Pretty nice. How long do we have? It's 7:43. I'm probably gonna play until 10:30 roughly, like I do recently. Not gonna be as long as yesterday's stream, where I streamed until like midnight. Oh, never mind, it's Saturday, so maybe I can stream for a little longer, but still, I wanna go and eat before it's too late. So I'm probably not gonna stream past 10:30. Because I wanna go to the kitchen before it's too late to go to the kitchen. But we've got like, what, 3 hours? 3 hours more. Hopefully I can finally get that that shotgunner shield or the helmet, the cosmic helmet as a drop, or the cosmic gauntlets. My train was missing. I was wondering what's happening with my damage. Maestro Sword. Well, okay. Now I can have some fun with this. It's a shitty item, honestly. It's very underwhelming, but it lets you do ranged attacks when using basic attacks. If you combine this with the Snecko sticks, you can see some very fun looking builds. Although very underwhelming builds, damage-wise, because neither the Snecko stick nor the Maestro Sword would do much damage, especially now with basic attack things being broken. Although those don't scale from your basic attack. They're just their own damage, and their damage doesn't increase unless you have more weapon damage. But it's fun. The problem is this only works when you're at full health. That's why I don't like it. If this was all the time, it would have been so fun. If they get rid of this when at full health rule. The when at full health rule kind of kills this item. Because the Snecko stick does 3 projectiles, and those 3 projectiles altogether add up for more damage than this item. See, Snecko stick 3 projectiles, each dealing 40% weapon damage. For this one you do 1 projectile, which is piercing, yes. Or at least I think it's piercing, I need to check it again. So it's a piercing projectile, but 70% weapon damage. So it's not even half. It's not even 2/3 of the Snecko stick. It's kind of like a little bit more than half the damage. Because the Snecko stick altogether adds up to 120% damage from all 3 projectiles. Weapon damage. This one being 70 and this one not being all the time is just super underwhelming of an item. And mind you, this item only drops after you're level 60. Because one might think this is an overpowered item, but it's not. It's one of the most underpowered items out there. And it's a shame because it's such a good mechanic. I would have loved for this to do more damage and to not be when you're healed. I would have loved to do some ranged basic attack builds with this, or even melee basic attack builds would really benefit from an item like this one. But the damage is bad. And this whole when at full HP thing. If it was like 90% weapon attack, 90% weapon damage, and without requiring to be at full HP, maybe I would have considered making some builds with it, because it's a fun item. It's shooting rainbow blades, rainbow spectral blades while you do basic attacks in front of you in a straight line. I can try and show you what it does. This is what it does. You can put it in the legendarium and use it on builds with pistols and rifles and bows if you want. I've always wanted a build with this and the Snecko stick together, and I've tested them and they were very underwhelming, so I never made them as a video. But maybe someone would appreciate the synergy when I make a build like this sometime. Because there have been people who are saying they like playing off-meta builds, weak, weird builds. And yeah, this item is very fun paired with the Snecko stick, because you're shooting all sorts of projectiles. Should I just rush straight to the boss now and not kill anyone on the way? But there's gonna be a lot of elites on the way, which are worth getting killed.
You can't pass that. It's trapped.
My train is glitched. Invisible train. Have you seen this bug before? We saw it yesterday. I'm gonna have to go here and that's gonna fix the train. It just disappears, gets glitched. I think the bridge glitched it.
It's a trap.
The fort is the same for all characters. As long as you're playing on the same server. I mean, as long as you're playing on the same mode. For example, your 14 single player is different from your 14 multiplayer. Your 14 multiplayer is saved on the cloud, online. Your 14 single player is saved locally on your machine. So your characters will be different between single and multiplayer. And that's why the fort and everything there is also different.
Your carry has arrived.
And that's nice because you're sharing the same fort for every hero and you share the stash. You can transfer with the shared stash things between one and the other. I just don't like that you can't use the wardrobes to transfer items. I would really love to be able to use wardrobes on any hero, just not being able to pick up the class specific. So let's say I'm on my Railmaster and I access my sharpshooter wardrobe. I shouldn't be able to pick up bows and sharpshooter armor, at least not to be able to wear them. But I should be able to pick up weapons like maces, swords, great swords, things like that that are not sharpshooter specific. It's a good system, but it really needs quality of life changes. Those restrictions are annoying. Annoying restrictions that are just forcing you into having more loading screens and stuff if you want to transfer items. I try and stop only when I see a champion pack. There should be one over here. Okay, next. Which boss? Gundary again. I'm getting Gundary or what? Gundary, gun. Gun for your life.
Inventory is full.
Okay. We're playing multiplayer, not single player. Well, yeah. Most of us are. Most of us are playing multiplayer. That's why the loading screens sometimes are this long. because of the zone controller and spinning up zones and things like that. What am I gonna delete now? Oh, I've got some room here.
Your pet is back.
Started deleting some of my repeat items already.
You're up to the challenge? That makes me strangely hungry.
Unix Gear Wookie again? Damn, I keep getting the Unix Gear Wookie combo. I'm gonna keep doing it. Harrison McFarlane says, gotta say your build guides have been very helpful. Thank you for the content. Torchlight 3 needs more attention. I can't agree anymore with you that Torchlight 3 needs more attention, and I really am happy to hear that you're enjoying my build guides. I'm gonna keep them coming, and if you need any hints, any more information, don't hesitate to ask me. Even if there's something that doesn't exist as a build video yet, I can make you the build right now on stream on my browser. I can use the skill calculator that Papi made on Torchlight fan site, and just make up a build for you if you need something, especially basic attack stuff. I don't have many builds with basic attacks. My mission right now is to have a basic attack build with every relic. Maybe not the Bane. I'm not a big fan of the Bane basic attack unless it's a summoner build. But maybe I can make a summoner slammer, the acid slammer after this build, and make one such too. If I like it, I'm gonna make it basic attack. If I don't, I'm not. And then when I level up, someone already suggested my Dusk Mage to be Flaming Destroyer from the 3 other relics that I haven't played after the wipe. I will make one new version of the Pyromancer where I'm using different skills, and then I'm gonna make a basic attack Digitus Flaming Destroyer auto attack build as well, just for fun. It could be a Sword Smash build, maybe that basic attack one. We'll see. Sword Smash goes well with basic attack builds. So does Blazing Pillar though, but I don't know, Sword Smash is fun if you're doing close range basic attacks or mid range. Is Body Slam's Railmaster still good? Well, it should be. There haven't been any major changes. If you look at my skill points, look at my skill points on the website. Don't look at the skill points on the video, because in the video I have 50% physical damage, and this skill has been removed, and in the video I only have 60 skill points, but we have 70. But on my website I've updated this. So if you're looking at my website, oh yes, Drat Neckband with faster cooldown. Couldn't be happier about a drop like this. This is my... The only thing that could have been better is instead of pet crit chance to have pet attack speed. Then it would have been a top drop. Actually, what does it have? It has... Oh, wait, it's actually top drop. It's pet attack speed, faster cooldown. See, this item today is the best drop of the day. It's my perfectly wrote Drat Neckband. I hope there's no rollback now. Imagine something crashing and me losing this item. This is my perfectly wrote Drat Neckband. The only thing that could make it better is a socket, where I can get more cooldown to pet stuff. Or maybe the cooldown to pet stuff is only for the tax. But yeah, attack speed and cooldown on a Drat neckband is my preferred ideal affixes. But for body slams, I can try and let's finish this map, and then I can wrap up. I can make you a new body slams build right here as a suggestion. If you're gonna have to tell me what you wanna get the damage to come from. I'm gonna give you one suggestion that might be similar to what I've got in my skill points. Maybe it's gonna be different. We'll see. But I've got a suggestion of a build like that, focusing on drain, the slammer skills, and maximizing the big activation, the dance of death, or whatever it was called. How you drop so many legendaries? I get one a day. Well, for a while today I wasn't getting. I had 4.5 hours of playing with just a single drop. Then after 4.5 hours with just a single legendary, then I suddenly get 3 legendaries in a single map. So the RNG is kind of very broken and very inconsistent, and it's like a child in puberty right now. Sometimes it's rewarding you or what, sometimes it isn't. And if you get a single legendary a day, I don't know what to suggest. I've tried everything. I've tried playing on normal, and I'm getting more drops on normal than on ridiculous. And other people are reporting the same, but whether it's confirmation bias on our end and it's just not true, it depends. I mean, I can't tell really. To me it looks like I'm getting much more drops when I play on normal. Or at least when yesterday I played on normal, I got more drops, more consistent drops than today on ridiculous, so there's this to consider. And while leveling up, you should be getting a lot of drops in the Woby zones, but when you're at the max level, high level zones, when you're doing Fazir and Mapworks portals, it seems like those don't have the same drop chances as the story zones. So I don't know what to think of this. I don't know whether it's broken, whether it isn't. If it isn't, why it's happening in that way. One thing's for sure, we need a system to deal with this negative RNG, to kind of reroll our items and change our items for others. And try to do Gearwalkie maps. Gearwalkie maps, regardless whether it's Gearwalkie Uniques, Gearwalkie Dividing, what else? Gearwalkie, what was there? There was another one that's good for Gearwalkie, I can't remember which one it was. But yeah, whenever you do Fazir, make sure you're always doing Gearwalkie maps. Like, push it to a certain level where you feel confident that you have enough maps to check. Normally around level 30 something you have plenty of maps that you can check after level 16. Because Fazir level 16 is where they start being level 60 enemies. 15 is a boss run with 60, and from Fazir stage 16 it starts giving you level 60 drops for maps that are not just bosses. Maps like this one. And Brian says Body Slams is awesome. Glad to hear that. Glad to hear that you're enjoying the Bloody Slams. I just love Drain. Drain is my favorite blood drinker skill. It's amazing. It was such a good skill that I used it in 4 blood drinker builds. I made Body Slams, I made Punch Bot Drain a lot, I made Drain Shooter Strikes, and I made what's its name? the Himuturge Mage. So on all 4 classes, when I was testing each relic on each class, I decided to just go for Drain. It was that fun of a build. Drain and Bloodseekers. Those things I just laugh on this relic, and when we had the big spinning blades from Dance of Death, it becomes pretty fun. Especially on melee builds like the Punch Bot Drainawat and the Body Slams. They're a good synergy with those spinning blades from Dance of Death. I don't think there should be more drop rate the higher you go, because the game doesn't have such a thing like drop rate. There's gear work, but gear work is how many items you get, not how good items you get. It's not quality, it's quantity. And you can max out the gear work, which is 100. 100 is the limit of gear work. Just by playing on ridiculous and on a gear worky map you get 70. From your tree of work, that's another 5%. And if you're playing in a team, that's another 15%, and you're already at 90. You can just donate an item to someone's tree of work, and you're gonna be already more than 100. You're gonna be capped, and that's not considering items that give you gear work, and not considering things like the arc powered Hivit or Wood Beast chest that can give you gear work after killing a certain type of enemy. So there are certain things to consider. I actually killed this boss without my train. I summoned the train at the end where I was there. I didn't realize the train was down. Another Drat neckband. What's happening? Getting the same item. This is faster cooldown and chance to shock. Well, I can't replace my attack speed with chance to shock. Pet inventory is full. Anything else worth keeping before the pet returns? Oh wow, this is full too. Is the pet back?
Your pet is back.
So the way I would do body slams again. Just a moment. So let's do that. Let's pick Blood Drinker. So the way I would do it is I would max this one out because I just love it. I would max this one out because I love it. I would max this one out because I love it. And then I would and there's 8 more points. With those 8 more points, there's few things you can do. One thing would be cooldowns for the Railmaster. It's just the Railmaster cooldowns, it's not the relic cooldowns. I'm gonna make a note ticket suggesting to change the Mortar Car and all other similar skill bonuses that give you cooldown reduction to actually work on the relic skill. The one relic skill that has a cooldown, which is the barrier. Barrier, Poison Nova, Ice Shield, etc. Those things. Because it's not gonna be overpowered to get 10% cooldown on those. From 20 seconds it goes to 18. It's not that bad, it's reasonable, and it's gonna make investing into a skill like this for a passive even more worth it. So the other points you can put into Bleeding if you want and Rupture, but keep in mind that's 8 points left. Another thing you can do is Relic Energy Charge right here, but you're probably better off putting 5 points here instead of 4 points. Because see, 4 points here is 20 relic energy charge. 4 points here would be 10% relic energy charge. So probably doing it like this. And then you've got 3 points. Those 3 points, you can probably try Rupture. Or Body Chalice if you really want that damage reduction and that healing. So yeah, the other 3 points are optional. I mean, you can get this to have more points if you get a skill level. 1, 2 or 3 skill levels on your helmet to a certain skill you're using. That you have more than 1 point into. So yeah, Rupture is probably where I would put those points. And then I would try and get something to give me another 2 points. Or 3 points, and then I can max out Rupture. If you miss bleeding, you can get bleeding on your weapon, you can get bleeding on your gauntlets, the gloves. And yeah, you would put the Cosmic Breastplate here, you would probably put some other items such as maybe the Berserk Crusher, maybe the Centrifugal Demolisher, maybe the Blast Breaker, or maybe some of the new items that are coming with the new sets. But that's kind of body slams. I probably have something very similar on a screenshot somewhere on my website. I would be surprised if I don't. But yeah, enough of this. Let's go back to the game. I hope this was kind of good information. But yeah, this is how I would do body slams if I were to revisit it and if I have to decide just one way of setting up the skill points. How's my gold? 15,000. I've already unloaded 2 full inventories of gold. And I'm getting close to unloading a 3rd one on the Gambler. And I've been doing it only for helmets. Still not getting that helmet though. Or the shield, but I'm not gambling for the shield. Gearwalky Berserking, that's probably the one I'm gonna do. Just gonna quickly check. No. No. Let's check the Stormbringers, maybe I'm gonna get lucky here. Gearwalky Cloaked, yeah, I guess. Let's go back to... Was it this one? Now let's see how it goes. Oh, for body slams, another thing that's great is using basic attack. I forgot to tell you this. If I were to revisit body slams, I would experiment with a basic attack setup. So let's just quickly show you this before I do this map. So you see how the skill points are. I would suggest equipping a sword and instead of putting points into Rupture, putting those points here and trying to get an item to give you extra points. One thing I can suggest is maybe removing the points from here. You can remove 3 points and keep this only level 1 plus 2. Until you can get a helmet that gives you extra skill levels. And then you can keep Blades for Cutting. But Blades for Cutting, people reporting, is broken. But you can still get the basic attack damage and you can still equip a basic attack. And... oh shit. Okay, it's remembering this. So let's say you put this one here and then you put basic attack here and then you put this... oh, come on, stop bugging. Put this one here and then you put this one and you get come on, this is so buggy, come on. I click on it and it disappears. This is just... Fuck. This is buggy. Puppy needs to fix this one. It's so broken. So don't mind the location. So this is it. You've got room for everything that I have taken as a skill. Oh, I didn't put points into living barrier. My mistake. 1 point. There you go. 1 point living barrier. 1 point living barrier. This could work. Alternatively, you can remove 4 points from pound and just use tier 2 bonus pound. Tier 2 bonus pound. And regarding with that, but with the basic attack build, you would want tier 3 pound, I think. Because it's gonna be good synergy. You're gonna be up close and personal in any case. So this is probably how I would do a basic attack version. And you're not taking the knockback, because the knockback is gonna make the enemies far from you, and it's not good for melee builds. And I think this is my ideal setup right now for body slams. With either a rail hammer or with a sword and board setup. You can combine this bonus with the pound bonus, which is not here. Oh no, it is here. You get 30% attack speed and 30% damage with basic attacks for 6 seconds with the endurance bonus of this. And this basic attack damage is another thing you can consider investing into if you do it like that. But this one is broken. It doesn't always work. I tested it the other day and I could confirm this basic attack damage bonus is not always working. But yeah, back to the game. I just remembered I forgot to speak about the basic attack synergy. And the basic attack synergy I like because it gives you super quick relic energy generation. And this relic energy generation combined with drain and using up all that energy with drain would give you very quick regeneration of blades for cutting, not blades for cutting, but for the ultimate skill, for the Dance of Death. And Tsukia Papa, thank you very much for the follow. Welcome to the Struck Club. Welcome to my Twitch channel. So you can get 25% damage, not damage, but relic energy charge from the passive, from Energizer if you invest into it. But you can also get that 25% from the blades for cutting, and it's also gonna give you basic attack damage as long as you're wearing a sword or a rail hammer. And you would definitely want on a drain build the arc powered legs. They should be here. Arc powered pants. Cast drain on body drinker, it would say drain. 10% chance to gain 25 relic energy. This extra energy you're gaining would mean you have better chances of getting more energy to get this 200% quicker. And with the new item that would let you refill this from 0 to 200 with a single skill, you can probably replace blasting charge, not blasting charge, but you can replace lantern flash and keep it as a passive, and put that new item in your shoulder slot, and put the skill that this new item would give you from the new set into the skill bar, and then you can have a battery skill for double Dance of Death. You use Dance of Death, it's over, then you use that battery and you use it again. I'm not sure whether the battery would give us 100 energy here, or whether it's gonna give us 200 relic charge. I couldn't understand well which one it will be. But let's say it's gonna be the 200 relic charge, and that's gonna make it amazing. In either way, it's still gonna be amazing, because if you get 100 energy, that means more drains. Which still would translate into more relic charge. Just not 200, only 100. Again, I'm already considering the things they've mentioned are coming into the game. Some of the builds would have to get a little bit of a change, considering how the shoulder items are changing to give you skills on your skill bar. But if you're using living barrier, you're not gonna have room for that shoulder skill, because living barrier should replace the lantern flash in the setup. If you have basic attack, you're not gonna be able to use living barrier and the extra recharge unless you remove something. Like you can remove pound, for example. I don't suggest removing busting charge though. And I definitely don't suggest removing spike drive, because you're gonna need it to slow bosses. Where am I going? I should go the other way. Yeah, fuck.
Your life is slipping away.
Was kind of stuck for a moment there. Here we come.
You can't do that.
And a broken map. Let me quickly Ctrl and D and paste this for report. What was this? Fazir, no boss, no boss. Okay, so the way you exit those maps is character selection. It's broken. Let's go back. So I'm gonna remember not to do the same map. That's why I normally try to avoid Act 3 maps. Most of the broken maps are Act 3.
You look. Hey, can I offer you a drink?
I think it's the perfect time to do some gambling. What do you think?
See you next time.
Shall I try and get that helmet again? First things first, let's use this and let's use this.
Just who I wanted to see.
This. How's my gold coin? 17k. Let's get that to 18k. I'm gonna get it to probably 19k by collecting and selling those rewards. If I can get it as close to 20k as possible, it will be nice.
If you have money, I got gear. You come back with more coin. Just who I wanted to see. I'll see you
Pretty
soon.
close to 20k. Few more rewards to sell and then we will start gambling away.
Here for coin. Here for coin. Oh, you'll be back. If you have money,
It's
I got
time.
beer.
19953. Come on, drop that helmet, drop that helmet, drop that helmet. It's the third time today I'm unloading. I dropped the helmet, but not the one I need, but it's not bad. Although, this is kind of for an evasion stacking setup. For now I'm focusing on defenses. I will try wearing it for a while. Well, at least I finally got a legendary to drop from... a legendary helmet to drop from the Gambler. It wasn't the cosmic one though, unfortunately. Yeah, I've been unloading a lot of gold. Yesterday, today, I just keep spamming for helmets and at least it finally is a legendary drop. I'm gonna do this build video tomorrow even if I don't get the helmet. I can just keep my helmet in the legendarium and mention that it shouldn't be there. That something else needs to be in the legendarium, not the helmet. We need to be wearing the helmet. If I get the helmet, I can equip this item, and this item increases my flamethrower car damage by a lot. This 26.9% damage I tested earlier gives me more damage to my flamethrower car than the 865 poison flat damage. So this one is probably equal to more than 1000 flat damage. And that's without stacking it with another item of the same affix. Of course, this is stronger the higher your damage. The lower your damage is on your weapon, the weaker this affix becomes. So if you have a good rolled one-handed or two-handed wivebound item, it's gonna give you a big boost. Alright, final.
Oh, you'll be back.
At least it was a productive gamble. One legendary within 20,000 was nice. Although it wasn't within 20,000, it was more like 80, 90,000 I've wasted. Until I got a helmet, legendary helmet to drop. Should I keep this helmet and wear it for a bit just to see if my defenses suffer too much? It's actually one of my favorite looking helms for the Railmaster. Pretty sick looking helmet. So let's see my defense. 30,536. 35, 45, 41. 39, 61. Oh, no. I'm not losing this much defense. Just for some crit chance. Just getting rid of some stuff I don't need. Right, let's see the next Gearwalkie map, where it would be. Oh, that was the broken one. I'm not gonna do it. Should I do a boss map? Let's do a quick boss map and then I can reset all the affixes. Come on, map. Zone controller. Spin it up. What the hell is happening? I did my combo and he barely took damage. When I had invulnerability on him, slow, and miasma was active. Was he invulnerable for a moment there? Should have rewrote the affixes on the maps now.
Couldn't get enough of old Fuzzy, eh? Oh, are you sure? I've got one of those at home. You know, in the bottle.
I like this one. I like the high-wit maps, they're pretty straightforward, literally just going forward until a T-junction or a cross-junction. And then it's again going forward in that whole way. Pretty simple but pretty fun. We used to have many more high-wit maps, they removed a lot of the maps from the rotation. Because I guess they were too big and had too many spawners in them. It's kind of boring that that's the only layout we have anymore on high-wit maps. Kind of disappointed they removed some of the maps, but that's kind of how it is right now. Only having this one design and layout, and we used to have at least 4 different ones that you can get. With randomly generated kind of things for them, but they were 4 different and distinctively different layouts and designs. Not sure if they're just reworking them and if they're gonna come back, but for now it's pretty boring. Whenever it's high-wit, it's the exact same one as a map, with just slightly randomly generated where the T-junction and the cross-junction would be. With 2 or 3 dead ends. 1 or 2 dead ends. Okay, let's see the big map now. And let's go this way. Come on. Okay, just a moment to clear out the trash from my bags. Can't wait to get the shotgunner shield as well. I mean, the build works fine even without shotgunner shield. Doom pipe is the more important item out of the two. But it's obviously much better to have both of them for such a build. Come on, come on. Are we close? Yes, we are. Miasma is over, so not gonna be able to start with miasma off the bat. Oh, it's Kronk. Nice. My favorite class. Oh, Terry, welcome back, Terry. It's going well. My favorite class and build so far has been my melee sharpshooter on the electrode. I haven't had so much fun with the build in a long time. It's probably because it's something different, something I haven't played before. I've not done much builds with the basic attacks, and right now I will try to do builds with basic attacks alongside my other builds. So anytime I do a build on a certain hero, I will try and do a second build on the next day. That's a basic attack centric build. So with this guy I'm doing the Bane Train, but and tomorrow this video is supposed to come as a build video, but then on the day after that, on Monday, I will probably do the basic attack slammer build. If I don't like the basic attack, it might not end up a basic attack slammer build and just a slammer build, but we'll see. But for Flaming Destroyer and for Electrode, basic attack is fun. And it seems to be fun for, and I've tried it for Blood Drinker, it seems to be fun. It's just a little bit broken right now. But we'll see. Once everything's working properly, maybe it's gonna be strong too. And there's also an interesting synergy even with Cold Heart when you're using ranged weapons and that basic attack there. The next hero I'm gonna level up is gonna be Flaming Destroyer Dusk Mage. And I will try to do something like the Pyromancer but with different skills. So instead of using what was I using? I was using Radiant Blast and Entropy. I would try to use Absolver and Oh, someone wanted Holy Fury. Maybe I can try using Holy Fury this time around. And I would try and use, instead of Entropy, maybe to use, what's its name? The Energy Spike instead of Entropy. For my cooldown dark skill. We'll see though, there's many other options, it's not just those things. There's other things I want. How am I doing with Respectacles, by the way? 12 Respectacles. I think I need a few more Respectacles. Maybe let's make that 16, 18, and then I should be good. Because I need to remove the points, so that's 8 points, 8 points, that's 16. With that one, that's 20 points I need to remove. Let's make it 24. Shit, I don't have enough Respectacles. Damn. Well, I have some more time to farm. I'm gonna focus on farming infamous unique maps now, so I can get fame. I think it needs to be done. You're saying how long does it take to re-level to 60? I mean, you can complete the story within like 6 hours if you rush it, maybe 7. If you know what you're doing and you're rushing the story and you're playing on normal or practice, you can rush the story, but from there you need to grind the Fazier's dungeon. So I would say within 12, 13, maybe 14 hours you can be level 60. Depending how quick you are. If you get help getting power leveled and boosted, maybe it might be a little bit easier, depending on the build as well. Some builds are much easier once you have some items to just level up after level 55 or so. But for other builds after 55 it becomes a little bit boring. Alright, I'm gonna start doing infamous uniques maps. I'm gonna look for one. I need fame for Respectacles, that's my priority. If not infamous uniques, then uniques with something else. Nope, nope.
Oh, are you sure? I mean, what could go wrong?
When farming, I actually forgot to focus on farming Respectacles. Damn, okay, not this.
If you think you can take it, I could do that.
There isn't one such map, I guess.
Oh, are you sure?
Unique infamous, or unique something else. Am I really that unlucky to not get a unique map drop? Oh, okay. Uniques Reliquarian. Okay, I'm gonna remember. Level 40 is uniques. I'm gonna check the next ones and then return.
I've got one of those at home. You know, in the bottle. Oh, that one.
Let's do that uniques map. I hope it's just not broken. But yeah, I don't have a Quascent build that's favorite, but I do say again, this melee sharpshooter with the electrode was such a fun build to play. I'm not gonna say it's like my clear favorite, because it's very hard to pick just one thing. I'm the person that likes constantly switching things up and testing new things and just changing between one build and the other. But the melee sharpshooter electrode was one of the most fun experiments I've made. when it comes to testing something. Ideally, I just wanted to make a bow basic attack build, and I made it. And I played one map, and then I said, okay, I'm not really loving it, because I still need to be pretty close range to trigger the shocking force. That's why I decided, alright, let's switch to maces. If I'm gonna be close range, might as well be triggering fighter spirit, and might as well use Curse of PP to stack it with fighter spirit, so the enemies do less damage to me and I take less damage from them as a result of PP and fighter spirit, and it worked fine. You decrease the damage enemies do to you by 50%, and from the 50% damage they do, you also only take 50% with the fighter spirit that the mace basic attacks give you. So in theory you're only taking 25% of the damage if they have 2 stacks of PP on them and you have fighter spirit on you. And that's excluding defense, that's excluding defense from your armor. So it's not like stacking 90% damage reduction like some other heroes can do, like this one. With this bubble I got from Hammer Spin along with the fighter spirit, but it's still decent for a sharpshooter. I mean, it's pretty fun, and the damage it does is pretty quick, and all the procs and everything. And it's a sharpshooter without the shooting, so it's a sharp hitter. Sharp smasher, because it's smashing with those mace attacks. Sharp bunter. Something like that. I'm bad at doing those things, but yeah. That's why I called it melee adventure. Simple. It's adventure build, it's melee. Oh yeah, Sinful Duke, I did see that I got mentioned in a blog post. Bean told us that she mentioned us in this blog post. I did make that video. I did make that video for a contest, and other people like I Do Damage and iWifey, or I forgot what the name of his channel was. Those 2 other people also made videos, and they decided not to include videos because I guess they just didn't want videos in the blog, but they still gave us keys. The three keys that I was giving away on launch week were given to me and to those other people as well for our participation in this creator contest. So they decided, instead of linking our videos, to just mention our channels and link to our channels. But yeah, thanks for bringing this to my attention. I actually knew it because Bean tagged us on a post in Discord to tell us. She also PM'd us. It's cool. I was talking about this yesterday, how good it is, all the exposure I can get by being mentioned in a Steel Series post. I'm really thankful for that. Exposure is good for content creator. There's nothing better than exposure for you. even bad press in cases where people are bad mouthing certain content creators, they're actually sometimes doing them a favor. Although that's not the case, but there are cases where someone would, for example, post in Reddit, look at this guy, he's doing this and that. And they probably don't realize that they're actually generating traffic towards that person's channel. So yeah, I'm really thankful for Extra. I'm really thankful to Extra for including my name and link to my channel in that Steel Series blog post. There we go. Is that the final drop? No, I still need... Wow. I'm pretty behind on those drops, aren't I? I need 2 of the one type and 4 of the other type. That's probably gonna be another map not completed. We'll see. Well, I'm not here to complete the map, I'm here to farm items and to farm fame. Right now I'm here for the fame. Because I need respectacles. I could try and farm bosses. Honestly, maybe farming bosses would be quicker if I want respectacles. Farming some quick bosses like level 19 bosses. Challenge level 19 bosses, I mean. And just running those one after the other. Yeah, this map is just not getting completed. It's like obvious. There's no way I'm gonna get 4 pins this with these little enemies left on the map. I'm gonna copy paste this, Control D, then paste it. And type not enough quest drops. Okay, I'm gonna report those later. I'm just making a list. Already have like 4 of those in this document. And now I have to do this. The tank is doing a wood forged build. Yeah, that's pretty fun, by the way. Pretty fun. And like how I cannot agree anymore with you. There was a time where we couldn't complete the maps, and then if you leave to character creation, it counts as a failed map. And then you had to go back to your checkpoint. That's why they made it so you no longer go back to your checkpoint and count the map as failed if someone leaves. Because when they first introduced the Fuzzier, believe me, there were broken things, and there still are some. But they fixed a lot of those. Before it was so broken that in 80% of the maps or 75% of the maps you would not be able to complete it. They even changed the way quests are done for that reason, and yet still there are some that are left over, some remnants that need to be fixed. But they can't fix them unless we report them. There's probably a way for them to try and detect those, maybe some sort of script to run. But I think the only way to test something like this is just manually running every map seed possible and checking if killing the enemies would drop enough items. But you have to keep picking up the items, because if you kill all the enemies with a command that kills anything that's on the map, it's obviously gonna drop much more items than it will drop to you if you pick up the items. Because they designed the quest system in such a way now, with the quest drops, that the closer you get to the end of the map, and the more items you haven't gotten yet, the higher the chance of an item dropping. So let's say you're close to the half of the map and you've only gotten 1 drop out of 8. Then it should be giving you higher chance than compared to if you had already gotten 4 drops or 6 drops by the time you've reached the half of the map cleared or something like that. I don't know exactly how it works, but that's how I understand it, the way they explained it some patch notes ago, when this changed the dynamic questing thingy, dynamic quest drops. And that's why sometimes in those maps I just try not to pick up from a group of enemies. And it's shitty because see, I checked all the maps and I didn't see any unique maps. That was the one unique map I could do. There isn't another unique map. Oh, unique infamous. There we go. That's my map now. Almost 9 PM here, so probably like hour and a half, and then I'm gonna have to bail for dinner. I would have kept if I prepared my dinner here, so I don't have to go to the kitchen before it's too late to go to the kitchen. I would have prepared my food here, and I could have streamed until midnight instead of 10:30, because it's a Saturday and all. But I'm getting hungry. I've been streaming for 6 hours 45 minutes, so hour and a half more, and then I have to go. But tomorrow, if I wake up early, then that's gonna be good, because I need to edit this build. I need to make a video for this build. I need to make the teaser for this build. And yeah, people have been asking me for meta stuff. Well, this build is pretty good for a meta build. If you have the right items and you spend the skill points the right way, it can melt content when you play it the right way. I mean, you can even get more damage if you use a two-handed weapon. You can squeeze more damage with a wife-bound two-handed weapon. You're not gonna be able to slow enemies unless you use spike drive. If you don't have an offhand with slow like me, you have a shield that makes a lot of slow, gives me a lot of defense too. So I personally prefer playing with shield most builds I play, but someone else might wanna try it with a two-hander and maximize the DPS and melt content quicker. Damn, this guy is tough. I'm sure why he's not dying that easy. Oh, maybe it's because my train is not coming and not hitting him. See how quickly he started melting when the train arrived. I need to just babysit my train all the time. Alright, move this way. This is the type of map I would wanna farm if I need respectacles. Every 3 maps like this I can get 1 respectacle. There is a way to cheese it and to leave the map before finishing the boss fight and then just repeat it, because it's not gonna disappear. But I'm not gonna be the one to abuse this, even though that's how the game is designed right now. But yeah, Unique's Infamous is the max fame gain. And max fame gain means max respectacles. But I still have to test whether fighting bosses is better for respectacles. Whether I can get more than 1 respectacle every 3 maps. And with bosses, within the time I need to finish 1 map like this, I can probably finish 6-7 boss fights. And that should be good chances of getting respectacles. So maybe bosses would be the meta way of farming respectacles. Because you have more boss hits, more boss kills per hour, you have more boss chests per hour. And that should definitely help with the respectacle gain. I'm gonna worry about respectacles more tomorrow though. And tomorrow I will be starting during my stream in the evening. Probably kind of later in the evening. Tomorrow we'll be starting that or continuing that Woby Dust Mage Flaming Destroyer. I've got one on my account, might as well continue that one. If I'm not mistaken. It should still be there, it shouldn't be deleted. Come on. me quickly get rid of some gear. Maybe send the pet to sell again. How many more pancakes? One pancake more. And support says, look, have you tried no train Railmaster? Yeah, I've got a bunch of those. I've got the Bloody Flames. I've got the Chaotic Mayhem. I've got the Freezing Slammer. So I've tried a lot of. In fact, I hate train builds. I actually don't like train builds. I prefer Slammer. Slammer is my jam. Ever since Railmaster has been released, I've been mostly playing Slammer. Every now and then I would play train builds for my community because, well, some people might want to see some train builds as suggestions, and I would want to experiment and just keep myself informed of how train builds are doing. But the train is just not my thing. It's too wonky. It's too glitchy every time I try it. Even now, I constantly keep seeing some glitches every now and then with the train. And it's just very slow. Even though they increase the movement speed of the train, it's still falling behind much more than me. I just don't like the tracks. The whole system with the track link, I don't like it. I would have preferred it if it was just following us like a pet, like a minion, or maybe if it was a ghost train, like a spectral train. It would have been even more fun that way. But yeah, this whole track system, and it's just falling behind all the time. Look how far it is from me right now. It gets stuck and sometimes it disappears completely. Well, I'm still laying tracks, but the train is not on the tracks. Where Slammer builds are more reliable in certain regards. We don't have those annoying bugs, but we did have terrible bugs with charge skills. Every charge skill was glitchy. That was like 2-3 weeks before the game launched, and it was terrible to play Slammer builds back then. But Slammer builds are my builds. I prefer them. In fact, back then they were called what were they called? The Slammer builds. I can't remember. Something about ancestral or something. In any case, yeah, it was a different name. It wasn't called Slammer. It was called something related to ancestry or ancestral or whatever. Lineage. That's what it was called. Lineage. It was called Lineage builds. Lineage skill tree. Voice audio is well. Oh yeah, I was a little bit further from the microphone. Sorry. I was kind of to the right side of my microphone, which is the back of the microphone. Shouldn't have been picking my voice much from there. And thanks for telling me that. I didn't realize I'm keeping my head to the other side. But with the Railmaster, I do have my Freezing Slammer. For some ideas, you can try and check it out. I did update the skill points, but again, the Freezing Slammer will be much more fun when they rework Breaking Point and Frostskin. When they maybe make Frostskin with a lower cooldown, or Breaking Point triggered from other things, not just from Frostskin. It would be really fun to trigger a Breaking Point more often, so you can freeze more often. And keep in mind that on the Cold Heart, Tier 3 Snowstorm is broken. Tier 3 Snowstorm will not let you go over 40% crit chance. It's supposed to give you 100% crit chance versus frozen enemies. It just doesn't. This is something that I really would like to see fixed, because it would be a huge DPS boost for the kind of underwhelming right now Cold Heart. And you're tanking, you're crowd controlling, and you're doing extra crits, only crits when the enemies are getting frozen. In fact, I would consider a crowd control support tank where I'm stacking freezing in my weapon, sacrificing some damage but getting all that freezing, and then I'm just freezing champions and things that my team needs to kill to just focus on the DPS instead of needing to dodge. I only wish there was a taunt ability for Forged or for a Railmaster. The only things that can taunt are Shasta and the clones of Ghost Visage. So Royal Shasta's pet minion and the minions, the clones, illusions, whatever you want to call them, from Ghost Visage. And we need more things to taunt. I think the Ice Golem needs to taunt. If they make the Ice Golem something that can taunt, it would be nice. Make it a little bit more tanky. Even if it's not something you use for DPS, but for crowd control and for tanking. It would make sense a lot more. But yeah, I've experimented with some weird builds. Weird builds are my forte. I love weird builds. Let's see if I've missed some messages. Use shield or something. Yeah, ice shield is great. Right now, if you make a freezing slammer, use Ice Shield, use Snowstorm, use Cold Front, and Energizer. Those things. The rest you can just go Slammer. You can go all in on the Slammer, it's not bad. So you can have 30 or 35 points into Cold Heart, and the rest can be Slammer stuff. Ice Shield is amazing, I mean, Ice Shield is my favorite skill in the Cold Heart 3. Maybe Snowstorm and Ice Shield, those things I really like. But Snowstorm it being broken right now, obviously Ice Shield would be my favorite. When Snowstorm gets fixed and we start 100% critting, then it will be a tie for my favorite Cold Heart skills. Let's do this, boom. Here we go here. This is a long map. Still weird how I haven't found a good one-handed weapon on this class yet. Oh, and the pet's full again. Alright, pet, go sell. Oh, and now my flamethrower car was silenced. What's the time? 10 past 9. 10 past 9, not bad. We've got some more time.
Your pack is full.
here, here, here. That's interesting. Should I keep it? Fuck it, let's not keep it. It was a good one, but it was not triple of what. But actually, let's keep it just in case. You never know when I'm gonna wanna experiment with something like that. So over here. And okay, fun horror. Go check up on the kid. shouldn't ignore those little us, as I like to call them. I don't have ones, and I don't want to have ones, but that's just that's just me not being suitable to have such. I kind of know it that I'm gonna be bad at being a parent, so I'd rather not be one. But yeah, you gotta take care of them. Games can always wait, streams can always wait. Let's see what's here. Let's see this. Come on, come on. Another Berserk Crusher, the third one for the day. Two of them I got in the same map even. Rage quit or rage quit. Interesting spelling. Thank you very much for the follow. Welcome to the Struck Club. And fun horror, which video are you gonna check? The freezing slammer, I assume. And neurotic banana. Thank you very much as well for the follow. Welcome to the Struck Club to you too. Another nice nickname. I'm digging the nicknames of the Struck Club members today. And so the neurotic banana sounds like someone who might do a rage quit. Kind of like me. I'm pretty much like that. When you're not getting wood, the rage quit is kind of getting closer. But yeah, today it was bad at the first 4.5 hours, then it suddenly started dropping after getting 3 legendaries in one map. And then starting at least giving us some legendaries. The skills work nice though, yeah. The freezing slammer is a pretty fun build in regards to how certain things work. Let's see here. Let's see, boom. So, how many contract levels am I at? See, this map gave me around 30 plus contract levels probably. At least 20 plus. If I get more maps like this, infamous uniques, I can get my respect points. I can get my respectacles that I need. Although they're gonna make respectacles purchasable, and I hope they're like not too high of a price, like maybe 5,000-10,000 gold coins. That's gonna be if it's gold coins that we spend to buy them. I wouldn't mind exchanging essence for gold coins right now. Not for gold coins, but for respectacles, because we are swimming with essence. We'll see how much the respectacles will cost with the patch that's coming, I think, on Tuesday. Let's see this and this and this. It's taking a while to get rid of those recipes. There's no bulk dismantle breaking down. So should I go and look for another one of those maps, uniques, infamous for fame? So right now, yeah, it's okay. Gearwork maps, I did gearwork maps all day, but then I realized if I want to respect to a slammer build after I'm done with the Train Bane build, I'm gonna need more respectacles.
Honestly, I think you could do better. Oh, are you sure?
Come on, give me a unique map. Even if it's not unique infamous, unique reliquarian, that's gonna do the trick. Co-op? Oh no, I'm not gonna stop yet. We've got like an hour and 15 minutes or so, so we can do co-op, sure. Should I invite you? Are you gonna invite? I don't mind either way. With co-op it will be better, because it will be quicker. Let me try and send you an invite then. I'm gonna try and maximize my fame gain though. If you wanna do gearworky maps, I wouldn't mind switching to gearworky maps. For me right now, fame is more important because I wanna respec to a slammer build after I'm done with the build video tomorrow. So the day after tomorrow I can do a slammer build with the same hero. And Fibro Bunny 310. How I'm liking Torchlight 3. I'm a big fanboy of the game because I've been playing it since April 2019 when it was Torchlight Frontiers. So I'm a little bit biased when it comes to the game because I might have like a Stockholm syndrome when it comes to this game. So yeah, I really like it because there's a lot of things I like in the game, and there are things I don't like about the game, but they're less than the things I like. Whereas with other games like Diablo 3, Path of Exile, and some other ones, there are more things I dislike than the things I do like, and that's why I enjoy this game more. It's not as demanding as some of the other games. I just hope they fix the drop rates right now. That I don't know. Sometimes it feels like there's something wrong with them. They're very sporadic, very inconsistent. And I hope they add more endgame. My biggest con for this game right now is not enough endgame. There's just one activity, and it can get very grindy and very boring very quickly. Most people probably get bored within 2 weeks of playing this. Maybe my mic is at the wrong spot? What do you mean? It could be, yeah. It could be. I might have moved. I tend to move because I can't see my keyboard because of my mic, the way I put it, and I tend to move my head left or right so I can see certain things in the keyboard. I'm one of those people that needs to look at their keyboard every now and then. Oh, to pull it out of my beard. Is that what you mean? Okay. So basically you're telling me stay further away from your mic. It's not in my beard, but my beard is very it's very weird. It's bushy. And I guess I might not realize how it might be touching the mic. So thanks for this feedback. I'm still trying to figure out the best spot where to keep the mic. It takes a while to figure this out. I'm trying to make sure it's close to me so I can lower the sensitivity of the mic so it's not detecting side noises. It's only detecting my voice. But at the same time, I don't want to be this close to the mic as well. Is there a lot of building? This is the biggest bonus of this game. There's a lot of builds you can make. Right now you can make probably more than 160 builds, and with the next big update where we're gonna get some extra items and an extra set, you can probably increase that number to like 200 plus builds. Because you have 4 classes and 5 subclasses. Combining the 4 classes and the 5 subclasses would result in 20 archetypes, and every archetype can be built in many ways. So let's say like 8, 9, 10 builds. When they add the new items, there's gonna be at least 10 ways to build a hero. Some would be very similar to each other, but there's still gonna be different builds, different takes on a way to play it. Because you can play in one skill tree, in the other skill tree, or you can focus on your subclass, on your relic. You can try and make a relic plus skill tree 1, relic plus skill tree 2. Or you can try and go all in on the relic with a little bit of support from your class. So the build variety is the biggest bonus in this game, the biggest pro. So with enough patience we can get some more content and even more build variety, and the game should be amazing then. And Gajira, welcome to the Struck Club. Thank you for the follow. See my beard, I haven't felt this. I haven't felt how my beard touched the mic. Alright, just a moment, I'm gonna do it this way. This should maybe be better. I'm gonna mute my mic for a moment. Let's go to the town. And I'm gonna mute my mic for a second. And then I'm gonna rearrange it and then talk again. Just a moment. Okay, I think this should be fine. This should be fine. Yeah, that should make it a little bit more difficult for my beard to start touching the mic. But yeah, got a bomb walker, and some spike drive legs. Skills to miasma. Let me go and quickly put that. See, it's touching the mic again. Fuck's sake, that beard. I might have to cut some parts of it, the ones around my mouth, just so it doesn't result in this. Just a moment, I need to find a slot for this shield. Well, do I not have room for a fucking shield? Really? Okay, I'm gonna put it in the shared stash and just delete something. Okay, there we go. That should be fine. Now, what for though it's supposed to be a dungeon-like game? Wait, I'm not sure I understand this comment where you said what for though it's supposed to be a dungeon-like game. What did you mean by this? It's a Diablo style game. This is a Diablo style isometric hack and slash ARPG. Or did you refer to the Fazir's dungeon? Oh, uniques, headhunter uniques. And wait, I need to enable my chat so I can see if my teammate is saying something. The mic is low? Shit, damn, I can't. What about now? The mic shouldn't be too low. I mean, earlier it was working fine, and I see it going into the orange levels. If it's going into the orange levels, it should be decent. I'm just trying to make sure it never goes into the red levels. 5 times louder, wow. Maybe I need to reduce it a little, like that. Now it's not going into the orange, now it's only in the green. Maybe like that. Yeah, that's barely going into the orange. Okay. Just a little less. Like that should be fine. And 666, thank you very much for the follow on the Struck Club. Welcome to the Struck Club, to my Twitch channel. Appreciate the follow. As you can see, my teammate is doing a very fun build. He's doing a build where he's using Sword Smash with the Egg of Mayhem. Or is he using Chaotic Strikes? Maybe that's a Chaotic Strikes Egg of Mayhem build that he's doing. I can't tell what his main relic is. Yeah, that seems like a Electrode Railmaster Slammer. So he's using Egg of Mayhem, Chaotic Strikes, and probably trying to maximize the gain of this skill, the 1000-volt burst. 1000-volt burst is a definitely fun skill to burst enemies. It's real burst. The damage you can get from 1000-volt burst is amazing. If you drop it in the feet of a boss, this boss gets melted. And Chaotic Strikes is a great way of generating a ton of charges for your big relic skill. It's good for using up that. If you combine it with a mace basic attack with shocking force to get extra energy generation and energizer, and maybe the passive for extra energy generation if you need it. It can be pretty fun. It's like my build for the sharpshooter, but the Railmaster version, the melee electrode build. And he's using Chaotic Strikes. I wasn't using Chaotic Strikes in my version. Chaotic Strikes is basically if you want to spam a lot of ults, as I like to call the relic charge skills. Chaotic Strikes or anything else that uses the 25 or the 50 energy cost is better than just using the aura. Yeah, it's better to play in a team because you get that extra gear work and you're killing stuff quicker. Oh, look at that. I started playing in a team and this map already 2 drops. Let's see. Okay, just a moment. Wait, the pet's full again? Come on, pet. Every time. Let's see here. Basically a bunch of junkies dropping. Right, let's keep moving. Let's keep moving over here. Over here. And over here. Gwen saying, I'm leveling my Cold Heart Railmaster right now and hope Bean is right and there will be a lot of bug fixes on Tuesday. I hope too. I sincerely hope too. And I hope it's on Tuesday as well. I can't wait to test the new items, the new sets, and see what bugs they bring. They might fix the old bugs, but there's gonna be new ones with the new... Because they couldn't... they found a bug that that made them not enable the test server. If they enable the test realm, some people might have lost their save data if they were playing in single player. That's why they didn't give us a test server to they didn't give us this weekend to play on the test server to test the upcoming patch, because for that one reason, for that bug they found that could have caused people to lose their saves if they were playing single player. But the next time there's a big update, there will be, and they would have resolved this apparently. And there will be some test realming. Let's see over here. Someone just subscribed to my YouTube channel, and that is Levi Joyce. Levi Joyce, or Levi Joyce, thank you very much for subscribing to my channel. If you're watching, I really do appreciate it. Welcome to the Struck Club. There are too many OP abilities right now, like the 1000-volt burst. Well, 1000-volt burst is just that, it's a burst. You have to recharge your relic charge, and you use it for a single bursty kind of moment. Good for bosses. What I think about a potential season for Faziers? Well, as long as I have an option to opt out of the season and just do Faziers the way I want, I wouldn't mind it. I don't want seasons being forced on me. And even if they do seasons on Faziers, what's gonna be the seasonal thing? Changing the map order, which is already randomized, changing the map affixes, which they need to come up with new ones if they do it that way. Maybe some seasonal rewards if you reach certain stages, but again, what would the rewards be to not be some sort of power creep? Maybe some visual cosmetic things. If they add a transmog system, then they can add seasonal rewards for the Fazier, because then people would wanna get those seasonal transmog skins and farm them, and then it would make some sense to have certain things like that. Okay, I'm gonna get rid of let's get rid of this. And let's do the next map. We had daily bounty system and it was terrible. It was terrible. The contract system was a weekly system where every week you would get 10 quests and then you would have to go in the wobby shitty zones. And you have to go and kill a certain enemy, or you have to go and do certain task. And it was terrible because I don't like being forced to log in every day. I just don't like daily weekly systems. Even in MMOs, those feel terrible, because they're forcing their players to be logged in all the time like zombies. That's not the right way to handle endgame and to handle motivating your players. You don't want to be forcing the players to log in, you want the players to want to log in, because the game is fun, not because there's fear of missing out. Fear of missing out is not the way to design your game. So I hope they never add daily things. Bounties are good. Yabu bounties are nice if they add something similar. Because you don't have a limit and you can just constantly do them as an extra activity if you're bored from rifting. So something like this is nice, but fear of missing out is just the wrong way to design your game, and it might have the opposite consequences. Some people would get hooked and they would be walking every day because they want that, but not everyone would enjoy it as much. There's some people who would just get bored and dislike this as much as the others are liking it. I think the majority of people wouldn't like the zombie system, where you're forced to log in to not miss out on things, activities, rewards. But yeah, I like bounty systems. I like nemesis systems, like in Grimdown, where you have to fight some Uber bosses and you have to find them. You have to find them based on the 3 or 4 different locations a certain a nemesis can spawn. It would make you go and explore the zones, but before they can make a Uber system with nemesis or whatever they want to call them, they would need to make a system that scales the enemy levels in the lobby zones, so that we can go in those lobby zones with scaled enemies and kill those enemies until we find the big boss, the Uber. Or that there can be Ubers that you summon, that you can summon a portal. For example, you need to collect certain things, you need to do certain things to collect certain materials, and then those materials give you a Uber scroll. Something like that would also be a good way of handling that. But in general, we need an endgame that's completely different from Fazir. I don't think they should focus only on the Fazir. Yeah, it's good to improve the Fazir, but only one endgame is not gonna cut it. If people don't see another endgame within 2-3 months from now, they're probably gonna just write this game off. Because I know Fazir is not everyone's cup of tea. It's definitely not mine. I still do it because I don't have other choice. But I would prefer and love it if I have something completely different to do. As I said multiple times in my stream, if I press F10 to hide my interface, I should be able to tell that I'm not doing the same type of content. Because right now you can't tell whether I'm doing Fazir or Mapworks if I hide my user interface, if I play like this. You won't know, is this Fazir, is this Mapworks, what is he doing? Because they look the same if you hide the user interface, where you see the affixes and all of that. So I want the content that when I see it and I hide my interface, I would clearly be able to tell that's not the same content as Fazir. And we're hopefully gonna get something like that eventually in the next few months. The game is still new and there's a lot of room to grow for this game. A lot of room to grow in many ways. Let's see, what's the time? 9:40. Alright, I've got like 15 minutes or so before I go and grab myself some dinner. It's been a while though, it's been a long stream. Probably already running at 7 hours plus. Let's see. I'm at 7 hours 30 minutes, yeah, it's been a long stream. Wait, I keep clicking on the wrong thing, there we go. And Funhor says, does the stronger together buff from being by your train not work? I'm not really sure, honestly. I've not checked. Tier 3000 volt burst. Yeah, tier 3000 volt burst is super strong and I love it. I love how strong this this makes the skill. And yeah, a broken map. Lovely. Lovely, the broken map. We have to remake the party. Let's go to character selection. But again, how do you handle Waders in the Fuzier's dungeon? Let's say everyone has reached the final stage. Or let's say 20 people have reached the final stage. How do you tell which one is at the top of the water? Do you consider timing? And if yes, then won't people just be running the final stage again and again until they complete it quickly, until they get a better, quicker, shorter map? Like Fuzier's right now is designed in a very bad way to make leaderboards for it. Other than levels reached, if you add times or if you add scores, obviously certain maps would be better and everyone would be going for that specific map because that specific map would have more enemies, or that specific map would have less enemies, or that specific map would be able to be just speed run quickly. Very long stream today. I had my dinner and up and the stream is still going strong. Yeah. And Gwen says you changed the buff. 1% after dungeon 100. Add more dungeons, more maybe infinite. Oh, infinite system is gonna kill this for me. Infinite system is the worst thing ever. It's gonna be a no-life competition. People would be competing regarding who has more time to play the game, not who plays the game better. It's gonna be exactly Diablo 3 all over again if they make it infinite. It's gonna be anything but an actual competition if they make it infinite. Okay, let's try and invite war here. Yeah, it's a no-life competition, as I said, just like Diablo. Keep competing who has more time to play instead of who plays a certain build better. Oh, damage with flamethrower car on shoulders. Oh boy. Oh boy. I really needed this to drop. So I've got 2 items, damage with flamethrower car. So now I really need the helmet and the gauntlets. Because if I get the helmet and the gauntlets, I can equip this and I can equip this. And that's gonna be 50% extra damage with flamethrower car. And that would be such a huge boost that it's just unbelievable. Damn. If only I had the gauntlets and the helmet now. Danny K agrees. What do you mean? But if players have items but no skill, you still don't have any chance in the Fuziers, I assume. Again, they just need to add different modes. Right now, some people, even if you give them the best geared hero, some people would still fail in the Fuzier. I might be one of those people. You could give me the best geared hero, and if it's not built properly, and if I'm not playing it well, I'm gonna get wrecked. I'm gonna get one shot. If I'm not being careful and things like that. It's all about how you build the hero and how you play it. Are you avoiding hits? Or are you standing inside the middle of every single AoE that can hit you? Is your build synergizing everything, or is it just randomly spending the points wherever you want? You can still do Fuzir with badly made builds, but you're not gonna get as far if you can't play them. So right now the Fuzir is actually achieving this. Not everyone can reach the final stage, which for me the final stage is 100. Anything after 100 is just artificially prolonging this because the enemies don't become stronger. So not everyone can reach stage 100. Because not everyone can play or synergize their build to a state that would be acceptable and good for this content. For example, this build is a meta build. Okay, this build, even if you give it to someone who can't play well, maybe this build can take them far. As long as they know how to dodge stuff and when to use flamethrower car. But this build is right now bugged. And it's giving you a lot more fighter spirit than you need to get. Because Miasma gives you fighter spirit and blasting charge. That's why I don't want to use ranged attacks. I've been trying all day to get a stupid melee weapon with good stats to drop. Because I want to be using a sword or a mace. So I can get fighter spirit from the sword or the mace. Instead of relying on bugs to get fighter spirit. And I'm not relying on the bugs, they're just there. I can't stop using the skills because they're broken. Because I like the skills, even if they're not broken. But they are. And it's a fact. It's a fact that they're broken and they're giving you damage reduction that you should only be getting with melee attacks and skills. Fighter spirit is the 50 or 70% damage reduction after you hit an enemy with a melee skill or attack. But you can get it with blasting charge, you can get it with lantern flash, with flying picks. You know, we've talked about this, if I remember, some time ago. So Miasma can proc it, and so can blasting charge. Let's see. Let's see. Sky, what is it, Sky? He's begging for food again. Always hungry, this little piggy here. Who knows the name of the ability? Which ability? Oh! It's Fighter Spirit, yeah. This one. Let's see. Alright, let's check over here. What's the time now? 9:49. How's my contract levels? 55. Okay. I need to get a lot of contract levels to be able to respec for a slammer build. I might not be able to respec into the slammer build on time. Cause I wanna be able to respec into the slammer build the day after tomorrow. Tomorrow I'm gonna record this video for that build, and then after that in the evening I will start playing a different hero, the Flaming Destroyer Dusk Mage, which I'm gonna eventually make into a basic attack build after I make a version of the Pyromancer, a new version with different skills. Some people are saying that Digitus procs basic attacks. I'm not basic attacks, but some people are saying that Digitus procs Fighter Spirit as well. Basic attacks with the Digitus. I'm wondering if that's intended or not, because it shouldn't count as a melee weapon, so it shouldn't proc fighter spirit. But if it's intended, then doing builds with basic attacks with the Digitus would be very fun. Would be very fun on the Dusk Mage. Wait, where's my train? I was wondering what's happening with my DPS. The train was somehow gone. Oh boy, I'm full again. But yeah, I confirmed today that this 25-26% damage with Flamethrower Car is stronger than 865 poison damage. Even if it's 1000 poison damage, it's probably still not gonna be as much as that percent. Of course, you need to have a good weapon with good flat base to be able to get good bonus. So the better your weapon, the better this bonus gain would be when you have that that affix with percent damage to Flamethrower Car. It was definitely doing the difference was between 18,000 and 21,000. That was the difference. So 18,000 with the legs, 21,000 with the other ones. With the so 18,000 with the flat damage, 21,000 with the what's its name? With the percent damage for Flamethrower Car. That was without any buffs or anything. Just purely the active skill here on the dummy. Come on, come on. Do that damage, do that damage. There, boom. And my inventory is full yet again. Come on. Alright, I killed a lot of uniques on this map. What's my fame level right now? 59 contract levels. Did they nerf the fame gain? Well, actually, I'm only using uniques. I'm not doing infamous uniques. That's why. If only this was an infamous uniques map, it would have been amazing. Need those contract levels. You think the flame car active is bugged? What do you think? What do you mean by the flame car, the flaming thrower car active is bugged? It doesn't seem bugged to me. Flamethrower car to the rear of the train that periodically shoots a gout of flames, leaving enemies burning for 63 weapon damage. Let's see. Maybe I don't see anything to the back of the car. But I think you won't be able to shoot it unless if you're getting the endurance bonus, maybe. It uses its active instead of the normal attack. Oh no, that's the active. Makes the flamethrower blast a white cone or yeah. I don't think the active is bugged. Maybe the passive is bugged. But I don't see the active being bugged. It seems to be working the way I'm used to seeing it. Those cono flames. Still can't understand exactly that. And Terry the Tank asked me to pet Sky. Sky, where did you go? She was here earlier. He was trying to beg me for food. and I think now he's somewhere in the corner, soaking, unhappy that he didn't get his stuff. By the way, did I go here? Oh yeah, I did. Let's go this way. You're saying sometimes it feels that way. That's strange. If you can elaborate exactly how it feels, but do tell. I haven't noticed anything regarding the bug though. Didn't I send the pet? Shit, I forgot. I forgot to send the pet to the town. Alright, let's kill some enemies and then wood when the pet is back. There's some more here. By the way, Gwaint, are you gonna go back to test Warhammer Chaos Bane when they add the Witch Hunter? When they add the new hero, if they add it for PC, are you gonna go and test it? They're gonna add someone similar to Victor Soulspire from Vermintide. We're gonna have that type of hero. I was actually hoping that the type of hero we get next would be that one. You're done with Chaos Bane. I can see why. I mean, they've been so bad with communicating and with updating us, and the time they're taking between updates is just so big. And they still haven't fixed so many things, and the balance. I mean, Alessa is just so badly balanced. It's a joke how badly Alessa is balanced compared to the other heroes. And they need to rebalance the invasions. They need to rebalance the Tower of Chaos too. I mean, the invasions need to rework. They are so boring right now. After you know you have up to Chaos 10, and the invasion only goes to Chaos 6. You're waiting for the female Slayer. They're implementing male-female characters. That's pretty nice. You're waiting for Odyssey. Odyssey, yeah, but Odyssey is the mobile. There's gonna be a combat between Odyssey, Diablo Immortal, and Torchlight Infinite. The three mobile games. I'm wondering when Torchlight Infinite would even make it to the global market. Whether it's gonna be only for China or whether it's gonna come to the global market. But yeah, mobile games. Wait, Dashi, you're playing the mobile version, really? Are you saying you have access to Torchlight Infinite? Which is, by the way, for Torchlight Infinite has nothing to do with the creators of Torchlight other than the name. So I think they bought the rights from Perfect World Entertainment to make a mobile Torchlight. A Chinese company did that. Although Perfect World Entertainment is also a Chinese company, so it probably wasn't that difficult to try and get the rights to make a mobile version. I mean, if it's fun, I wouldn't mind testing it and streaming it just for the sake of it being a Torchlight game, just to showcase it. But I don't see myself spending time on either of those three games, Diablo Immortal, Torchlight Infinite, or Warhammer Odyssey. But I would definitely try all of them and stream them. But it depends how expensive they will be, because I wouldn't want to support them and end up not liking them. But there's always APK files, APK files. You can always download a cracked version and test it and see if it's even worth your time. For stream purposes, I wouldn't mind just showing those games so people can decide for themselves by seeing me play whether it's a game they would like on their phones. But I mean, you can play them on your PC. You can install what's it called? You can install an emulator for mobile on your PC and play Diablo Immortal and those other games. The mobile versions of those ARPGs. Karek Hale just subscribed. Thank you very much for the Prime sub. 2 months of Prime sub. I guess that's the second month in a row. Thank you very much for that. Oops, I hope I don't get killed. There we go. Oh, is that Angered Ancestors? Thank you very much, Karek. And yeah, there's mobile versions of all sorts of games. Diablo Immortal and Warhammer Odyssey and look up Torchlight Infinite. Just Google Torchlight Infinite if you haven't seen me show it. I've shown some trailers in my streams for people who are wondering what it is. I wouldn't mind showing the trailer in a moment after I'm done with this map, but with this map I can't stay in a corner because this enemy would always follow me around. And Nerdgamer says, how many levels have the Fazir dungeon challenges? 251 levels. Once you reach 251 you're done, but once you reach 100 you're kind of done as well, because from stage 100 onwards it's the same stats. The monsters for now don't get stronger. But thank you again, Karek, for the Prime sub, right in the feels. It's where it struck. You're not much on Twitch. You'll try to make it longer. Oh, nice. You prefer watching on YouTube or do you just say you're busy? I'm not sure exactly what you meant, but in any case, still thanks a lot. Beastman Forest is in the middle of the Imperium. That's pretty nice. I'm not really much into all of that war when it comes to Warhammer. But they're now reworking. They're reworking those old Warhammer 40k games, by the way. If you like the 40k universe as well. Those old strategies, the Dawn of whatever it was, Dawn of War or something. My brother used to play those Warhammer strategies, or at least the first one or two back in the day. Now they're working them with 8K textures. Harry Hill says, oh, I don't really game anymore that much, but saw you were live on YouTube, so I figured to hop and say hi. How is Torchlight at the moment? Getting better? Kind of. I mean, I'm gonna wait until Tuesday before I can answer this properly. But yeah, it's constantly been getting better. This game, even though there's things that get worse, eventually they get better. But they're constantly trying to improve the game. It's been like that since the alpha days. It's the game that has constantly been getting improvements, reworks, and all sorts of other changes, rebalances. Sometimes it takes a while for something to get fixed. I'm still waiting for things that haven't been fixed for 5 months to get fixed. So I'm patient regarding some things because they're not like that game breaking. And I don't mind waiting 5-6 months or so, but many people are impatient, and that's for a good reason. I mean, you buy a product, you expect it to to get fixed soon if there's something broken, if there's a bug. I mean, I'm not a person that would expect the game to be bug-free when it launches. I don't remember the last time I saw a game launching bug-free, if ever. So there's that as well, but the game is definitely getting better, and it has been, and it will be getting better from what we know. Right now there's mostly people complaining about the drop rates, me including. I'm getting sometimes very bad drop rates, sometimes it's good. Today I had to spend 4.5 hours without anything but one Stormblade dropping. Or no, it wasn't Stormblade, I think it was Arc Power Chest. Arc Power Chest. And then after 4.5 hours and only getting this Arc Power Chest around the 3rd hour, then at the 4.5 hour minute or so I was doing a map and I got 3 items in that map. And it suddenly started dropping reasonably often. It was still giving me the same items over and over, but at least it's giving those items. So at least it's progress. But yeah, this game just has some problems with that, and it has some problems with the end game being only the Fazir, and the Fazir not being anything special at the moment. But there's room to grow. There's a lot of room to grow for this game. If there's one word to use to how should I say it? Not explain, but if I have to describe this game with one word, I would say potential, because there's a lot of it there. That's gonna be the one word if they give me the ultimatum. Yeah, describe the game with one word. Potential is the word I would use personally. If it has to be 3 words, potential, variety, maybe potential, diversity, and unique. Because there's a lot of things that it's doing in a unique way. And the diversity comes from the, and variety from the build diversity, the build variety. But there's also lack of variety when it comes to endgame, so I might say variety, but the variety only refers to the builds, not to the activities. Nerdgamer says sometimes the game bugs, no sound for the skills and some voices. Yeah, I've noticed sometimes this happens to me as well. By the way, it's 10:08. 10:08. I'm probably gonna do 1 or 2 more maps and then go have dinner before it's too late. And Karak says, keep up your content, you get bigger at some point. You're a nice guy and your content is right on point every time. I'm glad to hear you think so. I'm not trying to get too much consumed about numbers. The channel has been growing. I've been patient and I enjoy how much it's growing, and I really appreciate everyone watching my streams and my content and helping me grow. But yeah, I'm trying not to pay too much attention to numbers. Numbers eventually grow. It's something that doesn't grow overnight, although if you're lucky you might. But yeah, I'm not trying to try and think and beat myself up if I'm streaming. If at one day I'm streaming and it's just me and 3-4 people, and then at another day it's me and 20, 30, 40 people, and so on. I mean, that's how it is. Sometimes I play games that not everyone enjoys. Sometimes I play a game that more people would enjoy. It is how it is. But yeah, again, thanks everyone, and thanks to you for thinking so. And Funflora says, I don't get enough Sneku sticks, make me super unhappy. You want the Sneku sticks? Trader Tank says, I enjoy the game. Yeah, I do enjoy it too. And Carrick Hill says that I'm still playing the Bane. Yes, it's kind of a new build, but it's the same build as yesterday. I mean, I started this build like 4 days ago, I think. And yeah, it's your typical Train Bane Railmaster setup. I'm using Spike Drive to slow bosses, because you can't slow bosses at the moment with shields or offhands that give you chance to slow. So that's why I removed this skill. I removed Poison Nova and put that 1 point into Spike Drive. And I'm keeping this for attack speed for my flamethrower and shotgun, and this for cooldown for those 2 skills and for those 2 skills. Okay, let's do 1 or 2 more maps. 11 minutes past 10. Maybe let's do 1 map. I'm getting super hungry. It's been 8 hours and 2 minutes. It's about time to go and eat. So let's find myself a nice uniques map. If I can get infamous uniques, I will be stoked, because that's like 20 contract levels right there. That's like 2 respectacles, maybe even 3 if I'm lucky with a long one. Come on, come on. Uniques gear wiki, what level is that? Level 22. I'm gonna remember. Let's still try and find the infamous uniques, but I need those respectacles because I'm making a basic attack build after this one. If not basic attack build, there's definitely gonna be a slammer build, even if I don't like the basic attack and unspec from it. I wanna make the toxic acid slammer. I said earlier, acid slammer sounds like the name of a nice techno track or a drum and bass track, although acid is typically in techno, not in drum and bass. Although I've heard some drum and bass with acid. Acid, what's it called? There's this sound that's like, and the way I describe this sound is the acid music sound is, it's like a worm in your brain just moving left and right all the time. I really love that sound. Acid Slammer, yeah. Pretty decent name. I'm really considering using Acid Slammer as the name of the Slammer version of the Bane build. Alright, I didn't get Uniques Infamous, so let's go back to 22 and do that Uniques map there. What do you mean to skip the challenge after you complete? Oh yeah, if you complete it, you can go to another one. You can do any one. If you completed it once, you can always go back to it and do it. Funflora is saying both techno and drum and bass are better on acid. I don't know about this, I've not taken acid, but yeah. It's probably that way. It's probably that way. In any case, you don't need drugs to enjoy music. If you enjoy the music, you're gonna enjoy it without drugs. When I go raving, or when I used to go raving, I didn't need drugs. I could maybe get some beer, maybe get some weed, but that's all it is. You don't need more. At least I didn't need more. I would be the guy dual wielding water bottles. You would see me dual wielding water bottles for balance. And sometimes for a rave duration I would drink like probably 6, 5, 7 liters of water, depending, between like 11 in the evening and 7 in the morning, or whenever the lights go up. Fucking glow sticks. I'm not about all those things. I'm not about showing off things like that. It just felt weird keeping only one bottle of water with me. So I just got 2. Oh, and also I didn't like queuing. Sometimes there would be queue on the bar, and a big queue on the bar. And instead of going to queue for a single bottle every time, I would just get 2 bottles so I don't have to queue again later. But yeah, Gawain, you're gonna work. Yeah, this is my WASP map anyways. It's gonna be my WASP map for the day. You raved back in the 90s. Interesting. Pretty nice to know. It's definitely a bit different in the 90s. In the 90s it was all new. It was all new, dropping acid and things like that. Everyone getting those sounds, the new sounds, trying to make that track that's changing this sound in such a way that no one has ever done before. Right now it's pretty hard to make a track that has a weird, unique sound that hasn't been done. I mean, there's only so many ways you can make a Reese bass, I guess. For example. But yeah, I enjoy when I hear some tracks that have some unique sounds in them, something new, or combining sounds in a way that I've not heard before. I really love tracks with organic sounds in them. And things like that. Or for example, Kino with his drum and bass for orchestra or something like that, that album where he was combining kind of classical orchestral music with drum and bass. That was a very fun, nice album. And Noisia have always been making that interesting, weird sound in their tracks. And when you take people like Black Sun Empire, people like man, I'm gonna start missing names. If I start naming people, I'm gonna miss some names, and I'd rather stop. Because yeah, if I try to name all my favorites, there's always gonna be someone to miss there. I also enjoy what Prospect is a label. Enjoy those sounds. They have a lot of experimental artists making music for Prospect. There we go. Where's the train? Come on, train. Come on, train. But yeah, one of my top favorite producers when it comes to sounds they make, Inside Info. The sound, it's distinctively Inside Info. When you hear some of his tracks, you're okay, that's him. I know that's him. Like when you hear his tracks, it's so distinctive. Even when he does something new, you're okay, that's probably him. When you hear something new that you've never heard, when it's some sort of new experiment from his tracks, and you would know that what you're hearing, if it's a new track you've never heard, it's gotta be him who made it, or who made parts of it if it was a co-op. But yeah, this build is fun, this build is a meta build, you could call it meta. If you play it well, you can reach all the way to the end. And the build video is coming tomorrow. Because everyone kept asking me what would be a meta build, what would you consider a meta build. This is one example. It can just do decent damage. And it's not even in its full force. It's not even in its full force. If I get the right items, I can squeeze probably 30-25% more damage of the build. Maybe even more, considering that I've now got 2 items with damage to flamethrower car. And if I get the gauntlets and the helmet of the cosmic set, that means I can put the blue pants, I can put the blue shoulders, and stack up 50% damage with flamethrower car extra. That's a huge boost for flamethrower car. And this 50% damage stacks with the 20% conductor skills damage. So there is this thing to consider. I think they've removed category skills bonus damage. So damage to conductor, damage to slammer skills. I haven't seen those since the wipe, since the game launched. So maybe they got rid of them and decided to only keep the damage to a certain skill. Maybe they thought it's too overpowered when it boosts a whole category of skills when you're focusing your build on those skills. And it probably was, because you could get like 20-25% damage to slammer or to conductor, and that 25% damage to conductor skills would improve your shotgun and flamethrower car at the same time. So I could agree it could have been a little bit overpowered, and maybe it really needed to be removed. I don't think it needed to be removed. I think it just needed to be, instead of 20 or instead of 25, it needed to be 10 or 12.5, like half of the number. So if I can get up to 30% for flamethrower car, I should be able to get up to 15% for slammer skills and for conductor skills. So I could still maybe use it to improve both my skills, but not by as much as I could with an affix that only improves that skill. Okay, well, yeah, it's 22 minutes past 10 p.m. Time to end my gaming streaming session today. But thanks everyone who was here today on YouTube, on Twitch. Thanks for the follows, the subs and everything else. And in general, just for watching my content and for chatting with me. So yeah, keep it cool. Until next time from Mr. Aquap, and goodbye.